The honorable dignitaries are going to be on the dais. Of applause and our chief guest for today, Dr. Kiran Bedi. Very warm welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Please join us, ma'am. On the dais. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 17th FICCI Global Skills Summit. I'll request Mr. Anand Swarup, Secretary General FICCI, to take a seat on the dais. Mr. Bijay Sahu, Chair FICCI Skill Development Committee, Group President, Strategic HR, Reliance Industries Limited, to please join us. Dr. Indu Shahani, Co-Chair FICCI Skill Development Committee and President and Chancellor, Atlas Skill Tech University, and Mr. Vinay Kumar Swamy, Country Head, Pearson. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this very important 17th version of FICCI Skill Development Committee that we are organizing on the theme Skills for Intelligent Age, Expanding Pathways, Shaping Possibilities. I also extend a warm welcome to all the leaders from the TVET and skills ecosystem who have joined us this morning. As I said, this is the 17th year that we are organizing, and this is one forum where the work that we do round the year gets culminated in the form of focused, concerted deliberations, discussions, in the form of reports that we would release during the inaugural session, and various workshops and sensitization engagements that we do. So this one conference that we have is actually a year-long engagement work that reflects. We all understand the excitement and the transformation that skill ecosystem currently is undergoing, and therefore this year becomes all the more special in the form of big bang schemes getting launched by government, industry getting the center stage, and rightly so, for bringing in the reform and skilling ecosystem, and institutions also gearing up to be a part of this reform journey. So from that lens, this becomes a very, very important space and an important time, and therefore FICCI Global Skills Summit assumes extreme significance. And with this, I would request the Secretary General FICCI, Mr. Anand Swarup, to welcome Dr. Bedi with a green certificate. As a mark of FICCI's tradition, we are pleased to undertake a small green initiative along with 6 trees planted in her name in one of the national parks in the country. I'd now request Mr. Anand Swarup to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor, Puducherry, and co-founder and director, Bharat Skill Exchange. Mr. Bijay Sahu, Chair, FICCI Skills Development Committee and Group President, Strategic HR, Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries Limited. Dr. Indu Shahani, Co-Chair, FICCI Skills Development Committee and President, Atlas Skill Tech University. Mr. Vinay Kumar Swamy, Country Head, Pearson, India. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of FICCI, I warmly welcome all of you to this 17th FICCI Global Skills Summit 2026. It is a matter of great satisfaction for FICCI to convene this summit. FICCI has been a part of India's economic and policy journey for nearly a century. One of our important roles has been to bring the experience and perspectives of industry into the public policy making, and at the same time help industry respond to emerging national priorities. Skills is an area where this role is particularly important today. The skills ecosystem is undergoing a significant change. Technology and AI are transforming jobs, new sectors and occupations are emerging, global demand for skilled talent is increasing, and the way people learn and work is changing. At the time, the industrial landscape itself is evolving rapidly with new investments, emerging manufacturing and services sectors, technology-led enterprises, and changing models of employment. FICCI has been continuously working through policy advocacy, research, industry consultations, and capacity building with government, industry, institutions, and international organizations. Our objective has been to bring the realities and requirements of the workplace into policy conversations and to help translate policy priorities into industry participation and implementation. Over the years, FICCI has also undertaken a range of initiatives to support this agenda on the ground. We have been working on future of jobs and emerging skills, strengthening apprenticeship ecosystem, and sensitizing the industry on the importance of work-based learning. We have supported the development of industry and sector clusters, including traditional cluster development initiatives, while also working with industry and government to create stronger linkages between skills, employment, and enterprise. FICCI has also been actively supporting the government in several major flagship initiatives and national programs and remains committed to contributing to the implementation of initiatives such as PM Setu, particularly in strengthening industry participation and making the ITI ecosystem more responsive to emerging workforce requirements. As part of this effort, we will be releasing two important knowledge papers today. One, the FICCI KPMG report on human capability in the age of AI, and the second, the FICCI PwC report on the skills imperative for India's global capability centers. Going forward, we believe FICCI's role in the skills ecosystem will become even more important. The pace of change requires continuous engagement between government and industry on emerging skills, curriculum and qualifications, apprenticeships and work-based learning, entrepreneurship, long life learning, and global mobility. This Skills Summit is one such platform for that continuing engagement. Our objective is not simply to convene discussions, but to listen, identify areas where reform or collaboration is required, and take those insights forward through our policy engagement with government and our work with industry. The theme of this year's summit, Skills for the Intelligent Age, Expanding Pathways, Shaping Possibilities, reflects the challenge before us. We need a skills ecosystem that is more responsive to industry, more flexible for learners, and better aligned with the opportunities emerging in India and globally. I once again welcome all of our distinguished guests to the 17th FICCI Global Skills Summit. I wish the summit meaningful deliberations, productive partnerships, and outcomes that contribute to strengthening India's skills ecosystem, advancing a shared vision for our future-ready workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that warm words of welcome and setting the context for today's deliberation. I'd request Mr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, the Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, to share his theme address.
Good morning. Dr. Kiran Bedi, Mr. Anand Swarup, my esteemed co-chair Dr. Indu Shahani, Mr. Binay Swami, distinguished representatives of government, industry, and academia, international delegates, leaders of the technical and vocational education and training ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to FICCI's 17th Global Skills Summit 2026. Let me begin with one fundamental thought. The most important question before every nation today is not how intelligent machines will become. It is how capable, adaptable, and empowered its people will become. That is why the theme of this summit, Skills for the Intelligent Age, Expanding Pathways, Shaping Possibilities, is both timely and consequential. We are living through a powerful convergence of artificial intelligence, automation, advanced manufacturing, digital technologies, and the green transition. These forces are not merely creating some jobs and eliminating others. They are redesigning tasks, occupations, workplaces, and entire industries, even affecting the national thinking and the reactions on the streets. The intelligent age, therefore, is not only about technology, it is about people who can learn, unlearn, and relearn, and work confidently alongside intelligent systems. Technology will shape the future of work, but skills will determine whether their future is inclusive or unequal, empowering or disruptive. We have started experiencing, and going forward, our experiences will be sharper. For India, this is a defining moment. We have one of the world's youngest populations, a rapidly growing economy, expanding manufacturing capabilities, and a vibrant digital ecosystem. But a demographic dividend is not a destiny. It is a time-bound opportunity. It is actually fast disappearing. To convert our population advantage into a productivity advantage, we must move from a training system to a talent development system, one that is demand-led, industry-connected, technology-enabled, and outcome-based. I believe this transformation requires 5 important shifts. First, we must anticipate capabilities, not merely respond to existing jobs. Our curricula cannot remain static while technologies and business models change rapidly. Industry must help identify emerging occupations before shortages become crisis. Whether in artificial intelligence, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, logistics, green energy, or digital services, we must prepare talent not only for the jobs available today, but also for the possibilities emerging tomorrow. Second, we must replace separated tracks with connected pathways. For too long, academic education, vocational education, apprenticeship, employment, and entrepreneurship have been treated as separate destinations, more so in our country. They must become connected stages of one lifelong journey. A young person should be able to enter through an industrial training institute, progress into an apprenticeship, earn stackable qualifications, pursue higher education, return for reskilling, and one day create an enterprise. If you see Germans, many will find PhDs, doctors, and if you ask them, they would have started at the technical skills level through the dual education program. So no pathway should become a dead end, and no talent should be valued less because it entered through a vocational route. The Pradhan Mantri Skilling and Employability Transformation through upgraded Industrial Training Institute, PM Setu, FICCI plays a very major supportive role in that, offers an important opportunity to reimagine our industrial training institutes as modern, technology-enabled, and industry-integrated centers of excellence. But transformation will not come from new buildings and equipment alone. It will happen when industry participates actively in governance, curriculum, faculty development, apprenticeships, and employment outcomes. Third, we must make the workplace an extension of the classroom. Young people learn differently when they solve real problems, work with real technologies, and carry real responsibilities. Apprenticeship must therefore become a preferred pathway, not merely a statutory obligation. Industry must open its factories, stores, offices, laboratories, and digital workplaces to learners. Madam Dr. Kiran Bedi was telling, even government offices, government departments, government functioning should also be open for internship with complete transactional transparency so that people learn hands-on. We must also make apprenticeship simpler and more accessible for micro, small and medium enterprises which create so much of India's employment. The distance between learning and working must progressively disappear. Fourth, we must build globally trusted Indian capabilities. We are currently getting almost like $150 billion remittance money. That is because by default or by design, Indian skills, Indian education was very respected, and kind of all the people world over, they accepted our work and skills, so we have so much of remittance income. Aging populations and workforce shortages are creating significant international opportunities. India can become a trusted talent partner for the world, but only if our people are fully prepared for global workplaces. Technical competence alone will not be sufficient. We need internationally aligned standards, trusted assessments, portable qualifications, language capabilities, cultural preparation, and ethical mobility frameworks. I remember in Wipro when I was working, for software engineers to go to Japan, we used to train them in Japanese language first. So our ambition should not merely be to send more workers abroad. It should be to build a global reputation for Indian talent, recognized for competence, adaptability, professionalism, and integrity. India's global capability centers that we are experiencing here in India demonstrate this potential. With more than 2,000 such centers, India has almost become the back office of the major corporations of the world. With more than 2,000 such centers, India is no longer only supporting global operations, it is increasingly driving global innovation, research, technology, and enterprise transformation. Finally, learning must become lifelong. Millions of people already at work will need to continuously upgrade their capabilities. As artificial intelligence becomes embedded across sectors, every job will require some degree of digital and artificial intelligence fluency. We all are using every day. At the same time, distinctly human capabilities like judgment, creativity, empathy, collaboration, ethics, and problem solving will become even more valuable. We need a system in which people can learn while they earn, acquire modular credentials, and move confidently across roles and industries. We must also connect skills with entrepreneurship. With access to finance, technology, mentoring, and markets, a skilled person can become an entrepreneur and create livelihoods for many others. When jobs are vanishing, entrepreneurship should be established. For all of this, industry cannot remain only a beneficiary of the skills ecosystem. Industry must become the co-creator. This is FICCI's special responsibility. The FICCI National Committee on Skills must become a platform for foresight, co-creation, and measurable action. Anticipating emerging capabilities, bringing employers into institutional transformation, expanding apprenticeships, strengthening global mobility, and advancing lifelong learning. The two important knowledge reports being released this morning sharpen precisely these questions and will contribute meaningfully to the conversations ahead. We must now move beyond asking how many people were trained. We must ask, did their skills lead to meaningful work? Did their incomes and productivity improve? Could they progress in their careers? Could they adapt when technology changed? This year itself, I was just watching every single OpenAI, Anthropic, all their models in less than 10-11 months, they're changing. And the newer models are changing faster than even 10-11 months. So they're changing their models itself. So could they create enterprises? And could their capabilities open opportunities anywhere in the world? These are the outcomes that truly matter. They also connect directly with the important conversations we'll have throughout this summit. Friends, India doesn't have to be merely a participant in the future of work. India has the opportunity to help shape it, create it. But that future must be human-led, artificial intelligence enabled, and inclusive by design. Let this summit mark a shift from consultation to co-creation, from qualifications to capabilities, from isolated programs to lifelong pathways, and from India's demographic potential to global talent leadership. If government, industry, and institutions act together, the intelligent age can become an age of opportunity, where technology expands human potential, skills create a dignity, and every learner gains the power to shape his or her future. Let us build not only a skilled India, but an India that skills the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu, for sharing the larger perspective around the rapidly evolving skill ecosystem of the country through your theme address. May I now
enrollments or degrees, but we speak about employability, we speak about skills, apprenticeships, industry alignment, lifelong learning, and that's a significant progress. But the intelligent age presents us with more difficult challenges, and now it's not enough to talk about how many people entered a program or how many completed a course or how many received a certificate. We must ask more consequential question. How much of that learning converted into capability, confidence, and meaningful work? A student can have degrees, student can have all the knowledge, but if we are not giving an opportunity to apply it, it's of no use. A worker can complete a training program, but remain confused as to where he has to use it, it's of no use. An employer continue to struggle to find people with right skills, and candidates with right skills struggle to make their skills visible. In all the four topics that we spoke about, the learning has taken place. But has the conversion happened into capability or something meaningful? Absolutely no. So India's next skills challenge is therefore not on expanding learning. It is to improve the conversion of learning into opportunity. And with technology development like AI, it also makes it challenging because the speed at which the workspace is changing is very fast, it's very intense as well. So the question before us is not whether simply can India train more people in AI, but whether to help people turn learning into a capability. Pearson and AWS examined and surveyed about little over 2,000 learners, higher education leaders, and industries across 6 different countries. And 3 important findings came out. The first one I had put as there's 67% of the people whom we surveyed, they said the pace of AI change that's happening is either fast or extremely fast. But also the same 24% of the surveyed people believed that universities are keeping pace, and either most or all of them. The most important one was 63% of the respondents believed that university education has become more relevant now in the AI era and not less. So that's the apparent contradiction that tells us something, right? So the value of education is not declining, but the expectations of education are changing, and it is changing fast. Employers are increasingly expect graduates to do more than apply academic knowledge. They must work effectively with AI, exercise judgment, and adapt to the change. A degree remains important, but it is no longer enough. So, keeping that in mind, what does skilling mean? In the past, or primarily we believe skilling is primarily doing a set of tasks consistently and efficiently. Yes, it is important in most of the occupation, but when there is a technology involvement in solving it, the human intervention begins at an early stage. Identifying the problem, asking a right question, interpreting the answer, and more importantly, recognizing that in the context, the efficient answer is not the right one. I think that's the most important one that we are seeing. Cognizant also released a report they did a survey with about 750 HR leaders, very senior leaders in India, UK, and US. And it found 2 or 3 things. Again, it's mind-boggling, so I want to put it across here. First one is 94% of the surveyed expected AI creates new entry-level jobs. 85% of them continue that, felt that there is entry-level roles will still be essential. The most important one is that AI is already doing 1/3 of the new entry-level jobs today, which means that AI is it's not going to take away the entry-level jobs, but the capabilities required to access are completely going to change. The other important point Dr. Bijoy touched upon is also that 97% of the HR leaders, which is technically most of them, felt soft skills are more important in this period of AI era. It was found that 64% of the organization valued the ability to identify new problems, and finding a new solution is more important than applying the established approaches to the known problems. So communication, collaboration, we all spoke about it, adaptability, judgment. These are not secondary to the students anymore. It is part of the AI readiness, and we need to be ready for that. Pathway provides a direction. Pathway creates a connection, and pathway leads to progression. And India needs to make these 3 important shifts. First one, we must move from course completion to demonstrated capability. We should move from industry consultation to industry integration. There have been instances where a lot of universities partner with industries. There are MOUs signed, but they're on paper. There should be an integration happening between the academia and the industries. While employers give insights into evolving skills, the institutions actually create the critical thinking, inculcate foundational learning, and the most important is the ethical reasoning, which employers cannot afford to implicate it in their job. So the principle should be very clear. Work exposure cannot remain as an additional advantage available to some students. It must become integral part of how people learn. Lastly, we must move from front-loaded education to a continued learning. Everybody spoke about it, and we'll continue to speak about it, is the lifelong learning. It's not an aspiration for India, but it's an economic necessity. Rather than replacing workers with outdated skills, we must help them reskill, transition into new roles, access credible, flexible pathways to them. How can it be done? It cannot be done by one person. It has to be, the entire ecosystem has to come together to make this happen. While the government must provide for enable the architecture, qualitative standards, trusted credentials, education institutions must bring application closer to the center of learning. It has to invest, and we were speaking at a coffee, that there needs to be a faculty development. There needs to be upgrading of the faculties who are teaching these learners. Industries must go beyond being just a final consumer of talent to help coordinate and work together to build and develop and recognize these capabilities. Lastly, I just want to sum up that India has expanded opportunity at a remarkable scale. The next challenge is ensuring that opportunity translates into capability, employment, and social and mobility. Success should not be measured by numbers of trained, credentials awarded, or partnerships announced, but by whether people can apply their learning, earn trusted credentials, and continue progressing. That is how we think India scale into capability, and capability into sustained economy and social mobility. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinay, for that thought-provoking and very inspiring ideas that you shared. We would now move on to the formal release of the 2 knowledge reports that most of the speakers have been talking about. So we would start with the release of the first report, which is FICCI KPMG report on human capability in the age of AI, India's roadmap for the future of skills. And I would request Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy, Partner and Senior Leader, Education and Skill Development, KPMG India, to join us on the desk, please, for the release. We now have the release of the other report, FICCI PwC report, titled Navigating the Skills Imperatives for India's GCC in the AI Era. And I'd request Mr. Dinesh Arora, Advisory Leader, PwC India, to join us on the dais. I'd also like to acknowledge the work contributed by two partners, Rajesh Ojha and Raghav Nadle, for this important report that we have done. Both the reports are available for delegates through QR code, which is there in the... Now, I would like to invite someone who has been a pioneer in public service, been a social reformer, and the first woman to join the Indian Police Service. Her remarkable journey has been defined by a commitment to public service, social reform, and the empowerment of vulnerable communities. In 1987, she founded Navjyoti India Foundation, along with 15 like-minded police officials, with a vision of crime prevention through social development. The idea behind Navjyoti was both simple and transformative, that lasting change requires addressing the social and economic circumstances that contribute to vulnerability and crime. Its early interventions focused on de-addiction and rehabilitation, including work with communities and inmates. Over the years, Navjyoti evolved into a broad-based social development organization working across child development, skill development, women's empowerment, community development, livelihoods, and environmental sustainability. She's also the co-founder of Bharat Skills Exchange, a platform seeking to address the persistent skill gap by connecting learners and verified training institutions through a transparent and outcome-oriented ecosystem. A recipient of the Raymond Magsaysay Award and a former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, she has spent decades challenging conventional approaches to public service and creating innovative models of social change. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Dr. Kiran Bedi to deliver her keynote address.
ये forward है ठीक Friends, I have a presentation for you to come straight to the point. Is this right? Good morning to all of you. I want to thank FICCI for giving me this honor to be with you today. You might be wondering what brings me from uniform to skills. It's because along with the uniform, I continue to focus on skills for the last 4 decades. Some of you were not even born at that time when I, in my life, started skills development as crime prevention. It goes back to my district policing days where they were very crime prone, some of these areas, And that's when I brought in skills development for women that in that particular, for drug addicts and drug traffickers. And it worked. It's not known, it's not public, but it went along with my service, nearing 4 decades. Also goes back to skills development, which I started off in prison reforms, where prisoners who had all the time in hand started to now learn a skill, brought in IGNOU, brought in National Open School inside the prison, and it's from that time that the NIOS and the IGNOU are there. So my relationship with skill development goes back to decades. Lately, last 1 year, 4 good friends of ours came together as a solution by setting up a startup called Bharat Skill Exchange. I'll talk to you about it. And as we know, I think I see a very strong relationship building up here with Bharat Skill Exchange and the corporate world, led by FICCI and many others. I'll take you through my presentation. Here it is. This is the skill. Is it on it? On? Where do I send this? Yeah, okay. Friends, I have been involved a lot in blue collar. So I am now giving you a presentation of both blue collar and the white collar, and to tell you what are our challenges as I've seen for the last decades, now and earlier. It's not changing. Here is a demographic. I can speak from there, I think. Yeah, but I can see an eye contact. So friends, let's look at India's demographic promise. It's been talked about by my speakers earlier. India has a young population, over 65 years, over 60% below 35 years, median age 28, working age population 1 billion, more population than Europe and states and Australia and many others. So working age population would be reaching 1 billion by 2047. The demographic dividend is real in theory, but conditional in practice. So you're talking about dividend? No, it's very conditional. It's conditional if it is. Demographic opportunity. India's demographic dividend lasting till 2040 is a rare opportunity that requires major investment in skills. And that's where FICCI plays a very major role, and that's where I look forward to this invitation. Many countries in Europe and China have 50% of secondary students in vocational education. India has only 1.3%. That is another challenge, and it's a challenge across the board. India spends very little on vocational education, friends, around only 2% of education budget. I work with schools in the areas, and I know how deficit they are on. NEP has identified, NEP is mandated, but there are no factories and there are no laboratories in the schools. They're selectively around, friends, but it's not a rule yet. Investments have yet to come in. That means hereafter, any school being opened, saying, where's your laboratory? Which skill will you teach? Now we need to bring this in very early across the board, states and the center, rural and urban. Now look at what World Economic Forum said. Estimates that 63% of Indian workers will require training by 2030, which is next door, 4 years from now. 63%. That's why many of them who are free and do not have a skill find an area to demonstrate and state their point and be heard. So 63% of Indian workers will require training by 2030, while employers require analytic skill, leadership, resilience, flexibility, agility, alongside AI capabilities. So friends, 63% of Indian workers will require training. So what do we do next 4 years? We need a plan now. The clock begins from here, right away. It's begun already, but we need to do it as a hurricane, as a revolution. Employment crisis is 18.8% job creation is insufficient. Youth unemployment, urban. Young Indians, 83% of unemployed population. only 51% of graduates are employable. So though more graduates, more employability in this country. Not education, more unemployability. Not their fault, because we never had this in the last decades of skill development. Similarly, economy needs 6 to 7%, as we all know, sustainable GDP growth to absorb workforce, in which we need a lot of women's participation, and women are still on the margins. And without their total participation, we cannot have 6 to 7%. What will bring them in? That's another challenge. Let's issues highlighted by CAG reports. What is CAG report saying? Control and Auditor General, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal, which we talked about in major issues, is weak financial accountability. Wherever there has been, where is the accountability? It's weak so far. I haven't said it, CAG is saying it. Delays in fund disbursement. Poor monitoring of training institutions. We got IITs. I've worked in areas in the field. IITs are still needing to be lot for refurbished, strengthened, and many more in number. 94.5% friends, bank accounts were found invalid. Where's the accountability? Therefore, only 41% of trainees got job placement after training. So here we are. Problem with current skill programs, both blue and white, are over the past decade, skill policy focused on short-term training numbers rather than quality. Similarly, programs which became supply-driven and government financed with limited industry involvement. It's very limited. So now it means it's a challenge because all of you are coming with industry relationship or background. Weaknesses in India's skill system. Skill development policy has inconsistent funding and fragmented schemes. I am not saying this out of my head. I've experienced this last decades, how I've dealt with skill development and how with little we continue to multiply, but very little. And if we had abundance, we would have had many millions out of the poverty line. Government skill initiatives often depend on annual budget announcement rather than a long-term strategy. It's annually. Similarly, example is internship scheme announced in budget 26 spent only 5% of the allocated funds. Only 5%. Where did the rest of the money go? It went into reallocation of other. But what made this internship scheme so low? Why not? As I did mention, and our Mr. Sarup has very kindly recalled what I said, why can't we have interns around the states in all government departments? All government departments. I've practiced this as Lieutenant Governor Pondicherry. The governorship was open for interns, and some of their interns are some of their bright students. So I made them learn to see how PWD functions, how education functions, how medical department functions, how the governor's office functions. There was nothing secret about it. So friends, the internship, so we could have interns around the states in all government departments. So much of internship can happen with this fund. That means the funds are available. You can give them transportation cost and out of the pocket, and you'll have people aware the challenges of the government, not the problems of the government, but the challenges of governance. I sent even interns to my police stations. So friends, this is where we have the money, we have not implemented the scheme in a wider sense. Structural gap systems are employment, these are broken. Education, as illustrious earlier speakers have mentioned, there's a breakage in the education, industry needs, employment opportunities, the chain is broken. System not designed around people-centric outcome. It is more statistic outcome. How many have you done it? We gave you this grant. How many number you got? Finished. What happened after that? We do not know. I've dealt with it, and that's why I'm telling you about the numbers. That's why I never got into any scheme which only demands numbers. I, as an NGO, asked for what is your requirement, whether you give me strength or not, I will deliver quality. So we've developed, and we have a case study for FICCI to come and have a see at no cost. I'll make data available. Part 2, the blue collar and the white collar. What needs to change, friends? I've stated the problem. I try to put it in perspective out of my experience. Suggested reforms: 1, skill loans instead of grants, skill vouchers, skill levies on industry. I don't know whether it does, whether the government would look at it. Skill levies on industry. And that would mean introduce skill levies on organized industries similar to systems used in many countries. What would do this? funds collected from companies could use to finance skill development sustainability. Linking levies to company payrolls would encourage employer ownership of training. I'm just giving you one example and explaining. Skill vouchers exist as somewhere. Skill loans also exist. I'm only talking about skill levies. I don't know whether this is existing. Mr. Suru, does it exist as a skill levy of industry? No. So here is a new suggestion for this August gathering. What needs to change? What needs to change is we need better systems. Now, when I'm looking at systems, education linked, etc., these are the areas for FICCI as a team, as an analytical team, to find out what is happening on systems. Where do we correct apprenticeship aligned to industry demand? Now, where do you link apprenticeship with industry demand? Where do you link education to labor market trends? Where do you link mental health integrity into workplaces? Focus on execution at scale and not again the numbers. But what needs to change? Align the systems, empower people, and drive real outcomes. Need for labor market. I checked out the website before I was designing this website. I looked at some of their websites and data. I could not connect well. I could not find my answers. So labor market data, supposing as industry, I need to know where do I go for the query. So I have some suggestions. Skill policy should be based on real-time labor market demand. AI, and that should be known publicly on a regular basis. A lot of other advertisements come. This kind of an advertisement can also be in the newspapers, that this is a labor market demand from industry here or a government here, or the construction way. AI and data analytics can help predict future skill requirements. It must predict. It does in small basis on a website where people, the population of this country does not go. The selected few go. Platforms like the National Career Service portal could support labor market information systems. I went to this portal yesterday. I was happy to see it, but it could give more quality information. It did not satisfy my needs. So need for, what am I suggesting? I'm suggesting, friends, need for call centers. I am looking for call centers. Let's come back to the traditional way of calling. Call centers like the PCR. If you were putting everything on a machine or for a police control room, and people would disgustingly go away. You have a voice. Even if it's recorded, you have a voice. So need for call centers, both audio and visual by the district collectors. Essential for blue collar. I'm bringing in the role of the bureaucracy. The district collectors particularly, I've seen the functioning of district collector. I've seen a variance of district collectors functioning, one outstanding, and that's for the people who get the award on Civil Services Day from the Prime Minister, and the others don't. Those who don't, then what do you do with them? You have more than 300 more districts in this country, and you have very capably selected, trained, groomed, educated, skilled district collectors. They need to be running these call centers from their offices for audio and visual, which means a lot of data coming in. What are kind of queries coming in? What are the challenges coming in? That could be fed into the major national portals that, friends, this is what's happening. These children want to ask these questions since they do not know. At the moment, instead of asking, they're taking to the roads. They're taking to the roads to ask questions. They won't go to the roads then. They'll come here and ask the questions. So if you want to avoid them from going to, listen to them, and then the onus is on them. Did they ask the right question? Did they take help? And did they got not help? So both audio and visual, that means we need to have control rooms of audio visuals where they ask questions. So essential for blue collar. This is for blue collar, because blue collar is spread out all over, and that's 70% of our employment, 70%. So they can then earn and study and not become unemployable. So my next here point is building a future-ready India. You talked about move from degree, which was very well stated by my predecessors here, move from degree first to skills first. Measure skilling, that's exactly what we do in our remedial education, in my Navjyoti India Foundation, saying, nahi, padh rahe ho, you're doing remedial, batao, entrepreneurship kya karoge? Dukaan lagaoge, chhabri lagaoge, redi lagaoge, dukaan khologe, skill chalaoge, and workshop mein jaoge. So we look at saying, we will teach you, we will not educate you, but we skill you in character building, information, but learn a skill. And then we try and link them with mudra schemes, etc. for skill first. Measure skilling by livelihood and outcomes and not certificates. Not certificates. Now you're asking as an employer, okay, you got a degree, what do you know? Tell me what can you do with hands? Because education is still not head, the heart, and the hands. Hands are in the pockets. Hands are looking at what keeping them in the pockets will not help. Make them use their hands, head and heart together in unison. So measure skilling by livelihood. Ultimate future ready worker is competent. You talked about adaptable, you talked about ethical and conditionally. That has to be part of the education. It has to be part of the education so that it's not on the fringe. We will create better ethical character young students who are heard, who are learning and don't have time to waste to block the roads today. Even today, I've seen news today, school children blocking a road in a particular state to ask for basic amenities in the school. Basic amenities of a school, they blocked the road. And the principal, etc., had to come on the road. So do we want now school children? Or that means alpha, Gen Z, Purana outdated ho gaya. Now it's alpha taking to the roads. And the biggest challenge is when you block the road, you block the whole economy of that city. So friends, this is how we probably can move forward. So importance of industry participation. This is what brings me and challenged me to put this presentation together for all of you. Skill development should move from government-led programs to employer-owned systems. So every employer, what is your system? What have you owned it in skill development? Tell us, you declare, put it on your website and declare it in your area. So what is your employer-owned systems? Industry must play a direct role in designing and financing training. You need to play a role. Each industry can also design. So must play a direct role, and this is where a powerful organization like FICCI can work with the government to make this happen. Now, this is for white-collar jobs. Now, I'm coming to white-collar jobs, which are very expensive, friends, and they'll not come to corporate social responsibility. That means they're left to you. If you have the budget, you do it. If you don't have the budget, you don't do it. Finished. So where will you get the white-collar jobs? Blue collar is humble, is willing to learn. Jo de diya, it will learn. But white collar is very entitled. It will say, no, I need to do this. What is in it for me? How will I get employed? So you need to design and finance training. Industry, therefore, should offer every industry should offer apprenticeships, internships, real projects, mentoring, problem-solving assignments, exposure to actual work pressures. Learn, practice, perform, earn, and keep learning. This is how every industry needs to get into the system. That is much stronger ecosystem which we are really needing. At the moment, there is no ecosystem. We have systems. Gati Shakti of the Government of India, where Mr. Sarup, you played a wonderful role bringing in Gati Shakti. Today, this is the area for Gati Shakti. Straight away, FICCI and government can come together on Gati Shakti. Role of the corporate world, companies must avoid placing youth in high-pressure, low-growth roles. Otherwise, it contributes to burnouts, attritions, etc. So invest in skill development, career pathways. The corporate now role has a very, very major role to play. Recognize it now. The clock begins already. We are already very, very late. We are behind time. 4 years left only for this section to over. So global companies, let's look at global companies comparison. What did China do? Its manufacturing scale went up, built global scale, trade integration, education, industry, and coordination. That's what China did. What's a big deal? What's a big deal? Why can't we bring in a Gati Shakti in this and regularly work? And where FICCI, ASSOCHAMs, PhDs, etc. all come together to work together is very. What did Brazil fail? It failed because hiring without skill. It went into hiring without skill, focused on hiring more people without investing into the skills. So you are pressured to hire, but there's no point. It's no point, friends. That's where Brazil failed. Similarly, training misaligned with jobs. Training programs not aligned with industry needs and real job opportunities. So obviously you can't have somebody who's on your payroll but does not deliver. Similarly, this was the latest newspaper clipping I picked up, that India are #1 in economic capacity, but 74th in workforce readiness. That was basically in white collar jobs. So this is I can't read it from here, but it was the QS survey. But look at where we are. All other countries above, we are far below because we haven't worked on investments into white collar See, NGOs are functioning through CSR. Thanks to all of you CSR contribution, the literacy movement in this country is working. Children are getting, right to education is making children join, and many other facilities. Children are becoming literate. That's a fact. And corporate CSR is playing a wonderful role with more than 40,000 crores. It's about healthcare, education, primary, even somewhere vocational, but vocational is very, very low. So if we have to move up, this is the keyword. So we are 74th, that bottom from below. Now, top 10 in demand skills in India are, which is a challenge for all of you sitting here, which is relevant for you. This is also based on gratuity consulting service. It's as recent as yesterday. And genetic, artificial intelligence and machine learning architecture. Friends, it will come at a cost. It will come at a cost. CSR cannot fund it. And CSR rules don't fund it. I know CSR. I'm a product of CSR users for 40 years now, till when CSR came. So therefore, this means your investments through credible sources of platforms where you can work together. Decision intelligence and advanced data science, cyber security, which is a very big challenge, then multi-cloud engineering, semiconductor process. Our Honorable Minister has been speaking all the time from the rooftops about semiconductor process and the infrastructure. अच्छा infrastructure आ गया तो उसके लिए चलाएगा कौन, पढ़ेगा कौन, करेगा कौन, employ कौन करेगा? Are we getting ready? We need numbers to go match them. ESG analytics and renewable energy. You talked about green energy. ESG and analytics and renewable energy management. Similarly, supply chain analytics and logistic technology, full stack deployment, development and platform engineering, fintech compliance. These are the challenge, artificial intelligence, collaboration with strategic soft skills. We are teaching soft skills. We are teaching even Navjyoti runs a skills academy. We run a small academy. We're teaching these both. But at a small way. I can produce 100, but you need lakhs. So how do I upscale? Where do I go? Who do I ask for? Is the door open? Can I save time? No, but in the end, my 1 year is gone. I can produce 100. But we can all, and what is the meaning by I? It's not I, me. It's I are many such dots of NGOs who are doing their best to this. So here's gravity. We move towards, therefore, demand, skill, training, apprenticeship, and employment. This is an ecosystem through Gati Shakti, which it can, when FICCIs, etc., all come together. So here we are, move towards need for call centers, even for you. Call centers, even by you. Call center by FICCI. If you don't have it, call centers of all industry call center. Pucho, batayenge. Or once you keep getting a feedback, every call center, friends, is a feedback. You get to know what's not right with a center. What are the kind of questions being asked? What is the help that is required? So need for call centers, again, if we have it, excellent. If we don't, state-wise, centrally. It's like the police control room vans, police control room centers. We need to have industry call centers where you are asked, and there is all aspects linked. Maybe collectors at the district level and federations at the top level. So it's a work in progress. This is what was mentioned, and that is what actually brought me today to you, is when I set up this startup at 77. It was on my birthday on 9th of June, friends. We 4 friends got together and startup as a solution. For me, this is not profit. But for some of my key founders, it is. But for me, it's not profit. I've invested my savings into it, not for my profit. I've done it for others, so that the youth of this country benefits. So it's a work in progress. Please mark this number. I will introduce you more to this so that this is a solution, my friend. So it's a work in progress. I've said I've not arrived. I'm arriving, but I'm arriving very soon and very fast. So it's bridging the skill gap with total trust and total transparency and based on technology. So here is this founding story. We have Raman Pandey. Raman, can you stand up and get recognized? Raman will join you. He's from the School of ISB Hyderabad and a technologist. He's the director and co-founder. He's the one who began with this technology, worked with his own team, somewhere putting together, and he's done it. So maybe after this session, Raman will be available for you for any further clarifications. Then we have Sunny Nandwani, we had Suresh Vyas and Raju. These are the chartered accountants who could afford to, they have deep pockets. Friends, I was the only one who had a shallow pocket. Others had deep pockets. And we all came together to pull out things to start this startup. And this is how it was started. These are our founders' story. It's a trust-secured, multi-stakeholder digital platform. It's trust-secured. It's multi-stakeholder. It's a digital platform. It's recognized already by the DPPIIT under the Government of India Startup Scheme, and it's government recognized. So it's already got the blessings of the government. That means it's a credible, it's not a fly-by-night, it's credible. So it's powered by AI. It's, as it said, you can check it out. It's AI matchmaking engine, AI resume building, Bhashini multilingual, Devi AI career guide, AI psychosometric also. Somebody's looking at semiconductors. The psychosometric psychologists check out, are you capable? Are you oriented? Otherwise, aise nahi hai. Just because you're getting an internship. So we even have an expert available, and then bank grade data security. We have all these secured by design. Backed by leading institutions already. Sarvam has already supported it. DPPIIT, Microsoft for Startups, Indian Institute of Science, Bhashini, Government of India, IIT Hyderabad, and Zoho. These have already joined us but it's a work in progress. As I said, you are welcome to join. As we join, we can strengthen up. By the way, this is an area for a Google of skills in India. It's not mine, it's ours. We can all use it, come together and use it. It's not mine, it's ours. If Indian can do Google, Indian can do also here. We are the same brains. We have same good parenting and heritage and great schools. Why can't we do it here? And why can't we offer it? We offer it for the country. We offer it to the world. So here are the top 10 demands. I'm deliberately bringing back this chart because this is the real challenge for these kind of platforms to come together, because small CSR will not work. It's a big support from industry which should use this challenge, use this transparency. It's a trusting program and test it out. As I said, it's a work in progress, and Raman will pick up more feedback from all of you to see its work. So friends, final takeaway is India's youth bulge is a time-bound opportunity. It's time-bound. It's not time flexible. It's jobs needing, skills needed, and system alignment. The dividend will not automatically translate into growth. It has to be collaborative execution. Collaborative. All of us, collaboratively, we all are coming with our own strengths and potentials. It's a collaborative execution, not only intent. Your intent is to bring us together. That's it. You've begun with the intent. We need collaborative execution is the real challenge, friends. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that data-based, evidence-based perspectives that you brought through, challenges that you highlighted, and of course provided some very innovative on-the-ground solutions for the ecosystem to take it forward. We now would want to invite someone who's been an institution builder, a core academic for decades, has built one of the leading private skills university in western part of India. She is the president and chancellor of Atlas Skill Tech University and also the co-chair of National Committee on Skills in FICCI. I would request ma'am to Dr. Indu Shahani to share her perspectives, wrap it up, and of course also propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I think after that fiery speech, I'm still shaking, and I don't know how I should say what a beautiful morning it's been for me, because when I started the Skill Tech University 5 years ago in Mumbai, the word skill and what is the skilling for? And now today, when you go to industry for a job, they don't look at your degrees, they're only looking at your skills. So I think with this, I don't know what I can really just say, but let's all put our hands together once again and give a big round of applause to ma'am. I cannot tell you how over the years she has inspired me, she's inspired my students who've been her interns, and they come back and they teach me. So it's an amazing, amazing opportunity for me to be here. I have to say, when I joined FICCI, I said, will I really be able to contribute? And what am I really going to do in this? But Anant, who's the president, he insisted that now that you've started a Skill Tech University, please join in and be a part of it. So this summit, I must say, is much more than the annual gathering. It's an opportunity for the entire skills ecosystem to come together, take stock and of where we are, and most importantly, ask ourselves where India needs to go next, which was so beautifully explained to us. The conversation on skills, before I say my formal thanks, I would just like to say the conversation on skills has traditionally focused on employability all these years. But I believe today now it needs to move to employability, to capability. And the world of work is changing rapidly, but let me tell you, the world of education is changed and changing so fast that we as educators are not able to keep our pace with them. For example, I would say that for many years, I was with a traditional university, the normal BComs, BAs, and BScs. I used to always strongly feel 19th century curriculum being taught by 20th century faculty to the 21st century students. And how do we reverse this? And that's when I finished my stint, I said, it's time now to think differently. And definitely I realized that skills were actually becoming very important. So when I started Atlas Skill Tech University with the design school, with technology, with the management school, there were lessons that I learned from a student every day. To me, we had only focused on jobs, always, always. And again, so fortunate that young students have made such a difference in my life. I see this young student walking around and saying, I'm looking for where I can find the entrepreneurship professor. And I said, do you want to learn entrepreneurship? First year student, 19-year-old student. He puts his hands into pocket and he says, but I've already started a company. What am I going to teach him? What are we going to teach him? And then I said, what is it that you want from the entrepreneurial? He said, I want to understand legally how do I go ahead with this. And that's when we decided, let's start a law school. So now we have interdisciplinary education. You have management who cannot do without technology, technology which cannot do without design, and all three of them cannot do without law. And all the focus is on skills, and it's skill tech. And so I must say that I'm very fortunate. Thank you for inviting me on this forum. I would like to keep this open to all of you. One of the things ma'am said very, very clearly, it's time industry approached academia. For too long, we've been running after all of you. It's time now that industry works closely with academia to develop the right products. I'm very happy here. I don't know all the suited and booted ties. Are you all students? Which college are you all from? Which one? From technology. I'm so happy that you are here. You would have never got this lesson for a whole year if you had been at college also. So I'm glad that FICCI, there is another thing that I'm going to request you is, President Sir, I would like to request you is, every time there is a FICCI program, at least 25% of the invite should go to young students. And they should be a part of because they are the future. So with this, let me just say that a big thank you to Kiranji. I cannot tell you how inspiring your talk was, and I'm sure all of you felt the same. I'm also very thankful to Anand Swarupji for introducing and bringing us here, all of us together. Mr. Vijay Sahu, we share an apartment block, and I can tell you, for years we didn't know each other. We used to cross each other while walking, And it's only FICCI brought us together that we knew that we stay in the same apartment block. So thank you very much. And Mr. Salil Lal, and of course, all the knowledge partners, KPMG, you have always been a leader in giving us educational ideas. Thank you so much. You've done some wonderful, and PwC. Thank you so much for all the help that you've given. These two are going to be, the two manuals you brought in are going to be very, very useful for us, and especially for all our faculty. Remember, students today can teach us, and it's reverse mentoring. So I think the faculty also need some. So I'm going to leave this on you, and onus on you, to do a faculty development program for the faculty. So our panelists, moderators, sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and of course the FICCI Secretariat. The FICCI Secretariat has been amazing, and thank you so much, Rajesh, for all the support that you've given. All I would like to say is that it's time now for us to shape education the way ma'am said, in bringing lifelong learning, skilling and upskilling, because you have to keep doing this, whether you're in industry, whether you're in college, whether you are a faculty, wherever you are. I think keep upskilling yourself, keep doing it. It's now so much easier with AI. I mean, I go to a class and I see, what am I going to teach them? And I like the way one of our faculty members gave an assignment in a class and everybody used ChatGPT. And then how does he evaluate them? He was very smart. He says, I'm going to evaluate you on the prompt you gave to thee. Because prompt was your brain and then the rest was the. So with this, I would just like to say thank you all for being here, and it's been a beautiful morning. Thank all of you, and thank FICCI, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very inspiring, encouraging words. Just to kind of, inform the audience here, as FICCI, we've been, for years now, ensuring that for all our flagship events, we have students, at least for skills and higher education, as participants, because student centricity is what policy and all of us have been talking about. In fact, we also go a step further. Every year, second day, we have some 300 students from Delhi NCR who would be undertaking some focused workshops. This year, we are having workshops on, so EDII, Ahmedabad is taking a workshop on how to become an entrepreneur, and of course, L&T EduTech would take another one tomorrow on digital tools for some 300 students here. To bring in richness and diversity to this conference, for years we also have been promoting Virasat, because India has some 300 plus, 3,500 plus clusters in the country. So how do you, bring this whole traditional ecosystem to a next level? So how do you formalize, augment, handle those informally operating clusters? So as a part of course, we have some, week-long training program that we've been doing for years now. But we also ensure that some of them kind of come and showcase. So in the exhibition that we have this, I request you all to kind of also have a tour in addition to some technology and high-end training program that some of our institutions provide, who also have been showcasing their out. So these are some of the, strands that this conference, and I request all of you to kind of, in the break, do have a look at it. So we will now formally close the inaugural session and request you all to join in for the first panel discussion, which would start at 11:30, but maybe we'll start at 11:40 or so. And we'll request the dignitaries on the dais to join in and inaugurate the exhibition out there, and then we formally close. Thank you. Thank you so much.
तिरंगा वाला हमारा ले लो. Oh my God, this is too much.
ये ऑन किसने किया?
Lovely. You won. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
These are the people who execute the.
To begin the session, I would first request the moderator for the session, Ms. Veena Swarup, former Director, Human Resources from Engineers India Limited, to please come on the dais. Please give her a warm welcome. The panelists for the session are Mr. Siddharth Shahnani. He's the co-founder and executive president for Atlas Skill Tech University. Very warm welcome, sir. Please welcome him. Thank you. Mr. Prabhu Nagraj, the operating head, corporate affairs, Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited. Very warm welcome, Prabhu, sir. Dr. Manish Mishra, vice president and head, skill development, Naveen Jindal Foundation, Jindal Steel. Very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Sandeep Achantani, the director for Namtech School of Technical Education. Welcome, sir. Mr. Manish Kumar Thakur, he is the vice principal and head of office at ITI Nizamuddin and Hub ITI Mayur Vihar. Very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Karan Singh, he is the head of government relations and stakeholder engagement at SSC NASSCOM. Very warm welcome to Karan. So as suggested, this is a 1 hour 15-minute session. We will now begin, and I'll request the moderator. Yes. So this session will explore how national schemes such as PM Setu can potentially transform India's skill ecosystem through upgraded infrastructure, technology-enabled learning environments, industry-led curriculum design, and stronger employment outcomes. So over to you, Veena ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. After that very interesting inaugural, I hope this session is also going to give you a lot of knowledge. It's a very interesting session, and we have on our panel many stakeholders in this business of skilling. So technological advancements and demographic changes are reshaping organization structures. As you'll agree, they are realigning teams, leading to fast-changing demands on the workforce front. What was needed yesterday, in many cases, is not required today. And what's there today, for sure, is not going to be required tomorrow. So it's going to be even more challenging. The skilling ecosystem world over is at center stage today. Amidst this, we have the most apt theme for the first technical session of the summit. And I think with that, we would be setting the tone for the entire summit. And the theme is reimagining India's TVET landscape, PM Setu, Industry Partnership Centers of Excellence. TVET, or the Technical and Vocational Education Training, key to skilling, is in utmost focus today. You will recall TVET was first officiated by UNESCO at the second International Congress on Technical and Vocational Education, held in 1999 at Seoul, where it recognized it as a continued process of education and training with a common objective of employment as immediate goal, and UNESCO set up the first international center at Bonn, Germany. TVET has evolved over time, providing learners practical skills, know-how, and understanding necessary for direct entry into the particular occupation or trade. The TVET system, we all know in Germany, is globally known for its dual system, which uniquely combines practical work experience in a company with theoretical education at a vocational school. We've all tried to follow that, but that's been there for years. And in fact, interestingly, I'd like to share with you just last week, I was addressing a delegation from Seychelles, a small country like Seychelles. And the delegation consisted mostly of 90% people from the TVET and skilling ecosystem. And what they shared with me was that they start grooming their children when they're in primary school. They make them understand the various trades, what is TVET about. All this starts in the primary level. And when they enter into the secondary level, at the junior level in secondary, they are rotated through the various skills. And by the time they come to the senior secondary level, they have to take a decision whether they will follow the academic stream or will they be, which trade will they follow in, for skilling. I found that very interesting, but probably that's possible in a small country like Seychelles and we are too vast. In India, the flagship scheme of MSDE, Pradhan Mantri Skilling and Employability Transformation through upgraded ITIs, PM Setu, is a major step towards strengthening our TVET ecosystem through modernization of infrastructure, establishment of centers of excellence, and deeper industry engagement. And we are all looking forward to a massive change. Coming from public sector myself, where we have been hiring from ITIs all along, and those strong public sectors that you see, I come from ONGC, from EIL, Mangalore refineries, all that strong infrastructure that you see and the results that you see, it's all with the credit goes to the ITIs for the kind of technicians that they give us with robust knowledge. We hire them and we also take them as apprentices. So I'm sure with this kind of modernization that is happening, industry will now come, private sector industry will come forward, and we will see to it that they are able to get more people from this space for their companies too. To discuss this further, we have a very diverse and interesting panel. We have Manish Mishra, Vice President and Head Skill Development, Naveen Jindal Foundation. We have Prabhu Nagraj, Operating Head Corporate Affairs, HMSI. We have Siddharth Shahani, Co-founder and Executive Head, Atlas Skill Tech University. Sandeep Anchantani, Director, Namtech School of Technical Education. Manish Kumar Thakur, Vice President, ITI, Nizamuddin and Mayur Vihar. And we have Karan Singh, Head Government Relations and Stakeholder Engagement, SSC NASCOM. With these very important agencies of skilling, we couldn't have had a better panel than this. They are all in the ecosystem, present here with us, and we hope to deep dive into the issues, the status, and the future plans that we have. So to start with, I would request, and keeping the time in mind and 6 panelists, we decided that everyone's going to be very, very brief so that we can keep a few question answers for the end, last 10 minutes. I would request each of the panelists to come forward for their specific organizations in the skilling ecosystem, their view and their views. What exactly is the role of their organization in that ecosystem, and also their views very briefly on the PM Setu program for modernization of India's TVET ecosystem to align it with the intelligent age. So starting with maybe Siddharth, we could start with you.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to everyone. I would actually like to bring in an educator's perspective on the vocational education environment that we have in our country today. I think the national education policy that was rolled out in 2020 has really been path-breaking in bringing higher education and traditional vocational education together. In fact, if you look at the number of regulations that have come out post that, whether it's the academic bank of credits, whether it's the multiple entry, multiple exit, whether it's a recognition of prior learning, I think our government has created a perfect environment for us to make vocational education extremely aspirational. And the opportunity that we have now with the PM Setu, where we're actually looking at the backbone of our skilling ecosystem, which is the ITIs, and not only looking at modernization through investment, through government, but also through industry, I think the opportunity is tremendous. Where I believe industry can step in is actually providing the flexibility required to complete your education. So of course, one is the skill-based education that we look at, which is directly linked to job sectors and qualification indexes. But also, as our speaker earlier in the morning, Ms. Kiran Bedi said, is how do you really give them vertical mobility through? Because at the end of the day, they may come in as technicians, but they have aspirations to be leaders. And I believe that's where industry and academia can work together. At Atlas Skilltech University, we've been one of the first universities to actually adopt a women's only ITI with the objective of transforming it from looking at the traditional trades, whether you've got COPA, you've got beautician, you've got cosmetician, painter. These are typically the trades that government credentials. But working with the government and with a lot of our industry partners who are in the room today to actually set up center of excellences to do with EV, semiconductor, and VLSI. So I think there are early green shoots with industry and academia coming together, but I think we've got the perfect regulatory framework in place for us to actually make a great opportunity of it. So ma'am, that's my view on where we sit today.
And something on PM Setu?
So PM Setu, for us, I think is a great opportunity where you actually, there are 1,000 ITIs, you've got the World Bank involved. We talk about scalability in skills education. This is really where scalability will come in, provided industry, academia, and government play their role.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So, to you, Prabhu.
Good morning, everyone. From the industry perspective, let me first talk about HMSI's own viewpoint. At Honda, we do not look at skill only as a CSR initiative, but it's a long-term investment for preparing the future-ready workforce. So with this, we being a large two-wheeler manufacturer, we have engaged extensively into the skilling space, both internally as well as externally. We have tied up with multiple ITIs, of course, putting up basically the two-wheeler labs, because the large workforce, apart from the manufacturing for us, comes from the dealer network. So upskilling them is also one of the important factors. So in the ITIs where we have tied up, we do create two-wheeler labs for upskilling the technicians and as well as the manufacturing requirement. From an industry perspective, the nature of work is changing with the artificial intelligence adaptation and also a lot of automation coming into picture in the manufacturing area. There are technological advancement which has happened over a period of time. We do at times have vacuum in terms of the skill availability. One of the areas where we find is the skill availability, the location wise. For example, in Gujarat, we have a manufacturing plant. Do we have the skill available there? We may have the skill available elsewhere in the country. So that is one of the areas where we are now trying to address. The second important area basically is now the women workforce is being increasing, and we do not have much of ITIs having women in the technical area. So that is also another area where we are looking at, where as an industry where we can contribute in terms of providing the opportunities for women to be part of the technical area so that they can be inducted into the manufacturing setup. Coming to the areas where internally, as the technology is getting upgraded, we also, for industry, it is also very important for us to upskill our own workforce. So that is an internal activity which as an industry, which we have taken up. And also for the workforce whom we induct, of course, we also have the requirement that the basic requirement is from the ITI, for especially for the people who are going to be working online. But currently, once we induct them, we also have to upgrade them to match the requirement of the industry, especially in the areas of safety and also in terms of the newer technologies which are there. So with the PM Setu kind of a structure coming in, definitely the industry requirement getting into the curriculum of the ITI ecosystem will definitely help the industry to have the readiness of the workforce for directly coming online rather than spending any kind of time on induction and also upgrading them in terms of the safety mindset. Parallelly, it is also important as we see that when we are inducting people from ITI, do the instructors in ITI, do they have any kind of exposure to the industry requirement? So that is also another area where the capacity building is very important. And I think PM Setu covers that area as well. We were fortunate enough to have the first pilot done at all our 4 factories where we had the first batch of the ITI instructors who got the industry exposure, a 3-week sort of a training which they had undergone in all our 4 factories. And based on that, of course, we are going to be scaling up and then providing more opportunities for more ITI instructors to come in. So this is another area where it is important. While the infrastructure is getting ready, there is a requirement of capacity building for the people who are going to be educating these students who are being made the future ready for the industry. So I think PM Setu is a good opportunity for the industry where it can not only invest but also put in the requirement more clearly into the curriculum for making people future ready for the industry. That's I think industry is now coming forward to get into these kind of schemes. Of course, there are challenges. I think during the process of discussion today, we will be discussing on those also. But at the end of the day, if industry comes forward, then naturally the government also is now being more flexible. So hopefully the new scheme should be working this time, and industry should be getting opportunity for getting the future ready workforce very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhu. And in fact, the point that you made about exposure to the industry, so I feel somewhere it will give an impetus to apprenticeship also. In the past, we have been doing it in public sector, but maybe in private sector also, it will be giving more impetus to apprenticeship post this training. And these two together may complement each other to be able to make them absolutely industry ready.
Surely, ma'am, because I think the apprenticeship also is one of the scheme which has been adopted broadly by the industry, which gives opportunity for direct exposure.
Exactly. It makes a lot of difference. It's hands-on.
A little bit of earn while you learn kind of a schemes also, so that at least the people who are getting into the system they get adjusted to the entire ecosystem.
Very true. Thank you. So now over to you, Manish.
Thank you, madam, and good morning all. Diving straight into who we are, I am from Naveen Jindal Foundation, and we run this program called Naveen Avsar, and Avsar actually happens to be an acronym that stands for Advanced Vocational Skilling for Aspirational and Rewarding Lives. We at Jindal Steel have the rare distinction of being the first awarding body amongst the large industrial players. So we can create our standards, create our qualifications. So that's the kind of empowerment that comes from being an awarding body. Our work currently is across all our business districts, which is in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand. And a lot of our work is in Kurukshetra, where we are running a 50,000 square feet skill center, which is now called Kurukshetra International Skill Center. We also run an ITI, which has also been upgraded to an international skill center. Then we run a program under Avsar, this is called Campus in Campus, wherein we set up skill center exactly for the same reasons why the NEP was brought in. And how do you actually embed skills with education is something that is very specialized knowledge. And you need to have that domain knowledge and also the kind of connects to make it happen. And that is the reason which is actually driving us to do this campus in campus. And we are currently doing it in 20 odd institutions. As far as the PM Setu is concerned, I feel, and having seen the model ITIs and the strives and all those programs over the last 10, 15 years. I feel this is a golden opportunity, and for the very first time, you're seeing infrastructure and governance and private sector participation is coming together, where the monetary contribution by the industry is not going to be just looked as a donation or just as a CSR checkbox activity. This ownership in the running of the special purpose vehicles that have been set up to run ITIs is actually a guarantee that there will be a sustained interest of industry in the running of the ITIs. As far as the agility thing is concerned, I feel the standard response is not to sort of create an AI curriculum or something. I think we need to have this completely different lens of looking at ITI and the way they function. I very strongly feel that we need to start looking at ITIs as platforms that can bring in work embedded learning, the apprenticeships, the skilling and reskilling, trade testing, and enabled by our awarding body status, diving straight into diploma pathways rather than just restricting this whole ITI education to certification. So I think that is something that I would like to start with.
Thank you. Over to you, Sandeep. What role does your organization play in this entire?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, FICCI, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Sandeep Achantani. I am the director at School of Technical Education at NAMTech. NAMTech is, full form is New Age Makers Institute of Technology, founded by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Group. The reason we named our institute New Age Makers is because India actually needs many makers and new age makers, the intelligent age makers. Before I go into the PM Setu, I would just like to narrate a few of our institutional experiences. So when NAMTech was founded, it was founded primarily to upgrade and transform the technical education in India. And that meant across the board from postgraduate to BTech to diploma and ITIs. And one of the few residential programs that we started was for students who had completed their 2 years of ITI, and we brought them into our institute for 1 year residential program. It was an experiment. We didn't know what will come out of it, but we said, can we train these ITI certificate holders to the level that they can actually take entry-level BTech jobs? The good news, we've already done 3 batches, 100% placements, maximum salary offered by by a few largest of industries and corporates of 5.6 lakhs per annum to an ITI certificate holder after 1 year of additional training. We realized that the results were good, but they needed to be scaled up. And of course, our capacity at the institute was limited. So we said, why don't we go into the ITIs? When we tried that, we were told that, well, you can come in by the government of Gujarat, but there is only a window of 240 hours of supplementary training that you can provide to an ITI student while the student continues to learn their regular curriculum. We said, fine, allow us that. We started 5 labs in 5 of the ITIs, and immediately we realized that the ITI did not have sufficient students to really justify the investment of those 5 labs. So we said, can we do something more? We said, okay, let's do hub and spoke. This ITI becomes the hub where we have set up a modern lab. Can I connect another 5, 8, 10 ITIs around it, bring in the students for advanced training? 240 hours of additional training in the second year of ITI the student gets 40% wage premium at the end of the year. Already done 3,900 of these students in 2 years. Of course, as the ad line says, the dil mange more. We needed to scale up further. And of course, the resources that ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel were willing to provide to me or were able to provide to me were also limited. We could, and suddenly the music to our ears is Honorable Finance Minister standing up in the Parliament, presenting her annual budget, using the same words, hub and spoke model, and a PM Setu scheme being launched. Voila. So here we are. As an organization, we can take credit to have been allocated the first cluster in PM Setu across India, that was for Vizag, Andhra Pradesh, and also in the second round, we also got one more cluster in Surat, Gujarat. So Manish and I actually share this credit that we are actually we are going to actually implement this ambitious scheme. Before I finish, I just want to say that this is actually a scheme that is once in a lifetime opportunity that as a country we have to really make good of all the demographic dividend we have. But the point is, it's not just about demographic dividend. It's not just about doing good for the population at large. Important thing is that industry actually needs people. You go around into any industry cluster, you will find many MSMEs that are struggling to find skilled resources. 1 month ago, there was a full-page article in Times of India. Large logistics companies have trucks stranded because they don't have drivers available. Large infrastructure projects are running behind time because you don't have those people who are available to operate the excavators. It is now becoming a question of national competitiveness. It's not charity, it's not do good work. It is something that the country essentially needs if we have to continue to progress, if our industry needs to continue to produce good quality products. So I don't want to stretch my argument here, but
we'll come back to you
thank
again
you.
for the further observations. But only one thing very intriguing which you said was that you took the ITI students and with 1 year more from certificate they were BTechs. So
they are not BTech, ma'am, but they are being employed as a replacement of BTech students.
What degree do they have? Do they have a diploma?
They have only an ITI certificate and a certificate from NAMTEC. Okay. And the industry is assessing their skills and taking them on board.
That's great, but I'm just wondering from the HR point of view, what's going to happen in that company when they have BTechs and certificate holders competing with each other. But that's not the point for this discussion. So that's a separate forum for that. Thank you. So now coming to you, Karan. So just be very specific on what is the, and be brief, on what is the role of Sector Skill Council. You're representing Sector Skills Councils in this entire space. What is the role of Sector Skills Council?
I think before I start, I think congratulations to FICCI. I was outside, after the inaugural session, I heard a couple of boys, I think they're in the room, I can't locate them. They were talking about ye PM Setu kya hai. I actually stopped, I paused and I kind of tried to overhear what they were trying to say. Their discussion was very interesting and one of them said, ki pata nahi kya hai, let us go and listen, dekhte hain kya hai. So I think one thing that I think Madam Kiran Bedi spoke about in the morning session, I think, and some of us will unanimously agree is, while the government of India has a lot of ministries, we have close to about 300 odd schemes running in the country. I think the dissemination of knowledge is something that, we don't do very well, right? So there are a lot of opportunities like this. And again, I want to go back to FICCI and, again, congratulate them because on this panel itself, you have two enablers. You have an educational institution, you have a body like NASSCOM that gives you soft power and policy views as well
Yeah,
as
so
an
we very
ITI.
thoughtfully made the panel. That's a fact.
So congrats to
so
you.
let's get the
and
best out of the panel. So tell
Correct.
us about SSC. Yeah.
So we'll come in straight. I mean, as NASSCOM and specifically SSC NASSCOM, that's a body that was constituted by Government of India to drive digital skilling. We've kind of reached out to about 70 lakh people in classroom and digital upskilling modes over the past decade and a half. There are 4 specific points, ma'am, I kind of wrote it down and I'll tell you. The first is contextual intelligence. I think while creating hubs, investing in infra is obviously very important, but understanding what works in a Gujarat, as Prabhu sir said, may not work in an Assam or a Coimbatore. I think that's one big element that NASSCOM brings in based on the trail that we've had in terms of scaling people across the country, right? So I think in terms of the center network, in terms of the schemes that we've delivered, that's one very big element that we kind of contribute. The second, again, as an SSC and as a designated awarding body, creating a standardized playbook, right? So in terms of core technologies, emerging technologies, we've been talking about AI, but if you do a deep dive, there could be some 50, 60, 70 odd roles and career pathways within that particular technology. So I think SSC kind of helps there in a big way in terms of identifying somebody, doing a double click in terms of what specific career you want to choose. I think what we've also seen over time is a lot of people from the non-tech space, right? Non-STEM learners have started taking a lot of active interest in AI, cybersecurity. So I think how can we again, speak to them in the language that they understand. The third is industry connect. Again, I think this is where NASSCOM brings its strength to the table. I think we have fairly large set of members, blue chip startups, companies from abroad, companies and startups in India who bring in, their own POVs. How can we bring into some of these ITIs, right? When say a PM Setu conceptualizes setting up, a center in a location, how can we bring in some of these people, maybe get in sandboxes, get in real world experience for the kids who come in. And the last and the most important thing, I think, which applies to digital skilling per se, is ensuring refreshing of the curriculum, right? So I think when you look at, say services, if you look at hospitality, if you look at how would you bake a cake, the fundamentals would remain as they were maybe 20 years back. But in the world of IT and specifically AI and cyber, as we've been talking about, I think the refreshing of the curriculum, ensuring that students and not just students, faculty members and enablers are also up to speed with the latest changes that are happening in the workplace. I think that's a key area where NASSCOM can contribute.
Thank you, Karan. And now over to Manish Thakur. So we are all aware, as we've been talking about PM Setu being a national scheme, and we are trying to strengthen the skilling ecosystem. ITIs are in the focus now. Everyone's looking at ITIs. So now, how are you geared for it? How are ITIs? I'm not talking only about your ITI, in general ITIs. How are they geared for it? What kind of challenges do you think are going to come up in this? And what kind of expectations do you have from industry and from these skilling agencies?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Manish. I'm principal at ITI Nizamuddin and ITI Mayur Vihar. So basically, skilling is in concurrent list of our constitution. That means the central government makes all the policy decisions and the state governments have to implement those. This ITI is basically a largest platform where this execution takes place. It takes place through craftsman training scheme. These schemes basically transforms 8th pass, 10th pass, 12th pass and some graduates into a skilled workforce which is required for the industry. See, with legacy, we also have issues like some of our ITIs are more than 60, 70 years old. So the infrastructure is needed to be upgraded. Secondly, the machinery and equipments have to keep pace with the transformation that is taking place in the industry. Whenever a system is very large, it has got inertia of its own. So PM Setu being a pilot scheme is a very good initiative. As we are experimenting in 100 ITIs and after learning from the outcomes, we can further make the SOPs so that further we can take necessary actions across ITIs.
So, but what are you doing to gear up for it? What preparations do you think ITI will do? What are your challenges that you're
The
envisaging?
basic challenges is that ITIs are already running courses which is occupying most of the infrastructure. The industries are coming in the same infra, and then we have to create space from for new age courses. That means some of the courses already running has to be shut down. So what my concern is that the big industries are coming in through PM Setu schemes. Non-traditional courses which generally employ women candidates, we have to take care that they do not suffer. The most important concern is of space. ITIs have very limited space, and as these new schemes have to be implemented in those space only, that is one major concern. Second major concern is capacity building. ITI trainers, some of them have been recruited 20 years ago, 15 years ago. They are not in touch with the latest machinery and how they work. With industry also, we have an issue that they have very good operators of machines, but pedagogy skills they are lacking. So these two we have to merge, and we have to work together so that we can transform our youth, this demographic dividend, so as to minimize the imports. We can maximize what we are producing, our GDP, and our dream of Viksit Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now coming to you, Prabhu, you did touch upon industry and what role industry will play. Maybe you could elaborate a little more. We want to see, I think everyone in this hall wants to see how this whole thing is going to play. You know, there's so many agencies into it. What is going to be the result of this? But industry is the user also, main user. So how will they do it?
See, basically, now, as industry, we need to move from being the consumers to being creators of talent. That means basically participative approach for the skill development. And that is one of the areas where I think in isolation, every industry is doing, including the automobile industry. I think all the major manufacturers, they have their own skilling ecosystem, which they have created. Primarily, it started with ensuring the inflow of the workforce as the expansion happens or as the replacement happens. And now it is getting expanded through the CSR route also in terms of expanding this, not just only for their own requirement, but also for creating an ecosystem. The biggest challenge comes not just from the main industry, like for example, not from our main factories, but also from the entire supply ecosystem which we have. The basic skill vacuums are there in those because we get a lot of parts and sub-assemblies which come from the suppliers, which require skill. And as the technology is evolving, we also have to ensure that we participate in creating that talent. So that is one of the areas where industry, I feel, should be getting into. See, the second is how can we ensure that the industry requirements are included in the curriculum. As as we were discussing that, there are certain hours which are being added right now, but there are opportunities now and the flexibility is being given that a new course also can be created as per the industry requirement. So I think it needs to be utilized and ensure that whatever are the new requirements for the industry are included as part of the curriculum. The third area which I feel the industry...
Can I just interrupt you here? Don't you think even these industry bodies like automobile industry or oil and gas industry, or they need to also pitch in, because ultimately for that industry, I think they would need to take a lead in this direction?
Definitely, yes. In fact, we have examples where the industry bodies like SIAM, we have taken up in terms of improving certain curriculum. Some of the examples are there, last year also we have added. Plus, there are the sector skill, the councils which are there, which are basically participative. Like I'm also part of ASDC. So we also work towards actually creating such, curriculum which are more industry oriented.
I think they have a major role to play.
Yeah, now that is also taking shape with a lot of new curriculum which was coming in. In fact, ASDC, a lot of the skills with a requirement which have come basically from FADA, from ACMA, and from SIAM members participating into that. In fact, I was one of them to create some of the curriculum for the service technicians in the initial stages. Apart from that, I think it is also important to give real-time experience for the students or for the workforce whom we are actually educating. So the real-world learning environments, of course, now the newer schemes are there in terms of internships, in terms of the apprenticeship. So the industry has already adapted it. The major industries have adapted it, and I think now it is being promoted down the line to even the small scale industries as well. The next area where is that as the requirement has come from ITI, infrastructure part. And PM Setu is one of the schemes where probably industry can participate in terms of making the infrastructure better and also introducing new curriculums. And overall, the structure, in fact, today, if you see the ITI as an occasional training, whatever certification which is there, that has importance mainly from the manufacturing sector where the base requirement is there. But I doubt if any of the students actually really want to get into the vocational institute and get the ITI certification. So that is where these newer schemes would help in terms of changing the entire ecosystem, changing the perception of the ITI. And most importantly, as he mentioned, I think there is a need for capacity building of the trainers. So PM Setu is actually partly covering that also. And as I mentioned earlier, that we have initiated the pilot such program for the trainers. And I think more industries coming into it and expanding it. Definitely the exposure which the trainers would get and also the inputs the industry can provide for the infrastructure improvement, it will definitely take it to a different scale. Overall, I feel it is not just only one time. It has to be a continuous process where the advancement in terms of the infrastructure and also the curriculum is a continuous process because I think technology is still evolving. So we have to be prepared and probably more to not only cover to the vacuum which is there currently, but also to prepare people for future.
Thank you, Prabhu. Now, we have the topmost agencies for skilling sitting with us here, they're representing them. And there are huge expectations from all of them for this entire exercise of modernization of ITIs and raising the bar and reaching to the requirements for the future age. So from your point of view, I just wanted to hear from Siddharth, from Manish, and from, we have Atlas Skill University, we have Jindal Foundation and Namtech. There are names in the country. So now, how are you geared for this? There's a big responsibility on your shoulders too. So how are you? Because everyone's banking on you people to give that shape to it which we are looking for. So starting with you, Siddharth.
So I think, I just wanted for some of the people in the room who are not very familiar with PM Setu, it's 60,000 crores, which is a co-investment with the World Bank and the Asia Development Bank, which if you think about it, last year's higher education budget was 55,000 crores, right? So in one way, it's larger. The scale at which we expect to transform our skilling ecosystem is unparalleled. And therefore, as you've heard, with great power comes great responsibility. I think all organizations, whether it's the academic institutions, whether it's the corporates, whether it's the foundations, whether it's the industry organizations, really have to, I would say, pull up their socks to be able to build an ecosystem that can do justice to the skill requirement of the country and the employability of the country. At the end of the day, this always boils down to people, right? And I think the strongest bridge between all of us, whether it's in the morning slide, you would have seen the broken chain between industry, academia, and the skilling institution. So I think human capital development and collaborative human capital development is going to be the foundation of whether this scheme succeeds or not. So for us, I think we are now really like, I can understand what the principle of the ITI says, because we work with an ITI, right? For decades, they've been doing the same trade. Suddenly we come in and say, Abhi EV laga do, semiconductor laga do. It's very, very difficult. And it's the same space. I really can empathize with you. I think he deserves a round of applause because they're at the forefront of this. You know, we are sitting here talking about funding, industry, but if you get into an ITI, you realize the challenges that they face. So I think one is around really human capital development. The second, I would say, is modernization of equipment, right? And upgradation of infrastructure. Because the minute you upgrade infrastructure and bring in the right equipment, you automatically see mindsets changing. And that's where the speed of impact we see. And I would say the third one is, like Sir said, you know, moving on from just consumers to actually creators of capabilities. I think closer, it's simple. It's just working closer together more frequently, and I think that'll really have a sea of change.
Thank you. And you very rightly said, amidst all the challenges that ITIs have, they produce the best technicians. I will reiterate again and again, the technicians coming out from there are the best, no doubt about it. All our heavy machineries are all in their hands and the way they manage it. So hats off to them. And I think they really deserve some better treatment now. And with all of you pitching in, I'm sure in the years to come, we'll have better ITIs.
You're right, ma'am. Just one thing is that I feel, you know, because we come from higher education, making vocational education aspirational, I think is also everyone's responsibility.
Very true, very true. So coming to you, how are you geared for this challenge? A lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
Well, yes, having been awarded one cluster in Odisha, which is the district is called Barbil, and one of our plants is very close to it. And there are some other integrated steel manufacturing plants which is in the same vicinity. I think the preparation started the writing of the proposal itself, because it actually was a lot of research that we did, and I can actually make a very boastful claim that the proposal was actually forwarded to a few more industry players to look at it, so that they are also enthused and encouraged to participate in PM Setu. So I think there's some work that has already gone into it just to understand the nuts and bolts of how this whole operation is going to happen. The governance framework as I speak is being readied as to what kind of organizational structure we are going to put in place. And the pedagogy, the curriculum, as Siddharth was talking about, this all is actually being rethought, right? Having developed an ITI system which produces good quality technicians, I feel, and there are numerous reports from World Bank and the ADBs have come out that the technical and vocational education, one thing that they lack is, because they're sort of training people in a very narrow area of specialization, a fitter or an electrician or a plumber or a welder. If they don't find a job, because aspiration is also a point there, if they don't find a job within 6 months to a year, this whole skill acquired or the competency
lost, yeah.
Competency acquired actually is lost. So this whole investment that you make in training a person actually doesn't benefit anybody. So what you will see changing, madam, with industrial involvement is that the curriculum might become wider, because in skills, in our understanding, what matters is breadth more than the depth.
But I hope that specialization will remain.
Yeah, so specialization, a lot of specialization we believe actually will happen on the shop floor, because we are also talking about lifelong learning. We are just not stopping at doing a 2-year ITI program and stopping there, because we in any case are getting a lot of graduate ITI grads and then working on an induction program with them, which is generally of the duration of 9 months to a year, right? More than, I mean, and over and above that, what is happening is, I know about one large industrial house in the country which only runs a department which validates skills that the candidates claim that they have. Right? So this whole assessment is not signaling anything. With the industry coming in, probably that's something they would like to fix first and then work backwards, right? As to where the gaps are, what is the delta, and how this whole curriculum can actually be fixed. So for this, a lot of partnerships need to be brought in, and I think we are on top of it. We already run a few ITIs. We run a global, Institute of Eminence, OP General Global University, and we know this space well. We run a lot of community colleges as part of the group. So we understand the discipline of education and pivot, and that is the expertise we'll actually like to bring to the table. In addition to that, the industry alignment of demand is something that's actually, we know it as the back of our hand, because this in any case we do, right? We're just going to do it more formally as compared to doing it informally. So understanding the requirement and then building curriculum accordingly, and then we are probably one of the only industry which is so diversified that the clusters that we are taking, maybe 50% of what we produce we can consume ourselves, right? So we actually know where the demand is headed, and we can actually create curriculum and design systems and bring in laboratories and build the infrastructure in such a manner in which this is the candidates who come out of it, the students that come out of it are actually industry.
So you're already geared for it.
Yeah, so I like to believe so.
I'm sure. And coming to you, Sandeep, you did give us a peek into what you were doing for a little more, how you're gearing up for it.
Sure. As far as gearing up, I think the key part, ma'am, here is the collaboration in the four pillars.
Yeah.
When I say four pillars, it is, I would say, the first, of course, is the government that is coming up with the policy and the governance mechanism, apart from the large-scale financing of the scheme. I would say that there are three important players. One is the industry cluster around the ITIs. And we are not talking about industry as in ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel. We have to talk to each and every MSME around and aggregate the demand. Not just aggregate the demand, we have to involve them in the day-to-day functioning of the ITI. And there are various ways we have previously tried, they have succeeded. If you run a competition for the ITI students where they are doing something that is assessed by the industry, it first of all brings industry to the ITI. They are able to assess the improved skills of the students and hence are willing to offer better space. At the same time, they are also involved at the design of the curriculum itself, where we are not just designing curriculum, we are taking industry's advice in selecting the equipment also on which the training has to happen. The third category is the technology companies. That India specializes in technology. The teaching aids have gone a sea change. Yes, unfortunately, a lot of ITIs have legacy infrastructure, but we need to bring in all kinds of new technologies, whether it is AR, VR, or simulators, because that increases the engagement of the students, and it also creates a very different learning environment for which students are actually, as many people have pointed out, that we have to make vocational education aspirational. How do you make that? Unless the student actually enjoys learning and coming to an ITI, it's not going to work. And lastly, another experiment which has worked and we are planning to extend it and enhance it is that a lot of ITI students come from very rural and agricultural background, and their ecosystem is not able to guide them for making career choices in industries or industrial job roles, and they are primarily guided by either economic factors or other factors that they've chosen to be in vocational education, and a lot of times they eventually either drop out of an ITI, or even after completing the ITI, they don't actually choose a career in an industry. So these students, and not just students, their parents as well, need a lot of counseling and mentoring. And that is the factor that really makes a difference between a student coming out of an ITI, joining the gig economy as a delivery boy, versus joining, let's say, a Maruti or a Jindal Steel, right? That kind of advice, counseling and mentoring is essential, and we have created a fellowship around that So that also we believe is
But they
gonna
would be
work.
having different trades, obviously. They would specialize in different trades accordingly.
Yes, but it's more about hand-holding and making sure that the student is actually taking serious career choices.
So now, what's intriguing me when I'm hearing three of you speak, and I'm sure many in the hall, that each one of you has been awarded some clusters. You're already the implementation agencies for the great scheme, PM Setu scheme. Is there going to be some kind of a standardization in this whole thing, or are you talking to your areas of industry? What kind of coordination is there, or will we land up with totally different structured ITIs in different spaces? Is there some provision for that, Siddharth?
I think for us and for many of the other clusters as well, there are fairly standard guidelines which have been laid out historically for vocational education, and all of us are actually creating derivations of that basis on our industry or on the opportunity present. I think sometimes a bit of freedom and innovation also brings about a unique, we've been talking about vocational education for the last 20 years. Maybe not a sea of change, but now is an opportunity to do that. So I would say that each one of us definitely has focus areas, like we have automotive, you've got steel, you've got new age technologies. And therefore, I think within you will see a lot of standardization, because to scale you have to standardize. But at the same time, I think similarly, like you had the sector skill councils, you will have clusters, and which is why the grouping of clusters, because those clusters can then bring in elements of what is related to that trade, what is related to that. Don't forget, ITIs are also very local institutions, right? Because your geography also determines what you can do with the ITI. So I think that will also have to be brought into play while we're looking at these elements. So you will see a combination of standardization for best practices, but you will also see flexibility, because your trades are different, your industry is different, your geography is different.
Would you like to add something to it, Anish?
Yes, I feel as far as the standardization is concerned, we are very keen on taking more than one clusters. So first, the standardization within the group and the clusters that we are going to operate. And then also, because we also have an awarding body status, we like to create standards that will become public good for people to pick up and start using. What we are seeing is, with the introduction of industry, what is happening is there are so many areas in which the ITI is used to offer programs, and they are only limited to maybe a few CTS trades. The short term, the sector skill council trades are also not very comprehensive. For example, we started looking at, for the power sector thing, we started looking at a thermal power engineer kind of a role in the sector skill council's repository, and we could not find one. But when the industry takes on this role of doing it and starts preparing people for its own requirement, the first thing is those areas will open up, those gaps will show.
You'll have to review all that.
The gaps will show more clearly, and then you also have been now enabled to take an action to address those gaps. So I think that will happen, and there has to be a forum for all the industry players who are participating in the PM Setu to exchange ideas, views, etc., so that we arrive at something which can actually create a lot of public goods for all of us to sort of make use of.
You wanted to say something, Sandeep?
The way the scheme is designed, every cluster, there's one hub and four spokes, 5 ITIs. And while running or planning for these new clusters in Vizag and Surat, what we are supposed to do as per the scheme requirements is that we have to upgrade 10 courses, 10 existing CTS courses in the hub, and in each of the spoke we have to upgrade 8 existing CTS courses. And while upgrading also, we have to still retain 60% of the content that exists as is. So we can only make amends to the 40% part of it in terms of number of hours of training and all that. So there is that much of standardization as per the scheme itself. Now, of course, what will eventually happen is that there will be some experimentation that I will do in Surat and some experimentation that Manish might do in Odisha, right? And and both of us would actually be submitting our curriculum to NCVT for approval, right? So NCVT is the umbrella body that will maybe initially approve both our courses, and after a couple of years would like to standardize and take the best practices out of us. Right. So there will be that kind of standardization, but at least on the guardrails part, they are asking us to retain 60% of the existing course, which is not bad. It is really working, right? We just have to enhance it. And second thing is that NCVT has to approve whatever I'm suggesting. It's not that I can do just anything. And lastly, that they will combine the best practices across clusters. So that's how the standardization will come.
Interesting. So now coming to you, Karan, with these kind of modernization that is happening to our ITIs are going to be upgraded, do you think they'll be able to cater to these emerging technologies and advanced manufacturing, green skills?
Correct, ma'am. I think there's also going to be a change, ma'am. I think the way we've seen, read, and understood the scheme, and as the scheme and partners like we have, as it matures going forward, ma'am, we'll also eventually have some of these ITIs turn into model ITIs and some of them turning into centers of excellence. I think, ma'am, as industry, I think and this cuts across all different sectors. I think our R&D spend for a country which is the third or the fourth largest economy is abysmally low. I think that's one area that I think certain folks in the industry, at least in the IT GCC space, who've been talking to us, I think they've looked at it like that. I think they look at it more as an investment from there, and not just in terms of creating a talent pipeline, which is suited and ready to be deployed, but also places where this, like I said, eventually becomes an area where there's a lot of R&D and innovation work happening. Ma'am, what we also do, ma'am, and I think why that makes sense to us at NASSCOM is because, ma'am, we have a set of centers of excellence across the country. So we set it up with the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And ma'am, what we've seen is, one of them was in IIT Gandhinagar. In fact, we have one in Vizag, there are a couple in Bangalore, one in Gurgaon. What we've seen, ma'am, is a lot of interest from the learner community when they get exposed to some of these technologies. They come in and they start solving real problems, right? So something like, if I give you an example, there's a group of students from Anna University in Chennai. They came to one of our centers and, they basically leveraged IoT to solve the usage of sewage outflow in the Bay of Bengal from Chennai Municipal Corporation. That was a problem statement given to them. But because we could expose them within this COE, they could actually come up with a prototype and, then eventually, got funding and, they
so
kind of...
Exposure is very important.
Correct, ma'am. So I think that's one element which we feel is again something that we are scratching on the surface. I think it's good that we've got the big boys in the game, at least for now. But as the scheme progresses, I think this will definitely happen. And ma'am, I think you rightly said the ITI of say 2000 will be very different from an ITI of 2030. Right? I mean, when we look at ITIs, I think our historical mindset is to only look at plumbers, fitters, right, ma'am? But I think eventually, as you know, with the 36 SSCs and, plethora of awarding bodies coming in, I think as Manish ji was talking about. So there's a lot in terms of jobs being created and jobs that kids are being trained for, which are not at the entry level, right? So I think that will also...
Manish, what do you think about it? With upgrading of these ITIs, do you think these green skills and advanced manufacturing, all that will be taken care of?
See, the basic
thing is... Are you hopeful for that?
Yes, I am certainly hopeful. Industry और हम लोग मिलके कोर्स प्लान कर देंगे. ITIs में बच्चे आएंगे, हम उनको पढ़ा भी देंगे. लेकिन अल्टीमेटली जो बच्चे का एस्पिरेशन होता है वो जॉब होता है. हमारे देश में या कहीं पे भी बहुत कम ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो सच में सीखना चाहते हैं सिर्फ सीखने के लिए. मैं दिल्ली में चीफ एडमिशन ऑफिसर भी हूँ 2-3 साल से. मैं स्लम एरियाज़ में बाकी जगह मैंने उन लोगों की, उनके पेरेंट्स की लिविंग कंडीशन देखी है. तो जैसे ये एमर्जिंग फील्ड्स हैं, एमर्जिंग फील्ड्स के अपने चैलेंजेस होते हैं कि उनका जो प्लेसमेंट है या इस तरह की एजेंसीज भी अभी डेवलप हो रही हैं. और जो ये बच्चा है जो 1 साल का 2 साल का कोर्स कर रहा है, उसको इमीडिएट जॉब चाहिए, उसको अपना परिवार देखना है. तो मेरे को थोड़ा ये चैलेंज, ये ज़रूरी है, बट इंडस्ट्री को, हम स्टेट को, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को, हमें अब खुद को बच्चे की तरफ रख के देखना होगा कि देखिए आप जितनी ऊंचाई पे हैं आपको उतनी दूर का दिखता है. हमारे जो बच्चे हैं जो 8वीं 10वीं करके ITIs में आ रहे हैं, इट इज़ नॉट एस्पिरेशनल, क्योंकि ना उतना पैसा मिलता है और इसीलिए वो गिग वर्क्स में जाते हैं. एटलीस्ट दिल्ली जैसे शहर में हम इतना पैसा लगा रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्री हमें बहुत सपोर्ट करता है, उसके बाद भी बच्चे स्किल करके दूसरे रैपिडो, जोमेटो, इनमें मैं गलत नहीं कह रहा, क्योंकि वहाँ पे उनकी इमीडिएट रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से वो काम कर रहे हैं. हम सब भी यही करते हैं, इंडस्ट्री भी यही करती है, गवर्नमेंट्स भी यही करते हैं और एज सिटीजन हर व्यक्ति ऐसा ही करता है. तो बच्चों का इंटरेस्ट हमें ध्यान में रखना होगा. जो एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के कोर्सेज हम बना रहे हैं उसमें मेजॉरिटी पोर्शन हमें ऐसा भी रखना होगा कि कल को किसी कारणवश अगर वो एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी इतना जॉब क्रिएट ना कर पाए तो कम से कम जो ट्रेडिशनल वर्कफोर्स में वो एंट्री ले पाए. क्योंकि अगर उसमें समय गुजरा 1 साल का 2 साल का, क्योंकि हम इंजीनियरिंग नहीं करा रहे, हम 4 साल का कोर्स नहीं है, हमारा 1 साल का या 2 साल का कोर्स है. 6 महीने 7 महीने भी गुजरे, आउट ऑफ टच बच्चा हुआ तो वो सारी मेहनत हमारी डाउन द ड्रेन चली जाएगी. और ये मेहनत सिर्फ ITIs की नहीं है, आप हम सबको समझना पड़ेगा ये देश का पैसा है.
Very well said, that's true. So the Manish on my right and the Manish on my left, both have made this very, very important point, and that is that if the jobs are not there, and that was what Siddharth was also whispering to me just now when this was happening, if there are not jobs, what's going to happen? So somewhere I feel a balance between the jobs, that estimation there, and awarding of these clusters, or it's a very big exercise, easier said than done, but I think somewhere all this will have to be kept in mind when all this exercise is being done. So much money is being spent, so much effort is going into it. So I think somewhere conscious and cautious treading in this entire exercise will be very important at each stage. Now coming to you, I just wanted to check your thoughts on what do you think with this PM Setu program being implemented? What, to my mind, most important is sustainability. Will that be there? The quality, scalability, and topmost agility. So whoever wants to pitch in, you can start with it, That's very important because you're going to be doing so much, but if there's no sustainability, there's no scalability, and the quality, that cannot be compromised. We are trying to improve quality, and above all, agility. So much fast changes are happening. With that, will we be able to keep pace with it? Very briefly, we have very little time left.
I think that is an important factor in the one of the point which you mentioned about employability also. That comes from the actual cluster, where the clusters are chosen and what kind of courses which are run in those clusters. It is very, very important that not just only the regular courses, but also there has to be the entire ecosystem should have some kind of short-term courses which actually make the existing, as he was mentioning, those traditional courses in case if somebody is coming in. And short-term courses should give them opportunity to make them employable. The most important point is today, every industry, when they get the workforce who are ITIs, mostly they come from far-off locations. And that becomes one of the biggest challenge for people to mobilize people also, because in case if I am getting an education in a particular location where the industries are not there, which are for the courses which are being run, then probably that becomes a very difficult part of sustainability overall. So that's why the courses which are there and the industry around has to be a very important factor while considering these clusters. And it also helps for local students to stay very close to their locations and make their life also sustainable, because definitely the start point are the whatever salaries which they're going to get, because of which they are moving into gig working or anything after getting the technical education. Those things also can be taken care as long as we have the ecosystem closer to their hometowns. So that's why these definitely will help, but if the clusters are chosen very carefully.
Anyone else would like to add something? Briefly, very brief.
Sure. Quality would largely come from when you integrate industry demand with what is being taught at the TVET very clearly. And I feel this whole aspiration question can also be addressed by providing those kind of pathways within the ITI itself. Because somebody passing out of the ITI and then getting into the workforce, and by the way, the placement rate of people coming out of all the 15,000 ITIs is dismal. Nobody talks about that in open, but not many candidates actually opt for job because wage premium is a question, but the problem is what would industry pay premium for? Yeah, does this thing actually signal any quality? This qualification is something that needs to be addressed, and this is why this curriculum needs to change, the pedagogy needs to change, and the infrastructure needs to change. Coming to sustainability, I feel the way this whole scheme is structured, with the government contribution coming in and the infrastructure from the government and the governance and the demand actually coming from the AIP, I think, and the private sector contribution coming into it, I think this is the insurance for sustainability. For at least 5 years, you know that the industry is going to be invested, and because it is not a donation or charity, they are going to treat this like a business investment. And many of these industries, as Sandeep was talking about, I would not like to make any comparisons with the Singapore's Queen Bee model, where they actually like to take the entire ecosystem or all the MSMEs in the vicinity in the ecosystem together. And for that, they need to make sure that the training is actually rooted in the reality of the day.
So when you made this point, about dismal jobs from those 15,000 odd ITIs, so what comes to my mind is, that maybe the reason for this is also this, that most of the private companies have their own institutions where they're training for their technical requirements.
Absolutely.
So if those would be merged with these ITIs,
Absolutely.
because if you're going to create 15,000 and make 15,000 ITIs modern, one fine day we should see that with this scheme, and yet parallelly you have industry having their own institutions, then the recruitment rate and the hiring rate will always be dismal. So somewhere this clubbing has to happen.
See, I think today why it is happening is because of the skill gap which has been identified. Probably with the newer courses coming into this new scheme, that skill gap might reduce. So naturally, why a company would like to invest on its own rather than getting people industry ready. So the investments then get diverted to this.
Bottom line for any company is results. Yes. And definitely for that result, if they can get their own people trained and have them future ready, and every company doesn't have the provision of having a 1 month on the job training, the apprentices come in for that. So definitely they're going to go that way because ultimately they'll see their own benefit. But now largely in this whole exercise, the onus lies on industry. Whatever we may say, largely it lies on industry, and how industry can be aspired and inspired by this will be the quality of clusters that come in and the quality of ITIs that come in. So I will request each one of the speakers to give just one line, your last closing remarks before we open it for 2 to 3 questions, because I think we are already into lunch. Very brief, one sentence.
PM सेतु स्कीम की सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये है कि पहले जैसे हम एग्जीक्यूटिंग एजेंसी हैं और बाकी इंडस्ट्री है, हम उन पे ब्लेम डालते थे कि वो पेमेंट नहीं दे रहे, वो हम पे डालते थे कि बच्चे स्किल्डिंग नहीं आ रहे. ये एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जो हम सबको साथ में लेके आ रहा है. हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं, अगर उसमें ब्लेम गेम हट जाएगा और कोलैबोरेशन से मुझे पर्सनली उम्मीद है कि एक अच्छा रिजल्ट आएगा. थैंक यू.
I think that's a strong statement.
He's speaking from his heart, actually.
Yes. In fact, you see, if you look at it in general, the entire Make in India or Make for the World is going to be possible only when we have the skilling ecosystem aligned with the requirement of the industry.
Yes.
So, and that is where I think, as you rightly said, yes, industry does have a very important role to play. But at the same time, it also, there is a flexibility required in terms of the system. I think with the new scheme that is going to be provided, so more and more industries will definitely come in and be part of this entire skilling ecosystem.
I think what will be very interesting is to see, when this skilling ecosystem also starts to become an entrepreneurial ecosystem, because I think if you talk to any youth today, they want to build, they want to create, they want to contribute to a Viksit Bharat. And a combination of skilling and entrepreneurship together, I think, is a win-win combination for our country. So I think that's something that you'll see emerge, which we're not anticipating as yet, but it will happen.
Very nice.
3 lines.
Okay, 3 lines.
Let's start looking at ITIs as platforms rather than pivot institutions. Number 2, for industries that are participating, don't look at this program as an opportunity to scale training, but an opportunity to scale governance and bring in those elements. And the third thing is, it might address, it's a very good opportunity to address the aspiration element, because you can now bring in over and above these NTCs and certifications, the diplomas and degrees also within the ITI for the very first time in the country.
Ma'am, for long we have the country has been faced with the situation where a young ITI certificate holder gets offered 15,000 rupees while he or she aspires for much more, and the surrounding industry aspires for a highly skilled person coming out and is not satisfied, continues to offer 15,000. For bridging this gap in expectations, both of salary as well as skills, I think PM Setu is the perfect bridge. The second thing, I just want to make sure that all people, all stakeholders must focus on that PM Setu, the acronym has a T, transformation and not modernization. So we actually have to focus on transformation, not just one-time modernization. Thank you.
Karan?
Ma'am, one line, I think I'll go back to my opening statement. I think dialogues like this make a huge difference, and I'm sure those couple of kids who spoke about PM Setu, they will take away some bullet points in their head, listening after all that we've said today. So I think, yeah, dialogue up above with the ministry, dialogue down below with the ITIs, with more people, like Manish coming to the table, talking from the heart. I think that's what we need. And obviously people like Manish who talk from the head, who's, so I think we'll more of that.
Thank you. So what a wonderful panel it was. And if Deepthi had given us another hour and a half, we could have continued with this discussion, but it's a never-ending discussion. And personally, my belief is that the gap between the skill gap that you talked about, I didn't factor it into any of the questions because I knew if we go in that direction, we'll go up in that direction only. But the actual problem, I feel, is the mismatch between the requirement and what we are skilling. So that if it can be done side by side, it would be definitely a big help. And I'm actually excited for all of you who are actively involved in this, and having been from industry, I would be wanting to at least interact with this panel in future and see where these clusters are reaching and what's happening. So with that, thank you for this panel. You've done a good job and I'm sure there was a good learning and interesting takeaways. And can we open it for just 2 questions because we would be late otherwise? Any questions? Just give your name and just make a question, not a point, please. I have that lady at the back, yeah. Just your name and where you are from. You can just speak.
Hi. Hi. First of all, thank you very much for this amazing session. This was very insightful. And I'm Yashika from Skills Root. While the discussion was really very, insightful, there was one thing that I was wondering that we haven't spoken about. So I'm very new to this industry, to be honest. But while I was doing my market research, I have seen that one of the main challenge is retention. Like, yes, the placement is there, but then the retention. I think, like Manish sir said, that, there are many times, yes, low entry-level income salary is one of the, point, but then there is also relocation, then relocation shock. There are multiple things that come in picture. So how do we address that here? Because according to me, that is one of the, biggest challenge here.
That would not be a point for this panel because we are talking about transformation of ITIs. But since she's asked the question, anyone, would you like to take it on?
So I think partially we were discussing on that in terms of, because majority of the people down the line, the entry level salaries, as you had mentioned, yes, that is a challenge. And location becomes one of the important areas because most of the industries, industrial towns carry their expenses are quite high. So that's one of the reasons why people normally tend to switch. As ma'am had mentioned, probably that's a separate discussion which needs to happen. In case if the clusters come closer to the location where they are and the industry, if that mapping is done, definitely this can also be addressed.
And once they're in employment, then it also depends upon the employer, what kind of environment they give to their people. So it depends upon that. Any other question? Yes, please.
सर मैं डॉक्टर अरविंदन मिश्रा डीन इनोवेशन हूँ ग्रेटर नोएडा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी में. मेरा सर क्वेश्चन ये है आप सभी लोगों से कि हम
Speak in the mic, please. You can sit down and speak in the mic so that everyone can hear.
Okay. तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम डायरेक्ट बच्चों को वो टेक्नोलॉजी क्यों नहीं सिखाते कि जिससे कि वो मतलब इंडस्ट्री वाली टेक्नोलॉजी कि जिससे कि वो बच्चे डायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयबल हों, नहीं तो अपनी कंपनी खोल लें. जैसे एआई बेस्ड सर्विसेज हैं या एआई बनाना है या साइबर सिक्योरिटी बेस्ड सर्विसेज हैं, तो वो उन बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी होती हैं कि वो अपना वर्क भी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. तो बजाय हमने स्किल ट्रेन करने की बजाय डायरेक्टली प्रैक्टिकल बेस्ड वही चीज़ सिखाए उन्हें, जिस तरह चाइना ने अपना सेमीकंडक्टर बेस्ड है या एआई बेस्ड है या साइबर सिक्योरिटी बेस्ड है, जो इमर्जिंग फील्ड्स हैं उन्हें डायरेक्ट हमें मतलब क्या करना चाहिए कि जिससे कि बच्चे वो डायरेक्ट सीख सकें.
सर वो तो हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपकी और मेरी, क्योंकि कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में हमको वो सिखाना चाहिए, बट ऑब्वियसली इंडस्ट्री की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो हमको वो टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र करे जिससे हम बच्चों को बता सके कि ये नए नए चीज़ आ रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ कि हमको भी देखना पड़ेगा कि नौकरियां कहाँ आ रहे हैं, एंड ऑल्सो फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री व्हाट आर दी, I would say that the way we have qualification packs for some of the older skills, if the industry could actually co-create these skills with educational institutions, then it's easier for us to deliver these to our students.
Very true. Yeah,
thank you.
So yeah, my name is Nayak. I'm from Deshpande Skilling, Hubli. My question is to Sandeep. So yeah, very glad to hear that you could enable a few ITIs and they're enjoying about 100% placement. My question is, do you see in the foreseeable future, next 2-3 years, that these ITIs can continue this without NAMTech being involved in it?
So that's a very pertinent question, and this is actually one of the objectives that PM Setu scheme also puts, that we've been given a 5-year duration and a lot of budget. Of course, majority of that budget will go into the upgrade of infrastructure, but the new programs that we have to start, we have to not just start for the students at the ITIs, we also have to start short-term upskilling programs for the nearby industry, and those are paid programs, and that is how resources have to be generated for the ITIs so that they become sustainable without this intervention itself. Hopefully we should be able to do a significantly successful model in the 5 years, but I do believe that within 5 to 7 years that can actually be achieved.
So one last question, that's the last question, yeah. Please. Speak in the mic, please. Did you have a hand mic?
It's working. My question is that how do industry partners can partner with like tech providers? So there's a lot of AI platforms, there's a lot of different skill platforms that are already available. How can they partner with ITIs rather than building something always ground up?
Participation in this scheme is what we're talking about?
In this, I think the journey of modernization.
Yeah, journey of partnerships. Like, are you considering working with third parties, not just the industry, because industry can tell the problem, but sometimes you need to buy machineries, but you cannot buy semicon machineries for all ITIs, right? So there are a lot of ways you can digitalize these trainings, and what are the best ways to partner in this case?
You hit the nail on the head. Actually, this large program cannot actually move without collaboration and without many actors coming together. So the industries that are participating, my message to them would be that you should not only build the ITIs anew, but also build in a manner so that after 5 years you don't have to rebuild it. So for that you need to bring in all possible actors together and leverage their expertise. For you as a provider, the shortest route is talk to an AIP.
So with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience. Very patient hearing, and to all my co-panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Huge round of applause. Panelists, please stand for a group picture.
Deepthi, you can also join us.
Thank you. For record. Yeah.
Coordination. So nice meeting you.
We are now breaking for lunch. We will meet sharp at 2 o'clock. We will be having Additional Secretary Shri Niranjan Sudhanshuji addressing us at 2 p.m. So look forward to having you all back in the Commission Hall at 2 p.m. please. The knowledge reports that were released today are available at the back of your badge card. There is a QR code. You can scan the QR code and download the reports from there.
You managed to get a lot covered.
Please do visit the exhibition that's laid out in the banquet hall.
Sir, thank you so much again. Good to meet you again.
Intelligent pathways for global talent and mobility. So before we will begin our panel discussion, we will have two special addresses, two keynote addresses. One is with Ms. Jaya Charoria, who's His Majesty's Deputy Trade Commissioner for South Asia British High Commission. And we will also have Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshu, the Additional Secretary for Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats and please give a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Jaya, His Majesty's Deputy Trade Commissioner for South Asia British High Commission, on the dais, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jaya. We look forward to your address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, educators, skill providers, and friends. It's a real pleasure to join you today at FICCI Global Skills Summit to discuss talent, a subject that's increasingly central to economic growth, competitiveness, and prosperity around the world. When we look at the future of the global economy, one thing is clear. The race for talent is now as important as the race for technology, investment, and innovation. Across the world, aging populations, workforce shortages, rapid technological change, and the transition to greener economies are creating unprecedented demand for skilled workers across sectors such as healthcare, manufacturing, construction, hospitality, engineering, and technology. India, with one of the world's youngest populations, a thriving digital economy, and an ambitious skills agenda, is exceptionally well placed to meet this demand. The opportunity now is to ensure that Indian talent is equipped not only for domestic growth, but for success in global labor markets. As the theme of today's session rightly highlights, global mobility today requires far more than technical competence. Employers increasingly value internationally recognized qualifications, digital capabilities, communication skills, cultural awareness, and adaptability. The challenge before us is not simply how to train more people, but how to create intelligent pathways that enable talent to move, grow, and succeed across borders. No country can achieve that alone. It requires stronger partnerships between governments, industry, regulators, employers, universities, training institutions, and professional bodies. That is why the UK places skills and talent mobility at the heart of its partnership with India. The UK and India share deep people-to-people links, strong educational and business ties, and a shared commitment to innovation. The UK and India have taken that partnership even further through the landmark UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, which entered into force on the 15th of July. I'm sure that you all know about the benefits of CETA in terms of trade in goods and tariff reductions, such as on iconic British products such as Scotch whisky, luxury cars, salmon being exported into India, and Indian goods such as jewelry, leather, textiles, engineering goods being exported into the UK. But CETA's significance extends beyond this. This agreement is also about services and investment. It's about creating opportunities for people, businesses, professionals, and future generations. I will highlight several aspects of the agreement that are important for the skills and talent ecosystem. Firstly, CETA delivers India's most ambitious services package to date, providing certainty of access across more than 43 services sectors and promoting non-discrimination. This one or this one? CETA delivers India's most ambitious services package to date, providing certainty of access across more than 43 services sectors and promoting non-discrimination. This includes knowledge-intensive sectors such as professional services, education, financial services, consulting, engineering, technology, and digital industries. This is particularly significant because skills and services are so closely connected. Secondly, the agreement creates a framework to encourage mutually interested UK and Indian professional bodies to enter into discussions on arrangements for recognition of professional qualifications. This is important because qualifications create opportunities when employers, regulators, and professional bodies have confidence and trust in the knowledge, skills, and competencies they represent. Decisions remain with relevant regulatory bodies, ensuring quality and public confidence. These discussions have already begun between our regulators, such as in accountancy and auditing sectors, and this will strengthen professional pathways. Thirdly, CETA provides certainty around access for short-term business travel between our two economies and expands sectoral access in certain visa routes. This is subject to existing visa requirements and eligibility criteria. What CETA does is facilitate business activity and the provision of services by professionals, for example, intercorporate transferees or professionals delivering services on a contractual basis, such as Indian chefs, yoga teachers, classical musicians, or senior managers from Indian companies setting up a first UK branch. Whether it's researchers collaborating on innovation, training providers developing new programs, businesses expanding into new markets, or professional services firms supporting international clients, transparent and predictable mobility arrangements enable stronger partnerships and knowledge exchange. I will now address a broader point. As services become more global and knowledge intensive, access to skilled talent becomes an increasingly important driver of competitiveness and growth. The most successful international talent pipelines are built around strong ecosystems where qualifications align with industry needs, where training reflects labour market demand, and where employers actively shape skills programs and learners develop both technical and broader workplace competencies. This is an area where UK expertise can really complement India's ambition to become a leading supplier of global talent. The UK brings internationally recognised expertise in technical and vocational education and training, apprenticeships, qualification systems, quality insurance, and employer-led workforce developments. Many UK organisations are already partnering across India to support skills development in priority sectors, and the impact of these partnerships can already be seen across India. For example, Pearson are working with NSDC and state governments on industry-recognised certifications, English language assessment, and employability programs. Cambridge University Press and Assessment is supporting initiatives on English proficiency, employability, and climate education in partnership with state governments. And NOCN is partnering with state governments and training providers to deliver UK qualifications and industry-relevant certification programs, helping strengthen workforce readiness and skills mobility pathways. We are pleased to have 12 leading UK organisations participating in this event to showcase the UK offer and look for new opportunities for collaboration here in India. The UK-India relationship is increasingly a partnership of co-creation. We are not simply sharing expertise, we are learning from each other. An example is the UK-India Green Skills Partnership, through which the UK and India are working together to develop the skills needed for the transition to a low-carbon economy in areas such as renewable energy, sustainability, and emerging green industries. It reflects our shared commitment to preparing the future workforce for the jobs of tomorrow while supporting both economic growth and climate goals. India's sheer scale, innovation, digital public infrastructure, and commitment to skilling millions of young people provide valuable lessons for the world. Together, we can develop solutions for emerging sectors such as artificial intelligence, cyber security, digital technologies, advanced manufacturing, clean energy, and healthcare, while creating new approaches to lifelong learning, reskilling, and workforce development that meet the needs of the future economy. Another example is a young professional scheme which expands opportunities for students and entrepreneurs, further strengthening the people-to-people connections that underpin the wider UK-India relationship. These connections matter because talent mobility is ultimately about people. It's about young people gaining access to opportunities, It's about employers finding the skills they need to grow. It's about institutions building meaningful international partnerships. And it's about creating pathways that allow individuals to realize their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities and challenges I've outlined today are what the panel will explore in the next session. We will hear perspectives from industry and skills organizations on how India can strengthen global talent pathways, enhance recognition of qualifications, prepare learners for international careers, and build mobility systems that are accessible, trusted, and sustainable. These are important conversations. If the question is how India can become a trusted source of globally competent talent, the answer lies in partnership. Partnership between governments and industry, partnership between educators and employers, partnerships between regulators and professional bodies, and partnerships between countries such as the UK and India that share a common belief in the transformative power of skills. The UK-India CETA provides an important framework for deeper collaboration on skills, professional mobility, and workforce development. But agreements alone don't create outcomes. These outcomes are delivered by governments, businesses, training providers, and the talented individuals they support. As India strengthens its position as a global talent powerhouse, the UK stands ready to be a partner in building the skills, qualifications, and mobility pathways that will enable future generations to succeed. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Jaya. Thank you very much. So, without further ado, we have with us Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, with us here today, Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshuji. May we please have him on the dais. A warm welcome to AS, sir. Right. So we will also have a panelist on the dais with sir. Starting with the moderator, Mr. Arnab Bhattacharya, the CEO for Gati Foundation. Please join us on the dais. Mr. Edward Dawson, International Development Director, Highfield International UK. Ms. Uma Bose, Country Head Government Affairs from Bosch. Please keep the claps going on. Dr. Suresh Kumar, from the Managing Director for Seagull International Group. Mr. Mohammad Badran, Program Director from GIZ India. Mr. Sanjay Shetty, Chief Business Officer, Quest Recruitment and Search and International Mobility. Mr. Terry, the President of CareSoft Global. Very warm welcome. A huge round of applause to all our panelists.
Excuse me, I'm Suresh Kumar.
So we will start with the moderator, and then AS sir can also surely join anytime.
Yeah, you start. You need a name,
Hello, can everybody hear me? Okay, loud. Thank you.
So, you have been to the ministry sometime? When Mr. Tiwari was there, I used to come from Seagull. Yes, yes.
Are we all set? Deepti, good to go? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for being here. It's a pleasure to be part of this event and moderating such an august panel. I've been told that I don't need to introduce everyone. FICCI takes care of it with the displays at the back. So, given that this is a graveyard shift, everybody's had lunch and, maybe feeling a little bit relaxed, we'll try and keep it a little bit entertaining for everyone. It's a serious subject, but hopefully we can make it as interesting. And I'll quickly start the panel discussion by talking about a couple of things that I heard when I was traveling in Europe a couple of weeks ago. And I was sitting across somebody in Germany, and he looked at me and said, "Arnab, how old are you?" So I said, 50. He said, "Great, so am I. You'll probably live to 90 given the advances that you have in health and medicine. But let me tell you a fact that you, me, your father, my father, your grandparents, great-grandparents were born in a world for the young, right? But in 40 years old, you will probably die in a world which has been built for the old." What did he mean by that? Is that the first time in living history, in the next 25 years, we will have more 50-year-olds in the world than less than 18-year-olds. And this, and just talking about what Ms. Jaya spoke about earlier on, so this is a separate form of skills mobility, labor mobility that we are talking about, which is not driven by development or disruption. Development drove the build-out of the IT-ITS industry, drove the build-out of the GCC countries. We've seen disruption, which has raised to asylum movement of people. But now we're getting into a new phase of mobility, which is driven by demographics. And fundamentally, it's a one-way street. This is driven by rapidly falling fertility rates, replacement rates globally. Today, almost 73 countries of the world, including China, are below the replacement rate. So this is the backdrop that we are setting for the conversation today in terms of how does India prepare itself for potentially an opportunity which is going to last for us over the next couple of decades as we go through a phase of demographic dividend. So without further ado, we're going to get into the Q&A. We're going to keep the panel discussion going for about 50 minutes. The format would be that I would extend questions to three of the panelists out here, and then ask other people to comment. And we'll open up the last 10 minutes for Q&A. So without further ado, let's start off with the first question. And I'm going to ask Additional Secretary Mr. Sudhanshu to address this first, along with Sanjay Shetty and Mr. Mohammad Badran. The question is, where is global demand for talent heading, and what does India do now to capture the right opportunities across high skill and high volume sectors?
Thank you, Arnab, and thank you, FICCI, for organizing this event and having me here. Quickly, I'll start with the challenges that India is facing currently as far as global mobility is concerned. And coincidentally, I'm coming out of a meeting which was specifically on this subject in MEA. So we all know that India has population, India has people, especially young people. India has probably also talented people. But what are the challenges? If you see neighboring countries in East Asia and other countries also around us, probably they are better prepared to send people abroad wherever it is needed than us. So what is the issue? What is the challenge that or we in the ministry we are facing here? So the first challenge that I think we face is that people who are getting skilled currently, who are at the level of say between age of 15 to say 20, 25 or up to 30, they actually are not aware as to what are the possibilities outside the country and what is the pathway that we should take. And there are structural issues here, and there are issues relating to information gap. A typical youth which takes admission into say ITI or Polytechnic or any other skill institution, does he or she have this pathway in mind which leads to mobility outside the country? I don't think. 9 out of 10 will not have this idea. I think 9 also is a underestimation. Why is it so? Because in our ecosystem, when a person gets into skilling ecosystem, our system is not designed to tell him that these are the opportunities. So we don't have a structured course or structured module which will tell the person as to what are the possible opportunities that you are going to face once you get out of this institution. We are trying to do that now in ITIs as a pilot, where we will try and have a small module which will specifically talk about it, the possibilities relating to the domain, possibilities relating to the opportunities in the state, in the district, in the country, and also outside the country. And that is where we will need support from organizations like FICCI, GSMAI, and those who are working in this space. Another issue that we are facing today is language and training relating to language and employability skills also. You know that the famous figure that we always quote, close to 50% of our graduates are not employable. So employability skills is not the focus of our training ecosystem today. We are getting into it now when we are trying to make employability skills compulsory at all levels, both in short-term and long-term training. It's a task which is going to be difficult because the quality of delivery of these trainings is not uniform across the training institution. And that is where we will need people from the industry, people, those who are into a domain as experts, to guide the students, guide those who are getting trained in those skills. And in this effort, I think apprenticeship is one of the effort which we all have to support, and industry has to support it in a big way. We are trying to transform the way we are conducting apprenticeship. In other developed countries, we understand, we know that apprenticeship is embedded with our schooling system and skilling system, and anybody who aims for skilling can also go back to education. In India, it's very difficult to do that. Once you get into a skilling pathway, it's very difficult for us to come back and do the graduation and go to research. Theoretically, this has been enabled by the National Credit Framework, theoretically, but practically, we know that a person who is going to ITI cannot dream of going to become a graduate and also a postgraduate in, say, management. It cannot, it's very difficult. In Ministry of Skill Development, under NCVT, we have tried to creditize the experiential learning, which also includes apprenticeship. And we are working on to see to it that digitally, at least, everything that you gain in terms of learning, either through classroom, or through experiential learning, through apprenticeship, internship, it gets creditized and it is available digitally as a passbook, a skill passbook kind of thing. And anybody who is wanting to hire a skilled person should be able to look at it and get a verified credit which is available for everybody to see and decide on it. I'll stop here because I know time is limited, but maybe later on I can come back on some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Sanjay Shetty to comment on this, please?
Sure. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was listening to all the various points that a lot of the dignitaries have been speaking about since the morning. Takes me back to my childhood, and the reason I say that is when I was 2 years old, my entire family moved to Dubai. So I've sort of grown up there, and I've lived the life of how it is to be the son of a or a child of a migrant. And my dad landed up going there for 30 years. He went there for a 1-year contract after he finished with the army here as a civil engineer. And it's amazing to see the way transformation has happened because of global mobility. And the GCC corridor in India is a great, fantastic story to sort of encapsulate that. Coming to Arnab's point, and all the points that were made right now by Mr. Niranjan as well. Let's understand from a data point of view what's going on. Today, the remittance coming to India is the highest in the world, almost $130 billion US, projected to grow to about $200 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. By the way, 10 years back, it was half of that. So it tells you the pace at which growth is happening, number one. Number two, let's look at the demand side. We have a shortage of about 80 million people in the next 5 years all across the world. Out of that 80 million, just to give you one segment, 10 million is only healthcare, right? Some of the sectors and skills, and that was one of the questions that Arnab, sort of asked, what's happening, where is India going, and where are the opportunities and what are the challenges? So some of the sectors, let's break it down into three: blue collared, white collared, and healthcare and nursing, which is somewhere in between. In the blue collared space, MEP, construction, welders, for example, huge demand all over the world. White collared space, high tech, AI, blockchain. Just to give you a data point, I was in Japan about a month ago, and Japan has a shortage of 600,000 AI and blockchain professionals. 600,000 in just one country. Nursing and healthcare, we already discussed, there's almost a shortage of about 10 million people as we speak. So these are some of the categories. EV, electronic vehicles, renewables, a lot of the new solar technology, technicians required for that. These are all opportunities for young Indians and aspiring Indians. So from an opportunity point of view, I can keep going on and on with the data point of view, but the bottom line is I call it AI, not artificial intelligence, but advantage India, because there's a huge opportunity because we have the surplus of talent. And the other side, because of demographics, you have a lot of countries in Western Europe or even in APAC like Japan, South Korea, because of demographics, they have an aging population. And that's the opportunity. What can be done? Of course, a lot of discussion on things like ITIs and all, which is all steps in the right direction. But as they say, the devil is in the details. I think it's also important, and there are already so many steps being taken to be able to connect the ITI courses to what's happening in the industry. For example, when we talk about international mobility, one of the things is language. So there are opportunities in places like Germany, in Japan. But guess what? There's a language angle. So you need to have the N2, N1. You need to have the B1, B2 language components. So how do we gear up our youngsters and our courses to be able to bridge that gap? I read somewhere an SSC strategy, and let me explain. S is for strategy, which can be done by the central government. You have the MEA, you have various laws, you have NCS portal, you have e-migrate. So at the center where you have the strategy to protect our employees and to cover the entire process. The second S is sourcing. This is where the state governments come into place, where you have the ITIs and so many other institutes, because they can penetrate at district level. And last but not the least is the C, which is connecting. So this is where the recruitment agencies, the private agencies, the corporates, the CIIs, the FICCIs, all the NGOs, the government organizations, the semi-government organizations, the GATIs, the GSMAIs, all of them can come together to be able to connect that entire audience or the data pool to the employer. So I would say in terms of opportunities, they cut across blue collared, white collared, and nursing and healthcare in three broad categories. The other thing, it's also important to know that the talent is moving now from the GCC perspective towards Europe. So there is more and more interest now compared to maybe over the last 20 or 30 years, where most of the talent, there was a corridor more between India and the GCC region. But today, the aspirations, the socio-economic environments, a lot of changes are happening. And there is more interest and more movement, and there is more remittance now coming more from the Western segment, from Australia, from New Zealand, a lot of interest in Japan, South Korea, Scandinavia, believe it or not. So there's a lot of movement and changes happening in terms of regional corridors. In terms of skill, India is no more the blue-collared workforce of the world. It's also now evolving in supplying technology, high-tech. So it's very important for us to understand these changes and to be able to gear up both at the government level, at the center, at the state, and like everybody else said, at the private sector, where we are able to come together as one team to be able to mobilize this amazing opportunity that all of us have. And we're living in amazing times for us to be able to transform the world by supplying talent from India and also benefit from it. I hope that sort of gives you some, Arnav.
Thank you, Sanjay. If I can ask Badran to weigh in from his perspective in GIZ and Germany, that would be useful.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to be here. It's a great honor. So I think I cannot add so much to what Sir, also Mr. Nilanjan said, but also Mr. Sanjay. So many of the topics were said, but I just can give you a little bit a glimpse about, let's say, how much is the need sometimes when you go to Germany, where I come from. Just a small story which happened, let's say, 3 years ago. My family was affected by a flooding in the western part of Germany. And it took them around 1.5 years to find carpenters, plumbers, electricians to renovate the home. So you can imagine what that means sometimes for a family when they are, let's say, affected, and you have to live in your own home, but you cannot find. This is a reality. It is not something which is, let's say, let's look for the future, an eldering society, etc. No, it is a current need often. At the same time, you have also economical, like, let's say, fluctuations. If we are talking nowadays with industries in Germany, because we have an ongoing program with Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship and a bilateral program, and we preparing students to go one day to Germany, etc. And we are talking with our partners in Germany. They say, okay, currently the fluctuation is there, it is going down, etc. But we are expecting it will go up again. It's very normal that companies who are currently experiencing a recession, and the economy is experiencing a recession somehow, they are reluctant. But we know that things can change also very rapidly again. And for that reason, let's say, the main focus of what we are working on is to prepare the ground. So, because we know that the things will change also eventually very soon, and the demand will go up. And what we have been working on, let's say, since many years, so GIZ is working in India since the 60s, going back, let's say, in vocational education, especially starting in the 60s, working very much on mainly one aspect, how to bring in, let's say, the dual system somehow to India, or how to an Indian version of the dual system, which is mainly looking into how this cooperation between the private sector and the vocational training institutions can be improved. So in Germany, it is mainly starting everything at the industry. It's mainly starting at the companies who are employing a student, and then the students after that find a school where they are continuing their vocational training. Here in India, it is the other way. Not only in India, in many countries, it's the other way. But we believe very much that this system of starting with the industry and bringing the industry forward and the students forward, to that they start, first of all, to have a contractual and employment or apprenticeship relationship, this is the main driver for success. And the same applies also for mobility. So what we are experiencing nowadays when we are talking with our partners in Germany, industry partners, etc., they are telling us always, okay, how much experience, how much apprenticeship is there, how much apprenticeship is existing during the vocational training, how much percentage of it. So you have to imagine that in Germany it is 70% out of 3.5 years, 70% students are really sitting in companies and working in companies and earning already money. And this is a main employability skill which you bring with you. So if a student starting from 16, 17 or 18 years, having already this labor or this entrepreneur, let's say, that I'm employment experience, knowing how to deal with a boss, knowing how to deal with a team, etc. This is a main employability skill what all employers are always looking for. They say it's good. All of these technical skills, they can be learned, but for us it's very important, that point. Of course, the topic of language, the topic of culture is extremely important also. So it is easier always to bring someone from their own country which speaks the same language, someone who understands the culture is always easier. But that these are things which can be learned and which take also a lot of time. We believe also at the same time that that there is a reverse of this whole thing. So what I just said at the beginning, or I tried to convey that even if mobility is not happening immediately because of some economical situation here and there, but it's happening. It's not that it's not happening, but it is also interesting to see that a lot of German companies, for example, I'm mainly talking about Germany, a lot of German companies are coming to India and starting their businesses. And here they are also looking for these skill sets. How much vocational education is there? How much, let's say, apprenticeship experience is there? How much practical experience are there? It's the same skill set. So we try to prepare. Our idea is, or how GIZ is mainly working, mainly for the local market, mainly for India. And of course, if there is a surplus, we look into mobility abroad, but at the end, it should be a global mobility, a global skill set somehow, with differentiation of language and culture. Of course, that's the changing factor at the end. Arnav, back to you.
Thank you. Just to very quickly summarize, I think Mr. Sudhanshu spoke about the awareness element and creating pathways. You had Sanjay Shetty spoke about Europe and some of the sectors, and Mr. Badran talking about the private sector-led skilling environment that needs to happen with language and culture being critical. I'll now address the next set of questions to rest of Mr. Edward Dawson, Mr. Terry Wachowski, and Mr. Sudhanshu. I'll ask you to sort of weigh in again. But if you start with with Edward, the question is, how can India raise the quality of its training, assessment, and certification systems so talent is certified against international occupational standards before entering the global workforce?
Yeah, so to put it in context, I work for a UK awarding or certification body called Highfield. So we have UK qualifications, but we also have international versions of those. We also accredit bespoke programs. But for me, the first thing when I always talk to people about certification is, where is that certification coming from? What kind of awarding body? Is there trust in that awarding body? I'm based in the Dubai office, and quite often I have to review trainers' qualifications that, of course, come from all over the world. Some of the certification I see is very difficult to trace the credibility of the qualification itself. So for me, before a qualification can be recognised across border, there needs to be a confidence that it came from a genuine, incredible awarding organisation. Now, that awarding organisation could be anywhere in the world. So both governments, employers, and educational institutions need to know what stands behind that qualification and what standards they operate to. You know, I've sat on multiple consultative bodies in both Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and quite often I hear people who are other consultants saying in the UK or in the US or in country XYZ, and I always have to say, look, we're not in the UK, we're not in the US. There are industry standards that we will look to meet. However, we can't just automatically transfer those qualifications over. So, for example, I'll use health and safety. So qualifications that are UK regulated will refer back to UK legislation. So a learner in Dubai doesn't need to know about the 1974 Health and Safety at Work Act. So this is where, for instance, as Highfield, our international qualifications come into play, where we use the same foundations of the core knowledge that is required, but we also then allow flexibility for the ability to introduce legislation that is relevant to the learner. Now, as Highfield, we operate in over 50 countries around the world with different training providers. And we know in many of these countries, there are workforces that are going to be moving from one country to another. One of the key areas that any awarding body that if you're looking at should have is the confidence in assessment and quality assurance. quite often we see qualifications or that come across our desks where I ask the question, has an exam taken place? Was that exam under invigilated circumstances? So there are various risks involved with just accepting any certification that comes across their desks. Now, also with that, when a certification enables an individual to go and seek employment, whether it be in their own country or elsewhere, that qualification then becomes a bit of a commodity. And it's actually the certificate that becomes valuable, not actually the knowledge and skills that are going to be applied in the workplace. We're finding this more and more, in particular in Saudi Arabia, where organizations are coming to us to have their own programs accredited because they're losing trust in some of the certification bodies that are operating and the certificates that are going out there, where people are using that certificate. It's the minimum requirement to get job XYZ. So they apply for a job, they get offered the job. However, when they get into the job, the employer has suddenly had this realization that the learner doesn't actually know everything they need to know. In India in particular, we're working quite heavily in the food safety sector, where individuals are potentially going to be looking for work in the GCC. So again, what we're doing is we're not replacing the local qualifications, we're supporting learners with additional qualifications that help them cross borders. In South Africa, we work in the culinary and hospitality area, where learners exit with their chef's qualifications from the local provider, but at the same time exit with their Highfield UK qualification, which helps them travel and seek work elsewhere. So I think the main thing, in every country is on its own journey with this. I know, for instance, in a country as large as India, there are many, many opportunities for people to achieve certification and to move overseas. But what India needs to be looking at is organisations that is supporting what you're already doing, not replacing it. Helping support learning in country that is also going to help then learners maybe move overseas. So, for example, at the moment we're in the process of developing some new scaffolding, a suite of scaffolding qualifications to support learners from multiple countries, because it's been identified that what's happening at the moment in the GCC is individuals in the scaffolding trade are using qualifications that have come from specific countries, that they're not internationally aligned. So therefore, we work with subject matter experts to develop qualifications that are fit for purpose. So an individual either here or in Nepal could be completing their scaffolding, whether it be erecting scaffolding, inspecting scaffolding, but they will then have a qualification that will meet the needs of their own market, but also allow them to cross borders with those qualifications. So again, as the other speaker said, I'll leave it there for the moment because I know there's a lot more discussion to go.
Thank you very much, Edward. Terry, may I ask you to weigh in?
Maybe if I could provide just a little background to lead into it. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Wachowski. I am the president of CareSoft Global. That's an automotive engineering company where we provide design efficiency direction for our customers. We help them reduce cost and make their designs more efficient. My first career was with General Motors. I worked for General Motors for 35 years. And while I was there, I was in engineering and manufacturing. And the highlight of my career, I think, was I was the chief engineer of General Motors full-size trucks. So the Silverado and the Escalade and those things. That vehicle was responsible for generating $900 million a week in revenue. And so we knew we were keeping the lights on. And our motto was, don't screw up. Because bringing a plant down for an hour financially would be devastating. I went on after I retired and took a job with a major supplier. I ran the engineering and quality organizations, and now I'm the president of CareSoft Global. I've been doing this for 48 years. And looking around the room, I realize I've been doing this longer than many of you have been alive. But much as the things that have changed are absolutely phenomenal. When I started and when we would design a vehicle, there were certain engineers who were responsible for steering. You have to steer the vehicle. If it's going to move, you have to be able to make it point in the right direction. There were engineers who made brakes. If it goes forward, it has to stop. There were engineers who made it go forward, propulsion. But the interesting thing is these were independent mechanical designs. And the people who did them, who engineered them, validated them, tested them, built them, they didn't know each other. They didn't hang out together. Their work streams never crossed. They didn't need to. Their language was different. Their vernacular was different. Their metrics were different. Everything was different. The only thing the brake and the propulsion and the steering engineer had in common is they all ignored the tire engineer. And he was their whole reason to exist. Your life depends on 4 friction patches the size of your palm, whether you want to go forward, backward, or sideways. That was then. Now, every single system is highly integrated. They're intelligent. They work with each other in harmony. In fact, if you lose traction, propulsion, because of a low coefficient of friction, the brakes can come on the corner that you're slipping, and as it brings that brake on, the vehicle will propel. And so the brakes are making the vehicle go forward. And now these all have to work together. And so what's happened in the industry is it's had to become integrated. The lines of responsibility had to get blurred. And that has happened, but it's happened now exponentially as the auto industry moves into this new world of battery electric vehicles. A lot of the physics change, a lot of the architecture changes. The old playbook just doesn't work anymore. And everything has to be integrated, which means the way you do work has to change, especially if you're going to compete. So the changing in the product has been changing the way it's been developed and built and sold. New technologies like ADAS, autonomous driving. We work on many systems to have vehicles be autonomous driving. And I do that with real excitement until I come here to India, and then I just put my head on the desk and pound it. But maybe we should just stop and pray for a minute if we want ADAS here. It is absolutely remarkable technology. Battery electric, software-defined vehicles, to where all of a sudden the core of the vehicle has changed from being a hardware-centric device to now being a software-intelligent device with some hardware that keep the rain off of it. And so things have to change, and the way we approach it changes radically. Cybersecurity, these become new needs, new areas of specialty. And then to kind of put it in context, I need to mention the Chinese auto industry. And the reason I mention it is because the traditional auto manufacturers face an existential threat from what's happening in China. China has developed themselves into a way where they're able to create superior products that they can sell at much lower costs, and they can develop in half the time. A better product that they can sell at a lower cost that they can develop in half the time. That is an existential threat if you're in this business. And so those who are in now have to armor up. How do we confront this? How do we change? What do we have to change? And it changes who we are and how we behave and how we act. And so it's changing the needs for our employees, our engineers, our manufacturers. I saw a very interesting article in the news just earlier this week where Honda has commissioned Tata to engineer a new car for them. If you know anything about the auto industry,
Terry, I'm just going to time check for a minute.
Okay. Just realize that's epic to have a company like Honda ask an Indian company, please engineer a car for us. That is substantial. And that just indicates what's happening here. CareSoft has entered an MOU, a Memo of Understanding, with DRIIV, which is the principal of the Science Advisory to your government, and the Prime Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Committee has supported this, to where we will use the data that we support and teach students with real problems, with real data from real customers, and how to solve those, and a step in the direction of how to get certified in the real world.
Thank you, Terry. I'm just going to ask Mr. Sudhanshu to sort of weigh in. I think Edward spoke about the trust and micro-specialization going in. Terry talked about the entire sort of pace of change, and where software understanding is becoming critical to almost every function that you're doing. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that thinking out here?
Yeah, two very interesting points. One about the trust on certification that we have and how to bring that trust on the certification and assessment. And another issue is about the changing needs of the industry. And with technology, there's a lot of change happening. When we entered into service, and around me, I'm an engineer, so my batchmates also, nobody had thought that in the next 30 or so years, we need to have few more skills just to survive. But today, even in government, we think that we'll not be able to survive if we don't have multiple skills, and because of so many factors. But this is an important area, building trust in the assessment, which we are working in the ministry. So how our assessment and certification in NCVET, to tell you very frankly, even in the domestic market, it doesn't command the trust that it is supposed to do. So how do we create that system which will enable that trust to come? So two directions in which we are working. One is to rate and grade the agencies, awarding bodies, and our first grading and rating is out, and we are reforming that also. We are learning from other rating and grading agencies. So we are going to have a very simple but very effective rating framework for the assessment agencies, a standard for them, and also a third-party audit, regular concurrent audit, for which will lead to rating and grading of the agencies. But at the same time, and since the scale in India is very high, it's huge. We are talking about millions of certificates. So building quality at that scale is also a challenge for us. So what we are trying to create is a very small band, maybe 10%, 15% of the total ecosystem, a band which is a gold standard, which is already having some trust in the industry, whether it is through a government agency or through a private agency, but it's already commanding a certain amount of trust in the market. And we will regulate that. We'll try and regulate that, those there in the band, and we'll give extra or different certification which will have a different name. For example, maybe gold certification. So there'll be assessment agencies which will have to adhere to certain standards, which is obviously designed and dictated by the industry. They will have to have that kind of equipment and facility which will be as per the industry needs, and they will be monitored by a very high quality third party agency. If they adhere to all these three, they will be able to give a certification which is of a very high quality, supposed to be trusted by the market. Now it will be actually assessment on demand, because even if I am say certified by say NCVT, any other organization, awarding body, but I feel that market is not trusting me, I'll go there and get myself certified again. And if that certification is trusted, maybe in future it will have a better marketability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just moving on, there were 5 questions themes that we are talking about, but just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip the third question. We'll come back to it. But This is addressed to Dr. Suresh Kumar, Ms. Uma Bose, and back to you, Edward. What does globally employable actually mean? And how do we prepare an Indian candidate not just to get a job abroad, but to succeed and stay there? Would you like to start off, Dr. Suresh Kumar?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, my sincere thanks to FICCI for inviting for this panel discussion. I'm Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudan, and I am into the overseas recruitment, talent mobility for the last 41 years. Has been successfully deployed more than 300,000 people to various parts of the globe, and we are known for our ethical and legal migration. The question which you asked, that actually I need to go back to the early 70s of the recruitment strategies, what has been happened. Basically, as somebody has said that actually the foreign remittance of India is close 135 billion. Out of that 30%, more than 30% of the remittance are coming from the GCC country. Around 10 million people are either working or staying there in GCC country. The traditional recruitment which were happening to the GCC countries for the last 40 or 45 years, that will just identify the candidate and send them, and they will acquire the job and all. But the entire ecosystem of talent mobility is changing, whereas we consider the new markets. Europe is looking for more than 35 million jobs for the next 10 years. Similarly, Japan, Russia is also looking for 1 million people. And when the rebuilding of the countries like Ukraine, Iran, Russia, and all other places, lot of requirement will be coming because the demand is there, and we have a demographic dividend. And the people which we normally travel from India to the GCC countries and the Europe is entirely different, because in Europe is different, require a different certification, different skill, and cultural adaptability and social awareness. All this thing is very much important. That's the reason the traditional recruitment has to be reformed. And from there, for that actually the ecosystem of our skilling, because the ITAs are playing a major role. If you see that actually the ITA, the people are coming out from the ITAs approximately 20 lakhs, whereas the engineers are coming from the engineering institutes are maybe 30 lakhs, because they are studying 30 lakhs. And we need to focus more on the skilling ecosystem to promote ITS, because the PM say those programs and all is much promising for the skilling ecosystem. This is what actually we need to see, that because language for Germany, the language is very much important to work in Germany. That B2 level of language is required. Now the similar countries are asking for the local language. I was in Europe with so many business delegation recently. I was also part of the business delegation accompanying the president to Romania, Moldova, and Macedonia. Because I've been discussing with so many people regarding the skill systems and all, because they all need people, but they need the skilled people, they need the language trained people, they need the people need to be very culturally adaptable, and when they come there, they can able to settle down. This is the system which we need to have. And so many people have been talk about the certification system. We need to have a skill passport, because BRICS, I am also part of the BRICS Business Council. We were discussing about the BRICS passports, skill passport. Similarly, we need to have a BRICS skill passport where we can able to include the qualification, certification, skilling, and all other experience can be incorporated in a system, so that this will be an added advantage for the employers looking for employment opportunities, the recruitment from India and all. And one more thing is that the Indian missions can play a major role, because to accumulate the demands, Indian embassy we need to have another sector skill system that including both the governments, the government of India and the destination government, plus the embassies of both the countries, and plus the employers maintaining the data of the demand, what they are generating, and what are the skill system which they are looking for, and what are the languages, because Romania also coming up with a new rule that they need to have a minimum knowledge of Romanian language. Greece is also come up with that, they need Greece language. Similarly, many countries are coming up with local knowledge of their language, And this can be an ecosystem can be made to generate the demands, and this will be add value for the Indian workers in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bose, would you like to address it? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, FICCI, for this opportunity. I would touch upon the mobility aspect of skills. I come from Bosch, and we identified these skill gaps long back, and we have been working on this for the last 3 decades very, very actively. We have been training, skilling people at different levels. So we have hourly skill trainings, and we also have we have it for 2 months, we have it for 6 months, and we also have it for the entire year. We have tied up with many ITIs locally, and we have been giving them all kind of support, and we are also running some of our courses from their premises. When we say running, we are providing them the course curriculum. We are updating the course curriculum with the industry. We are engaging with the automotive industry. We are understanding the new skill requirements. We are upgrading the course curriculum repeatedly and running some of these curriculums, with the IITs with whom we have some tie-ups. Apart from that, we are also running a lot of training programs at our end. So overall, almost 25,000 people we are training every year. Now, this comes to the training part. What do we do with these trained professionals? We have tied up with many corporates, many semi-government institutions, colleges, industries, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, and also the automobile manufacturers. And we have been providing them the trained professionals in a cyclical manner. But there are certain gaps which already people have spoken about the ITIs, about the capacity constraints, about the need to train the trainers. We have found that most of the many of the trainers lacks soft skill training, or the soft skills training is lacking in many of the places, and we have found out that if human beings are not able to communicate properly, if they are not able to if there is a customer interaction, or if they are working on the assembly line, or if they are working for the unorganized car service stations, communication and understanding of the overall system is very, very important. So there the life skills, soft skills comes into picture. The programs which we run, it is 50% based on the practical skill training, 20% of it is theoretical, and remaining is the soft side of it, soft skilling, communications, team building, those kind of things. When it comes to overseas requirements, what we have seen is in the mobility sector, the regulations are changing very, very fast. So with the newer regulations, like for example environmental regulations, the new safety regulations, or circularity for that matter, which is going to play a major role in the for the whole world, not only for India. So the newer areas like AI, people have spoken about, software driven vehicles are there. We need people who can integrate more of these hardware and software systems together. So these kind of things are as we go to the next era, and in any case the automotive industry is the industry, and some of my panelists have already spoken about it, that it is leapfrogging at a very, very faster pace. If you go to Europe, especially if you go to Germany, you have got vehicles which are running on hydrogen. In India, we are doing a lot of pilots with hydrogen. Do we have skilled professionals who can deal with these vehicles which are running on hydrogen? I was just looking at the data and I saw that 12.5% of our entire automobile sales is driven by the EV. So in a few years from now, we will need people, we will need technologists who can work on the battery, on the charging stations, and it's not a generalistic job. It's not something that anyone can do it. It requires proper training. It requires proper uh, looking into the nitty-gritties of everything. Then we have got some of the government of India's flagship programs are there, like PLI. Lot of investment is coming to the country. So lot of new things are coming up. How do we cater to these newer regulations which helps our youths to get trained here and match the regulations which are already there in some of the European countries? So my understanding is, we have to keep pace with the global developments, and then we have to brush up our curriculum and keep adding new curriculums to match with the global requirements. In addition to what already people have said, that language skill, culture skill, those are in any case required. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you, Ms. Bose. So, Mr. Sudhanshu needs to leave in 5-7 minutes. So, what I'm going to request him is to sort of give his opinions out here. Edward, I'll come back to you. We'll have a quick picture with you, sir, before you leave. But if you would like to make certain comments on this aspect of global employability for India.
I think this is a good forum for me to pitch some of the schemes that we have. So you have already spoken about PM Setu. So I would like to again tell you that this is a good opportunity, and we all know some of us were there when ITIs were being set up in the 50s and 60s. I was not there, but some of us were there, and it was supposed to be they were supposed to be churning out talent suitable for our industry. That time it was probably fine, but industry has moved ahead, and they have not. ITIs have not, because they were by design they were not linked to the industries in terms of their syllabus, in terms of the experience on the job training, etc. Now it's an opportunity under PM Setu to actually link those ITIs and training institutions with industry, because government of India as well as the state government is trying to fund a substantial part of the expense that is going to be there, close to I think 80%, close to 75%. And industry is going to get a very good infrastructure, and because of the training that is going to be done, the cost of the manpower, the transaction cost for selection, screening, etc., that is going to get reduced. And many of the big corporates have come forward to bid for various clusters in various states. I think close to 10 have already been closed. We are aiming for close to 200 clusters, which means 1,000 ITIs. So I would request the gathering here to get to know about this scheme. Will be open to have a discussion at one-to-one level and present to you what are the benefits that we are going to have in the long run. And government is, both the state government as well as the central government, we are not only funding but also very flexible to accommodate individual needs of the sector, of the company, of the group. So that will be my pitch for this for PM Setu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Should we, Deepti, do we take a quick group photo and then we can open up the audience? Thank you.
So just one more second. As a token of appreciation from FICCI, we would request Additional Secretary Sir to take a green certificate on behalf of FICCI. May I request Dr. Suresh Kumar to please present the green certificate to Additional Secretary Sir, please? It's coming. So this is a green initiative. We plant a thicket of 6 trees in your name in Sikkim. The QR code is a proof. The session will continue.
Thanks, Doctor.
Okay, so I think we've got another 20 minutes to go. And we're talking about mobility, so sometimes you've got to adapt as things change. I'm going to go on to the last question out here, and then open it up for audience questions. And I would like everyone in the panel, so we've got 6 panelists left out, if you can spend a minute each to address this, and then we'll open it up for audience questions, please. Just to sort of wrap up in terms of the last question, I think the conversation ended around what is required for global employability. And it's almost that we need a mobility readiness framework for our candidates that are going across, where human skills are actually as critical as technical skills. So technical skills may allow you to apply for a job. You need language to win the job, but you probably need high degree of cultural understanding to stay in the country. So on that particular note, if I can come to the last question out here, what are the biggest systemic changes India must make to build a mobility ecosystem that's efficient, scalable, and inclusive? And I'm just going to start from the end of the table, Ms. Bose, if you want to go and take this forward, and we'll take it this way.
India is already doing quite a lot, in the mobility ecosystem space. But something which just came into my mind very recently, that is, if a car breaks down in Europe, what they do is they get the data from the cloud, and without sending a technician, without sending a physical help, they can actually rectify the car, and the car can move, the driver can actually move the car. So we need to actually leapfrog to that level where we can also access data from the cloud and rectify not only the cars but many things without actual people movement.
Thank you.
Just briefly, I would say anything that can be done to help foster internships, enterprise programs where industry sponsors programs at the university to solve real problems with real data and get real world experience, such that it's not your last assignment in university, but it's your first job.
I like that, Terry. Thank you so much. Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, I would like to suggest 5 P frameworks for this global mobility. The one is predict, prepare, passport, place, and protect. We need to predict the requirements of manpower, then prepare them like by training and all. Then passport, create an international mobility by this thing. Then place the people on time and protect their because once they reach there, we need to protect with them. These are the 5 things I just want to add you that in order to that I just would like to add a quote from Alvin Toffler, the famous futurist of America, who said that actually the illiterate of the 21st century are not the people who are not able to read or write. Those are the people who are not ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn. I need to say that actually we need to focus on relearn and unlearn and learn. That is what. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Kumar. Edward?
I think my simple message, and I've said this in many, many countries, is start the vocational conversation earlier. Same in the UK. UK is very much went down the route of academia. Everyone must get a degree. That's not always the right route. So that question or the conversation over vocational skills and approaches needs to start in school. I did it myself, working in a school, at an IB school, where we started delivering simple things like first aid qualifications. We've done it in Dubai with schools, with starting even upper primary school with basic vocational training in food safety. So that would be my one key bit of advice in any country I work on. Please start that vocational conversation at school, not at the end of school.
Thank you, Edward. Badran?
So out of our experience, the most important thing, we need to build trust between both sides stronger. So between, for example, single vocational training institutions with chambers of crafts, for example, on the other side. So we had this experience, for example, Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg, where we brought both sides together, where students are trained, where they are trained according to local language even, and cultures, aspects, etc. And where we bring together also, let's say, institutions together. The same was, we are supporting PMC2 with one of the centers of excellence in Hyderabad, where we connected them with a federal institution of solar energy in Germany. Also this trust, all these different levels of institutional cooperation, but also bringing people together. This helps a lot in order to bridge, let's say, these gaps and bringing people together so that we understand each other better and mobility can happen much faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Badran. Sanjay?
Yeah, Arnab, I'll just repeat, what I mentioned in the beginning, the SSE framework. S is strategy, which is, done at the center level, which gets into these G2G agreements, the global corridors between countries, and which frame the rules. The second S is sourcing, which is where the state governments come into place because they have access to talent right at the rural and district level, where the ITIs will play a very, very important role. And this is where I would say the change, Arnav, is the skilling, and in terms of cultural training, I think everybody's spoken about that. That's very, very important. The other thing that, what we should gear up towards is, can we bring some of those certifications which are done in Europe, in Saudi Arabia, in other countries here? Can that be done here? Can those driving tests be done here? Can we create laboratories here and do it here? I think that was one big change. And the third C is connecting, which is the RAs, organizations like FICCI, Gati, private organizations like us, Quest, all of them together. The one thing that's also happening now with every state government become very, very active and proactive of creating a database. For example, we are creating portals for some of the state governments. But can we create a connecting data set, a platform? You have eMigrate, you have NCS at the corporate level or the central level. Now you have databases that are being created at the state level. Now, this means a lot of information, a lot of technology, a lot of different, information, but are they all talking to each other? So I think technology should play a very important role so that you have all the information in one place. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Just to quickly wrap up the last set of questions before you open up to the audience, I think what we need is two frameworks that we talk about, the 5P, which is demand, skilling, visa, and place and protect. We have Sanjay, which is the SSC, bringing on the entire architecture of central state governments and the private sector together. Data access and the aspect of remote data access and ability to do that across the board, which is almost trying to get together that not only you deliver on-site, but you can do stuff off-site as we look at greater blue-gray collar jobs. Terry spoke about effectively what I liked was not your last assignment, but your first job. And I think the earlier you get your first job, and that's what even Edward spoke about. So on that note, and then Badran finally sort of wrapped it up. It's all got to get wrapped up in trust on both sides. Going to open it up for questions. So if anybody has questions in the audience, the esteemed panel will be happy to answer. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for such an insightful session today. My name is Pankaj. I've been into TVT for some time now. My question is about is around the credibility of the training partners, credibility of the institution who is sending the students outside for the mobility. In fact, Mr. Badran and Mr. Sanjay spoke about it a little bit on the trust factor. No, this space is still governed in India by unorganized players. Okay, and we have seen instances of untrained, semi-skilled, and not knowing about the culture of the country, going outside and then coming back also. Although a lot of work has been done by India, like NAGC and international has been set up, there have been TITP, G2G partnership, etc. But are there still some major identifiable gaps which can be filled, and how? Thank you.
Sanjay, do you want to sort of take that along?
Yeah, I'll take maybe one of the points which I personally can relate to and feel strongly about, which the gentleman mentioned, which is on the cultural part. Now, everybody who's into global mobility would know that there is something called pre-departure training and post-departure training, and this is where all the difference is made. And every country is very different today. The culture in Germany is very different from Saudi Arabia, which is very different from Poland, which is very different from Sweden. There are certain cultural nuances which sometimes we don't maybe pay attention to, and that changes the equation. Let me give a very live example, because otherwise it might just seem like we're just speaking all these things in the air. So sometime back there was an assignment which I heard from another recruitment agency. This company wanted to hire about 20 people for a factory. The information was not very clear, and they were just picked up from one of the existing factories, and they were sent. Guess what? The factory was a butchery. Guess what? The 10 people were from Gujarat. Guess what? They were all vegetarians. And guess what happened? So obviously, there was a mismatch. So there was a miscommunication. I think everybody's intention was the right one, but somewhere there was no cultural orientation, communication gap. And this is where the role of, whether it's the ITI, whether it's the private institutes, of creating a framework. And let me give you a recent example. I was there for the World Bank seminar, where I saw some of the brochures and framework that some of the countries in Europe have made. Countries like Philippines, we all know, is very ahead in terms of government regulations, all of that. So to be able to create like a checklist, a toolkit, a framework for people going abroad, which also incorporates the pre-departure, post-departure cultural training, I think that's very important. I know there's a lot of emphasis on technical training, but I think to a large extent, India's got a lot of that figured out over the last 50 to 60 years. But somewhere we don't see too much of emphasis on the cultural part. And even if, I give you the recent example of my personal visit to Japan, so many things, how you give your visiting card, where do you sit, depend if you have different hierarchies, you can't just sit all together. So there's different rules, and some of us don't know that. So I think this is something that, I'd like to add. Maybe Mr. Mohammed can add some points to it.
Maybe I just add some points on the technical skills, etc., and how to. So there are different studies which have been done. Okay, where is India when we are going to recognize qualifications, etc. So the government institutions in general, with for example taking the ITI and the polytechnics, etc., they are generally a basis for the recognition. And then it comes, in addition, there comes then, let's say, how many years did the student go to? I'm just talking now about Germany, because here is maybe more my specialization. But then, so it is mainly about the government institutions are all recognized generally, polytechnics or ITIs, and then we are looking into how many years are maybe left or what is the gap. And what we are currently doing with the Ministry of Skills Development, for example, we established a working group out of the different institutions, government institutions, but also private sector institutions, a working group which is working on bridging courses to fill these specific gaps in order to, when we have a vocational training in India, which is going for 2 years, and looking into the qualification, we are looking, sometimes it is, you are covering everything maybe in the 2 years, but maybe the practical skills are missing. Then we are trying to see, okay, what can be taught maybe in the industry, so that we can arrive at the end of the day to the same qualification. Our aim is at the end of the day that students are not going to Germany or another country, mainly Germany in our case, as I said, that they start again from the scratch and going again through a 3.5-year apprenticeship. So we try as much as possible to link them directly to the labor market, and so that this certification, let's say qualification gaps, etc., are covered already in India. So I was also happy to hear from you, sir, about this idea about how to bring in a certification commission, etc., and maybe to establish that here. We're actually working on that, but we are working also to bring this accreditation working group, what they are working currently, to bring them to Germany and to that they start to exchange how to close the gap, how to recognize qualification faster. This is our aim, what we're trying to do. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Edward a minute and Dr. Suresh Kumar, and then we'll have time for one more question. So Edward.
I'll try and make it quicker than a minute. So if you're looking for, when you're looking at training providers and the certification they offer, quite often I'll always say, look, there are many certifications that will say the same thing. But one of the key questions to ask is, what are the requirements of the certification body for the IQA, the internal quality assurance? Also, what measures does the certification body take for EQA, their external quality assurance? So that's a big one to look at, whether it's a local qualifications body or whether it's an overseas qualifications body.
I just want to add to that what Mr. Sanjay said, that we have a regulatory system for the recruitment. Around 4,000 recruitment agencies are functioning, but 10 times of illegal recruitment agencies are there, and that is the main problem which is spoiling the reputation of the country in the destination country. And we need to have a proper framework to curb this illegal recruitment, because what Mr. Sanjay said is that they have recruited people from Gujarat for a butcher job, and similar things are happening and spoiling the reputation of the industry. Because as an industry, I was a Secretary General for this recruitment association for 5 years. As an industry, we are generating more than 2 million jobs per year, and government of India don't need to spend a single money for this generating this type of jobs. But still, either the society or the government bodies are not being recognized our efforts because of these black sheep are in the fray. This need to be curtailed and curbed with the stringent measures.
Thank you. Any other questions in the audience? Sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for the session. And Yashika Badula this side. I just wanted to add one thing. I just wonder, so I have taught German for a few years, and we used to have native Germans coming on weekends to, communicate with our students and to tell them about the German culture. Then I have worked in UK for a while, and I have seen the cultural difference, and it's huge. Like every country has their own culture, which is very precious. But then you need to understand the culture, and you need to respect that. I just wonder how important it is, maybe to have native trainers, because few time I did wonder, because I was teaching from the Goethe Institute certified training books, right? So, but then still there was lack of cultural knowledge. So I couldn't teach them the things that native Germans was, teaching them. So I just wonder how important it would be to have native trainers there.
Got it. Ms. Bose, would you like to just give your comment for a minute from a Bosch perspective?
Yeah, honestly speaking, I don't have a answer for it. But when I look at my own country, I see there are a lot of cultural differences between north and south, east and west. So it happens everywhere. And in any case, natives, they are born there, so they will have they would know all the nuances. And again, grammar is very important in German, right? So those things very, very important. So someone who's doing a level 1 and all, that would be really difficult. I was also thinking one more thing when I was just listening to all my fellow panelists, that now India is negotiating EU, FTA, and almost it is over. Signature has happened. Now we are waiting for the final list to get rolled out. Some of these points, if they could get people movement or language barrier or the mutual recognition of the certificates from both sides, if these points could be included, that would be really good.
Thank you. Mr. Badran, any last 30-second comment, and then we're going to call it for a close.
I think it's a very valid point. Yeah. So it is much. And even we are not talking only about Germany and UK. We are talking within Germany, like within India, there are cultural differences, and we are facing this currently also with some employers in the south of Germany who say the people should understand our culture and these things. And sometimes it's not only about culture; it's about differences in the language. And what we are trying really to do is it's a cost thing. It's not easy to bring, let's say, native speakers also to India and so on. So what we are trying to do is to cooperate with universities which are maybe in this location and having online sessions, etc. But yes, it's a need. Yeah, it's a need, and we need to work on it much more. Thanks.
Thank you very much to everyone out here for a very interesting session. I learned a lot while moderating. I'm now going to hand the mic over to my boss, Deepthi, who said she's going to rap me on my knuckles if I don't finish on time. So I think I've got brownie pounds out here. Thank you very much for the audience. Appreciate it.
A group picture, please. Requesting all panelists to stand up for the group picture. So that was our plenary session 2 on intelligent pathways for global talent and mobility. A huge round of thanks to all our speakers. And of course to Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development, who's just left the building. We are now beginning with our third session. The third panel session theme is AI-powered future, rethinking skills, jobs and learning. We will have a special address from Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, who is the Chief Executive Officer for National Skill Development Corporation, followed by a presentation on the findings of the knowledge report that we released today morning, which is on the human capabilities in the AI era, which will be made by Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy. The next panel comprises Mr. Vinay Kumar Swamy, the country head for Pearson India, Ms. Vera, the International Marketing Manager for Ascon Design, Dr. Arushi Jain from the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, Mr. Sanjay Behel, Strategic Advisor ex-NSDC, and Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy. So, may I request everybody to please be seated as Mr. Pillai is going to be in the hall any second. Requesting all speakers to please take their seats as Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, the CEO of National Skill Development Corporation, is going to be in the hall any second. Please sit down. Please take your seats, everybody. May I please request all speakers to take their seats. We will have Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai very shortly in the hall. A huge round of applause for Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, the CEO for National Skill Development Corporation. Requesting everybody to please take your seats. Can we have a picture? May we have the presentation from NSTC? Sanjay ji, Suresh ji, please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pillai is here for his address. Over to you, sir.
It's here, no? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. Been asked to speak on, I think this is the most favorite topic today. Every speaker has been asked to weigh his words on the AI part future, rethinking skills, jobs, and learning. So the next 30 slides, I'll take you through some of our work which we are doing at NSDC and some of our early thoughts on, early insights on how this is shaping up for across sectors, you know. You move on. Yeah. Who is? Here? Yeah. Sorry. So 5 sections. I'll speak first of all what the global evidence says. This is just to set the context, you know. Second, what is India's position and what actually AI does to a job. And at NSDC, what we are doing for that, in the sense we are building a framework for an AI study across sectors with our sector skill councils. This study is ongoing at this moment and certain early insights on this study. So to begin with, 2 things are true at the same time. You know, we all heard of mass displacement, etc., and that has not happened. The 2026 review ILO speaks of the large-scale job displacement, which was spoken of much, remains quite limited. The worker-reported time savings amounts, you know, it is still a few % of the working hours. Productivity gains are real, but they still stay unverified and uneven across firms and countries. But one thing is clear, the direction of travel, you know. We see that the use of AI has significantly increased from 27 to 39%. Especially the kind of work which we ask AI to do is do the task for me rather than, you know, help me think. The study also shows that 77% of businesses use AI for automation rather than augmentation. And 60% of surveyed workers, they speak that their tasks would be automated within the next 12 months. Then the question is, what do we plan for? We don't plan for either the extremes. It's not that we plan for mass unemployment or for business as usual. We plan for a re-specification of the work at a pace which is quite faster than what we are accustomed to. On the context itself, there are a few emerging facts, you know, that helps frame the global picture. The first fact which I'd like to bring forward is 2023. They said the World Economic Forum Future Skills report said skill sets are getting transformed at the rate of 44%. You know, and last year they said it is 39. So the churn is real, but it's not like an accelerating one. Second is the study also breaks these occupations into generative AI exposed and less and more. And they find that today 1 in 4 workers are in such occupation, and only around 3.3 to 4% are in the highest exposure band. Also, it says that 40% of global employment is exposed to AI, and it's quite high in, of course, in the advanced economies and low in low-income countries. If you see the right side, this picture is quite revealing. They're saying that the net job count would increase, So around 170 million jobs being created and around 92 million being displaced, so net around 78 million. I'm putting this global scenario to set the context for what we are doing in India. Few more facts. The fastest growing skills are AI, big data, network, cyber security, technology literacy, creative thinking, resilience, and curiosity. A very important insight, entry level jobs are being seniorized. If you look at the PwC Global AI Jobs Barometer, if you look at the postings on the net for junior jobs, the kind of skills they're asking for is 7 times more likely to be the skills which earlier they would ask from senior personnel, And there is also an increase in the postings, 35% of such kind of postings. Good thing is the market is willing to pay a wage premium more than 50%. On the right side is another graph which is revealing one that those workers who are in least exposed industries, AI exposed industries, so the revenue growth is around 9%, while those in highly exposed industries around 27%. So there are 3 times, So the value is quite good. If you are an AI skilled person, you get 3 times value if you are in an AI exposed industry. But the more revealing thing is the number 2x, is that in such kind of industries, the pace at which skill is changing is 2 times. So you are getting value 3 times, but then you need to keep renewing your skills because the skills change is happening 2 times faster than other industry. So imagine you are having a certification which is valid for 5 years, but then the skill is becoming redundant in 2 years. On the learning side, AI tutoring works, but it works only when it is designed to withhold answers. It's not like you look at the graph again here. An unguarded AI is one where you can actually ask it to help you with the answers. So 48%, there's a maths performance improvement. The moment the AI is withdrawn, the performance dips. But the other side, if you have a guarded tutor, it significantly improves maths performance. So there are several international examples of the state of Nigeria where the World Bank study reveals 6 weeks after school AI tutoring helps in improving those who outperform those who haven't gone through that. The Harvard also, there is a study which speaks about a similar thing. And of course, Khan Amigo today reaches roughly 2 million users across 70 countries. So the question, the lesson is of course that a system which withholds answers and asks questions, it builds capability better than a question which a system which keeps giving answers. So in this context of job change globally, which is the global reports speak of, what is India's position? We have a workforce of 56 crores, 5% of whom have vocational training. But the paradox is we also have an AI ecosystem that ranks first in the world on skill penetration. 56.2 crores employed, 5% I just spoke of. 31 crores of these are in the unorganized sector. On the e-Shram, 54% of them women. And the NITI Aayog 2025 report speaks about 60% of these jobs being susceptible to automation by 2030. India's AI exposure will be across the workforce spectrum. If such a large workforce actually gets exposed to AI, it's not possible for the labor market to adjust itself. You need to intervene, and that's where there's a need for the only adjustment mechanism is through a public skilling system, or if there is none, then then the workforce begins to suffer. The good thing is that the assets are real. We have talent depth. And as I said, first in AI skill penetration and around 9 million technology and customer experience professionals. We have a large demand. We have close to around 1,700 GCCs employing 19 lakh professionals.
And then, of course, the public infrastructure is coming up. We have the AI mission spending around 10,000 crores, 58,000 GPUs, 31 data and AI labs, 174 ITIs and polytechnics have been nominated, and we have the AI course with 5,500 data sets. So the talent piece, the demand is growing around 25%. It's around 800 to 850,000 roles in 2024, expected to go to 1.25 million, while the talent pool growing at 15%. So demand growing at 25, talent growing at 15. Clearly the scarcity is not chips or data, but in people who can teach, supervise and certify. The report, Niti Aayog report also speaks about this 4 million job folk, It says that today we have 7.8 million workers in tech services. If it goes down the low path, which is, contraction, automation happens, this will contract to 6 million. But were it to take the high path, that is we engage, we do specialization, we do upskilling, this would be around 10 million jobs possibilities. So therefore the gap is, it's a question of the size of the skilling decision. If we decide to skill more people in specialized and we upskill more people, obviously the employment opportunity is bigger. I just wanted to speak a few slides on what does AI actually do to a job, To establish that, I've used 4 cases. One is on customer support, software, radiology, and also what's happening on our own health and agriculture frontline. On the customer support, it is a very good case. This buy now pay later website Klarna, in 24 February, it launched an OpenAI powered assistant and equivalent to 700 full-time agents. Headcount fell from 5,000 to around 3,000. Revenue per employee grew up to $1 million. But in 2025, they began to put human beings back into the loop. They were repositioned, not reversed, So it's not that AI had failed. It was that having the human beings in the loop provided a premier tier, a repricing of the same skill, and not its elimination. Also, if you see on the right side, a purely agents kind of driven thing, it was resolving around 14% more issues per hour. When they added a novice and people with low skill agents, it went to 34%. And so the assistant help with the help of an AI, low assistants with a low skill assistant help an AI could do better than more experienced ones. So this is one of the important things that AI does compress experience. It can shrink the gap between a 6-month hire and a 6-year veteran. And yeah, it's a good news for a country which has a lot of young people who are at the entry level. On the software side, of course, this is a well-known story. The productivity gain is there. Several studies at Microsoft, Accenture, Fortune 100 firms reveal that there is an increase in productivity, efficiency, whether it's coding, tasks are done faster, 55 to 60% faster. Code contributions are increased. But if you see the head count, I'm taking the case of Infosys, they had 343,000 at their peak, and today they're around 328,000. So same revenues has grown, but the headcount has roughly remained same, 15,000 in fact lower. So the entire pyramid is being built with a narrower base. So the same tool that makes a junior developer more productive is also one which is reducing the number of junior seats. The third case is about radiology. Someone predicted in 16 that people should stop training radiologists now. But 2025 we see several. In fact, there's a bump in the number of radiology residency positions. It's one of the highest paid medical specialties. And if you analyze the job, 36% of the job is actually spent in direct image interpretation, and that's what the AI does perfectly. But the other 64% is spent in consultation, procedures, protocol design, quality assurance, and carrying the clinical and legal responsibility for the call. What it means is that AI does not kill a job, AI kills a task. So if the job were to divide it into tasks, those tasks which are automable will be automated, and those jobs in the bundle which call for judgment, communication, accountability, etc., they will continue to be driven by humans. And this is a very important thing to consider when we say AI will replace. What is that X? We have to be very clear. It's tasks. And the last case is about India's case, where several case studies are emerging where AI is being used to the front line. And the healthcare workers, the Vadhwani AI report speaks about 178 million people reached across the health deployments. Cough against TB is screened close to around 122,000 patients across 16 states. We have Shishu Mapan training around 635 ashas. Farmers are using AI. Digital Green Farmer Chat has answered over 300,000 farmer queries. We are also doing diagnosis without a specialist. So this is the fourth case where we say that a country which has a perennial shortage of specialists, the AI's first order of effect would be to raise the floor, And a community health worker with a screening tool that performs the same way as a professional, it's a great empowerment tool for the frontline worker. So these are the four patterns summarizing what AI does. First of all, a job is a bundle of tasks. So the AI takes over the task, it doesn't take over the whole bundle. So whatever is left is what a human being is better placed to do, And that's in fact the hardest part, Second, if your AI does lift the least experienced, so like the example showed, novices gain 34% in customer support, and less experienced developers are now able to code well, So it's a leveling technology in that sense. And what's the scared skill when AI is done? It is actually judgment. So verification, context, escalation, accountability, these become more of the paid work that human beings would be involved. And maybe also the case of tellers, displacement may not come because of AI, but by some other route. The number of tellers fell not because of ATMs, but because mobile banking became quite popular, So if this is the pattern, in the sense, if this is the kind of things AI does for jobs, at NSDC we are trying to see how do we make sense of it, So globally we have some trends. India's story we are aware of. AI itself, what's it doing with jobs? So at NSDC we are working with SSCs now to examine the impact of AI across sectors and job roles. So the framework which we are using runs like this. We are saying let's take any job, take any sector. The first question to be answered is incidents. Where does AI land? Is it in the product? Is it in the process? Is it at the customer interface or the enterprise? Second is transmission. How does this incident affect employment? What is the change it brings to employment? Third is velocity. So will this happen fast? How fast will the adoption happen? So once these three questions are answered, that's when the question about the demand for the skill arises. What's the demand? Is the demand for skill trainable, portable, and someone will pay for it? And then the question we are trying to answer that what should be our role as NSDC, SSC? Should we lead or support it? And finally, how will it be financed and measured? So this is the kind of framework we are using across sectors to understand what are the job roles affected AI. When it comes to the incidents, if the AI is in the product, typically it's better left to the corporate to do the training, not for a public institution like us or the SSCs, because most products have IP in them, so it's better left to a corporate to do that. If it's the process, I think that's the place where we need to look at it. AI is in how the thing is made or delivered. This is where shop floor operational displacement happens. And things like vision inspection, etc. These are the kind of roles in which training can be portable also. Third is the customer interface. AI does mediate the transaction or a service encounter. This is most of the white collar service displacement is happening in this fashion, the BPM story. And finally, whether AI is running the business. So where is AI in the sector? In the product, process, customer, or the enterprise? Whether it is quotation, compliance, documentation. And I think this is the layer where most AI is today being applied, and many a time it's confused with digitization. So we need to be clear, where does AI land in that particular sector? Once we are clear, this is the framework we're using sector by sector. Once you're clear that where it is, the question is, how does this incidence become labor change? Again, does it substitute? And does the task disappear and the role with it, like in electronics, apparel inspection, food sorting, etc.? Does it compress, that fewer people are needed now to handle the same volume, BFSI, back office, etc.? Does it augment? Same person, higher throughput? Does it complement? This is about roles never being there. Because of AI, these roles are being created. And finally, what we call as obsolescence by adjacency. The job does survive, but it needs a competence the incumbent doesn't have. So it's a very an elderly or a more experienced person being replaced by a young person with a new set of skill sets. And I think fifth is where much of the thing is happening. But we keep saying, most of us think substitution, but we have to be clear where it is. Which one of this thing is what the AI impact on skilling. Third is about the velocity I spoke of. Again, 5 determinants. How digital was the industry at that point in time? Means if it is a firm with no MES, no ERP, no sensors, etc., it will never be able to process AI, regardless how how much of intent it has. What's the wage to capital ratio? At Indian wage levels, automation periods are so long, stretch. You can see robotics, we have been seeing adoption of robots has been quite slow because at wage to capital ratio it's quite low. Firm size distribution, we see firms falling in 3 bands. Some firms, they can take care of them. So the large ones can take care of themselves. And there is one set of firms below it, they have no capital to do it. Therefore, the mid-sized firms are the ones where velocity or adoption will happen, and that's the area of focus then. If there are regulatory or liability gates, of course, that means it further slows the process. Healthcare, mining, power, financial services. What is permitted matters more than what is possible. And finally, if the AI is sealed in some kind of product, then there's no question of training. It comes with the product, and so there's no operator competence required. So this is the third layer of filter we use, and we say that in your particular industry, which one of these? That's when we move to the next thing about demand for skills itself. Is this demand trainable and payable? Does the AI fail without an operator competence? If no, then there is no training market, however large it is. Is it portable? Is it like very company specific or very firm specific? Then there is no case for NSDC or SSC kind of institutions to move in. There's nothing to certify. Can the employer verify cheaply themselves? So if an employer is able to do a 90-minute test and verify, then there is no case for a training market. Another cases where the employer the person has to demonstrate his skill, and it takes a longer time for verification, etc. That's when AI and institutions like NSDC, SSC can come in. And finally, is there an identified payer for this whole service? And then basis this, then we say, what does it mean for, say, the NSDC, SSC ecosystem? If the employer, first of all, if the employer self-training capacity, if it's quite fragmented, small, and if there's no L&D function, that's the area of work. That's the area of major work for institutions like us. Large firms which mature internal academies, it's about partnering with them. Like I spoke, if the verification value, if it can be settled in 90 minutes, is better the company does it themselves. If there's a reach gap, if there are no other institution serving that kind of pool, then we step in. Otherwise, we partner with METI, NASCOM, various other academies, universities. And about the portability need, if there is a high churn, many small employees, then the case for NSDC, SSC ecosystem to move in. Finally, about the instrument of financing, whether how is the finance matched the outcome, and is there a third-party metric which will say whether the AI training has happened. So these are some of the filters we are using, and across sectors we are now doing. Probably in 2 months' time we would have the report, and across various sectors. I'll speak about certain early insights which are more like horizontal rather than sector specific. One of the things is AI is horizontal, and many institutions are responding to it vertical. For example, vision system operation is the same work, whether it is done in a stamp bracket or it's done with a printed circuit board, a knitted garment, or a rice grain. So it's the same kind of work, and therefore this is something which is horizontal. Similarly, if some AI output review is also the same work, whether it is supporting it's a support ticket or a rendered firm or a claims adjudication or a translated caption. So we are seeing 5 parallel horizontals. We are seeing the first one is in AI output review and exception handling. The AI now produces the first draft, and the human is then retained for judgment. I think we are well aware of this. Liability and cases the system cannot close. This is a single largest displacement transition program, and we are seeing it in sectors like IT, ITS, media entertainment, BFSI, healthcare, telecom, customer care. And the roles are about output quality review, escalation, exception handling. All these spaces you are looking at a kind of AI which is common across sectors, kind of thing. And roughly 1.4 million people sit in this area, and most of them, a significant percentage is a female population. Second horizontal we are seeing is vision system. The same technology can be used across 4 sectors. You can see it: electronics, apparel, food processing, automotive quality, etc. The role is vision system operation, defect clause curation, quality data analysis, etc. Again, electronics and apparel is a significant labor, significant hiring industries, and there's a big AI displacement possible in this. The third program we are seeing is AI Step Frontline. I spoke about some time back. This is about sectors in healthcare, screening, agriculture, extension, advisory, BFSI, etc. And the roles are about community screening technician, AI-equipped extension workers, business correspondents, etc. And none of these workers can access this competency without using AI. So here it's a very it's a frontline service which can help improve access. The fourth area we are seeing is enterprise AI for the micro entrepreneur. So if you are a micro entrepreneur, it makes sense to use AI in a big way. So is it possible that we look at sectors like retail, kirana, beauty, wellness, etc.? This is more a capability layer for a self-employed person. It's about zero capex, phone delivered, vernacular kind of thing. And this is another horizontal we see AI usage. And the last piece is in instrument, equipment, installation, commissioning, and maintenance. This is whether it's telecom field deployment, parts, part metering, etc. Commissioning, integration, technician, etc. So this is a big area in which AI can actually help improve the capability of the technician who is there to install the equipment. So broadly, these are the 5 areas which are emerging or early insights in the study. But as we build the study, and hopefully in a few months' time we'll launch it. Each sector, how does AI impact the sector the way we described it? What's the level of incidence, transmission, velocity, then what's the demand for skills in that sector, and how it can be addressed by, say, NSDC, and how it can be financed. So that's broadly the insights which we are gaining from the work which we are doing. I'll just close saying that AI is unlikely to take most Indian jobs. It will re-specify them. But the most important thing is faster than any qualification cycle we currently run. Currently, the way we do set up of qualifications, we take many months to set up, but this is something we need to do faster than that. Therefore, the constraint is not compute, capital, or curriculum. It's the speed at which, as a country, we can reteach 500 million people, working people, most of whom have never held a formal qualification. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, the CEO for National Skill Development Corporation. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We will now go on to our next presentation on the findings of the knowledge report of the report that was released in the morning, and also inviting the panelists for this session. So the presentation on the report will be made by the moderator of the session, which is Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy, the partner and national leader of education and skill development at KPMG India. The panelists are, may I have on the dais, Mr. Vinay Kumar Swamy, the country head for Pearson India, Ms. Vera, the International Marketing Manager for Ascon Designs System Limited. She's come all the way from Russia to the summit. Dr. Arushi Jain, Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business. Mr. Sanjay Bahal, the Director, Strategic Advisor, ex-NSTC, and the Director for TNA India. And of course, the moderator is already here. May we have the KPMG presentation, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Deepthi. While the presentation is coming up, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, let me try again. We call this the graveyard session. After a nice lunch that FICCI hosted us, like, it's difficult, I know, I'll try my best. But let me start by thanking Dr. Rajesh, Deepthi, and all others in FICCI who gave us this opportunity for the white paper that we came up with after a round of study, and also giving us an opportunity to speak here. As we start, I would like to thank my colleagues Joyita and Shruti who are here, and others who are part of this study and who made this happen. I don't know where Joyita is, Shruti is. Thank you. So, yeah. I'll start. I know we are behind time. We'll try and make up for it. The entire study started with this as the background. Everybody talks about how jobs are going to get replaced, how there are new skills that we need to learn, and as if whatever we are doing today will all vanish tomorrow. And that's the fear factor that was in. And so when we looked at it, we realized a whole bunch of stuff that we are doing today will be relevant tomorrow. And guess what? With AI coming in, they actually will be more relevant. So we started looking at, while there are many things that are changing, make no mistake, there are many things that are definitely changing. But there are certain things that are fundamental and don't change as well. So the report went with this as the major objective. Okay, now just to energize, how many of you think AI will change job roles? At least a majority of them. How many of you think it will change every job role? At least a bit. Okay, I'm glad. So either rest of it are not aware of the question. So okay, let me ask the reverse. How many of you think that AI will not change anything? Oh my God. So I guess the rest of you are in none of the above situation. Anyway, so we'll try and see how much of it we can uncover as we go. How do I move the slide? Okay, here. So this is broadly what we thought. I'm not going to get into all these details. For those of you, I think Dr. Rajesh said this today morning, but still, if you turn your the badge that you have, there is a QR code, and you can download the report from here. So you can download the report, you can read it at leisure. So I'm not going to get into every detail of the report. But then we thought we'll talk about what we call as framing the shift. What happened and how do you categorize these things? And it is so glad to see in Arun's report, let me be honest, we didn't sit with each other, we didn't but the same sources, the research is being done in the same area, so you can see a lot of commonalities, and I'm glad we converge as well. And we also looked at sectoral impact, and we have a few sectors that we have analyzed in the report. I'm going to do one report like a sample, and I'm not going to go through all those reports in today's presentation, and then some recommendations and challenges that we had. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Somebody thought my face is better than the report. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. But I do need the slide because you have numbers. Yeah. Okay, so I'll in the interest of time. Okay, it's coming. So 22% of the jobs are expected to undergo structural change according to existing reports, and 17 crore new jobs are supposed to emerge new. I mean, the point to note is, and this is my favorite statement wherever I go, how many of you knew that there was a department called Telegraph that existed? Okay, some of you at least know. Many youngsters don't know that something called Telegraph existed. So we lost jobs. So what? There were so many new jobs that came up. There was no Google, there was no Meta, there was no nothing then, and all of them have come up since telegraph vanished. So there are going to be new jobs. Of course, some of them will be displaced, will change, but there is definitely a net gain. But we also believe the core skills of almost 40% of the workforce is set to change. So it is not either or that we are going to completely lose or going to completely gain. There is a shift that is happening, and it is very important that we recognize the shift. And more important to recognize there are certain things that are not changing, and so that we don't throw baby with the bathwater. So, and like, I'm a little kinder. Arun said 95% of the workforce is informal, but that's what the study says. But we then realize there are multiple studies and maybe we don't take into account, but a good number of employment in India is in the informal sector. Many of them remain manual, remain underneath, but AI is likely to augment many tasks under a job role. As many of you would know, there is a job role under which there are multiple tasks. We tried to analyze, does the job change entirely or some of the tasks within the job role changes, and hence what is the ratio and other stuff. So when we looked at this, there are three categories in which you can broadly, this is not completely mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive, but let's look at it from three. There is one that are going to get automated, routine jobs that have a set rule and people know exactly what to do, and there is like the sense of deja vu, right? Sometimes you go like the teller counter, every day his or her job is the same. Those jobs, what we believe, will get automated. AI, some people say, is the same as what industrialization did to manual jobs. This is doing to the white collar jobs. So there are some that will, of course, get changed. But our study says, and we are quoting ILO here, only 5% or less than 5%, in fact, are going to completely vanish like the telegraphs. Then there is a second bucket, what we call as a significant augmentation is going to happen to the job. The job that was done earlier will not be exactly the same. So you will see a significant augmentation because of AI. We used to write a lot of reports. And from the time where we said, are you using AI within the consulting firm? I come from KPMG. So one of the things that we keep checking with them is, did you use AI to write the report? And as if that is, blasphemy and something that nobody should practice. Now we have moved to say, are you using smartly? Of course, you need to use AI, because not using AI doesn't make sense. It's stupid. But are you using it effectively? So augmentation to job roles does happen. So we believe that many services jobs, like such as ours, accounting, legal, many such jobs, and some of the technical jobs which are knowledge intensive, which depend on data, are going to get significantly augmented. And in that augmentation also there are levels, like some get significantly, some get a little. We'll look at that as we do. And a World Economic Forum report says about 30% or 30 odd percent of the jobs will get significantly impacted because of this. Let's look at the third one, which we believe are not going to be impacted in that sense, but they are going to be enhanced. We believe almost no job is untouched because of AI. Let me clarify. It's not as if AI is not, we can just shut our eyes and be comfortable that AI will not impact. But there are a lot of enhancements that happen to the job. The expectation from the same job role is now different because you have an AI. And there are specific models that are emerging, right? From large language models to now we are talking about agentic AI. Everyone is trying to develop their own AI models for it. You keep teaching the AI. So there will be definite enhancement. So these are the roles that are built around human-centric skills. And we'll see what are those human-centric skills, but will be significantly enhanced because of AI. So this is what we believe, and about 18 to 27% of the skills and abilities are going to be highly automatable, meaning these jobs are likely to evolve rather than completely disappear. Let's look at this. And this I'm doing as an example to say the work that we have done so that you all read the report for other sectors. BFSI is all our favorite sector, right? So if you look at the automation, let's take one job role, that of a customer service executive. I'm so surprised that Arun also spoke about customer service executive. And poor customer service executive is being talked upon everywhere. But his or her role is significantly changing. What they used to do is more to handle routine transactions, process some standard service requests, provide information on some products that come by their way. And so they were more looked at as information provisioning and support for transaction. So what has happened? Because of all your chat bots and various other tools that have come in, they are now are expected at least to resolve customer issues, not just inform them or not just receive them. They also are supposed to manage some disputes and transactions that have happened from the clients. Exceptions, escalations have become part of the person who was sitting at the customer service desk. So the value has changed from just an information processor to somebody like a problem solver, who's actually graduating to more be like a relationship manager in the current day. So there is significant automation that has happened to this role. Let's take another, the relationship manager, which the customer service agent's role is overlapping. Now his or her role earlier used to be in touch with the customer, review the information, transactions, keep that update, assess the needs, their risk profile, the products that they want, also in terms of recommend some new solutions and products based on what is existing. Now, let's see how that has changed. Now, this level of interpretation, data availability, products is done by AI. So for this relationship manager, if you go and like we do, today we have a lot of relationship managers who come and say, these are all the various mutual fund products that we have, these are the insurance, these are the other things, we are very happy because we don't know about that. But trust me, today every customer, if you are not doing, all of you should start doing, you use your AI, you know all those things before the relationship manager knocks at your door. So we expect them to interpret these AI generated results because it's very confusing. I mean, these are all the mutual funds that I got from AI, but what do I invest? Is multi is the thing that we should do or not, and I can go on. But also advises on some complex financial transactions as to how does that happen, is this the right time to do, and some kind of predictions that only a human interpretation can help. Also provides customized, personalized guidance. The relationship manager now will have to process a whole bunch of emotional and other things that happen to the customer, his or her family and all the rest of it, and then say what needs to be done. And builds a trust factor that AI generally is very difficult to do at this stage. Move on to the third one, what I call as AI enhancement. Look at the chief risk officer of a bank or an NBFC or an insurance company. Now, his or her role earlier used to be like, the risk appetite of the organization, interpret various regulations that are there, the compliance part of it, engage with the regulators and boards who are beyond the bank, and also make sure the strategic and risk management decision at the CEO level or the MD's level are taken care of. The same risk officer now will have an AI to do some bit of what is happening, and hence their role now will become what are the acceptable risk level decisions that the bank can take? What kind of product changes that they can do now that they have all this information? And how do you make sure the governance of AI-based risk tools that are there? So look at the job role rather than managing the risk outside. Now they manage AI-related risks that happen. There are a bunch of risks that happens because you engage AI at large scale. And also, but he or she continues to remain accountable to the board. They take decisions. They are the ones who suggest things to CEO. Largely it has not changed, but they play a much larger role, and the value of them has also enhanced. So just an example, and we have dealt into such job roles across sectors to extent possible in the report. I'm sure that will be useful. But we also went into where are we, and I'm moving fast because of time. I mean, not because I don't want to deliberate on this. There are a whole bunch of stuff, including what Arun just said, that government is doing, India is doing to make sure that we accelerate towards this. And these are all the programs. I'll give a few seconds to read them, including India's AI mission for future skills. And NASCOM is doing a great job on this one. So I'll move on. And hence, what is the imperative? Imperative is what are all the changes that will happen because of AI and its impact, not just today, but in the way it is evolving. But also equally look at those skills that are very relevant from a human skills or a human centricity. So we are urging in the report to say that both these sets need to be taught in universities, in skill development institutions, because we seem to be at one level focused too much on the technical skills and worried that they are changing. But the other skills, which in some sense we've been ignoring till now, will remain, and that is something that is not taught at length. For example, communication skills. Why is it that somebody who comes out of ITA is not seen as effective? Not because he or she doesn't have the technical knowledge. More often than not, they are not able to communicate that properly. So we are emphasizing on some of those things which will have to be emphasized in the teaching institutions as well. So challenges, as you can see, the human-centric skills are very difficult to define and assess, and they also have a lot of variation. What works well in urban centers may be very different in rural centers. What works well in India could be very different if you are dealing with your clients in other parts of the world. And AI and human skills need to be like, they need to, it's like a duet. So how do we make sure that as AI improves and gets into more capabilities, we can adopt the human skills? There are some skills framework that we are struggling to keep pace with because AI is moving ahead, and we need to make sure that there is a constant. So the research factor, today morning, I don't remember the speaker, he said we were looking at 19th century curriculum that is being taught by the 20th century. I think Indusani ma'am said this, like 20th century tutors for a 21st century, similar stuff. So with AI, this is going to be even more accelerated. So on the industry side, how do you define talent strategies? If I go and ask a CHRO with all due respect, will he or she be able to say, what is my requirement next year? I have my suspicions, because it's not as if they have defined it clearly. So industry may be difficult to prioritize the technical expertise, especially over human-centric skills that are required. An effective operating model for collaborations. Increasingly, we are saying, whenever I go to B schools, I say tomorrow's managers will have a workforce that has equal machines. How do you work? How do you operate where there is a human and a machine interface that are happening? I don't think industry has well defined that. And small, medium entrepreneurs who will perhaps be the biggest beneficiary of this are the least prepared for such a change. So those are all the challenges on the industry side. On the academic side, like I said, traditional assessment techniques or whatever, even including degree programs are not effective. Increasingly, we are saying there are many Gen Z, Gen Alpha saying, I don't want degrees. Not because they don't like degrees, because they don't believe these are reflective of the skill sets that are required in the workplace. Many educators need a greater support for to include AI in teaching. I was in a session last week with principals of colleges and universities, and everybody unanimously agreed AI is required. And then I asked them, how many of you have taken one course in AI? And to my surprise, of the 60 odd people there, only 3 hands went up. So there is a big need to educate our educators, because they are the ones who are going to do this, and of course the curriculum. Last but not the least, the learners also are confused. A whole bunch of AI tools are there. I don't know whether I should spend so much time in A tool versus B tool, because they're changing, technology is changing. So how do we make sure there is a central repository to understand how it happened? And what is this human-centric skills that have been missing? The learner also wants to know. Over-reliance on AI, and especially at younger levels, if you rely on AI for everything, the fundamental thinking gets retarded. So how do we make sure that we all... some of the recommendations that we have is an image of that. So we are saying the NSQF framework, National Skills Qualification Framework, should be relooked at to make sure that the human skills are included in that as a part of it. When we were part of doing this as well, but when we did this 10 odd years before, this was not so critical, and we almost took it for granted that everybody knows what are the human-centric skills. But with AI coming in, like I said, that's more accentuated. Establish a national AI skills observatory, which I believe is happening. Accelerate the updates to occupational standards, because we don't update these standards. So if you go to the repository of standards, it's outdated in a sense, and it's not something that we can use. So our recommendation is, how do we make sure that we update it faster? And on the academic institution side, redesign the assessments. Where we need to target our assessments that are happening. Their old way of assessing things. Curriculum changes, but assessments don't change. and also establish this continuous faculty development. Like I said, if the teachers don't change, it will be very difficult. Teach AI judgment along with other AI tools. Please teach the children as to how they should judge AI, as to where to use, where not to use, and how it be used. On the industry side, I talked more about that shift from hiring for credentials to hiring for capabilities, and that follows the assessment set that I said. Democratize AI literacy through a role-specific training. Today, we believe certain roles need AI training, certain roles don't. Some of the trainings are not even. How do we make sure that we do it? Update the job performance and career frameworks, institutionalize continuous learning across. Everyone who's employed today needs augmentation. So how do we make sure continuous learning is a part of their career path? Equip leaders to manage, like I said, the human AI interfaces. Last but not least, for the learners, we need to demonstrate human-centric capabilities through projects, through internship, through capstones, wherever they are studying. Use AI as a support tool rather than the primary tool. Apprenticeships are very important for real-life projects. Arun also mentioned about this. And actively engage in a lifelong. Today's learners should know, unlike their past, unlike their seniors, that there is no alternate for them to learn every day. So lifelong learning is the impression, because of our education system, we used to, at least inadvertently, we are saying, you study for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and then it's done. We give a degree, have a massive function for it, and they all believe they have arrived. And that could be true in the past. Not anymore. So how do you make sure the learner understands this? So I'll stop here. Thank you so much. I know I rushed it a bit, but still couldn't save much of time. My apologies. But we'll get into the panel discussions from here. But I'll give 2 minutes. If there is anything that you want to ask, you can ask now. Or like I said, you can download the report. The report is a lot more detailed. Thank you so much. Thanks once again, FICCI, for the opportunity. We enjoyed doing the report, and we believe it is just the beginning, and I'll be very happy somebody takes on from the report and gets into more details. Thank you. Okay, so not necessarily from the report or about the report. The discussion we have today is a very interesting topic, as some of you or most of you would have read. We're going to discuss about not just the impact of AI, but also the emergence in the changes in the job roles that are happening and how are we responding to it. And we have a very good panel, both from the industry as well as from the academia. And we're going to discuss about how we can arrive at some meaningful solutions, some thoughts around that as well, even if you don't get the exact solutions immediately. Okay, should we start? Yeah. So AI-powered future, rethinking skills, jobs, and learning. Let me start with Sanjay. So we talked about human values a lot, and I know right since the days of NSDC, you've been talking about that. But we are talking only about what should be the industry's role in this, right? While we are talking about what the academic institution should do and other things, what should be the industry's role for the transformation of skilling? The other way, like, while...
Yeah, no, I think it's a very valid point. Yeah, very valid point. Thanks, Narayanan, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. See, if I have to say in 3 words, I would say redesign, reskill, and reconnect. What I mean by that is that the first thing at the industry that needs to be done is redesign the current jobs looking at AI, and then reskill, the manpower. And then reconnect means, I think this is one area where I strongly feel that this has to be reversed, in the sense that industry should be leading and co-creating the ecosystem. So what I mean by that is, in traditional skilling system last 10-15 years, I think maximum contribution from government, skilling institutes,
and also academia, ITIs, they have been training the workforce and preparing workforce for the industry. In AI era, because industry knows what exactly are the requirements, and if they don't update the JD, they do not redesign the jobs, there is no way that educational institutes or the best engineering institutes or IITs or schools can ever produce that workforce. And that's where I feel that this is clearly a time that industry takes the lead and co-create the ecosystem with government, with academia. And just yesterday, I was sharing with our group. I was in Bangalore, and I'm also leading the AI task force for large organizations and workforce. So we coined, and we had IIM Bangalore, and we had large employers of the world, Accenture, and also a lot of large industry in India from ITC and other multi-industry. And finally, a new term that we coined yesterday for AI is academia plus industry. So I think that is how it should proceed. And having worked with being an engineer myself and from BITS, and then having worked with the industry, having led large workforce at Airtel, Casio, 20,000, 30,000 distributed workforce, and then also being a part of training and skilling system at NIT and SDC, I think this is the time for us to really put entire thing together. If that answers. Thank you.
Essentially saying redesign and reskill, which essentially means industry should take the lead of actually saying what are the changes that have happened and actually make the change so that academia can, in a sense, follow and co-create is what you said.
Absolutely.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Let me turn to Mr. Swami. So this is a curiosity. We've been talking about human values all along, as if human values are the same, across time. I know for a fact, like what human values that, say during independence time we had to now has significantly changed. Right. So I just thought I will ask you, like, what in your view are the human values that are emerging? So we can't design something, we can't make the same mistake, right? We can't design something for today or tomorrow and the next week they have become obsolete.
Absolutely. You made my job a little bit easy when you made the presentations. So you spoke about telegraph, but many of us on this side of the world also, when we were doing our CA and we both are chartered accountants, typing used to be one of the most important quality when you're applying for a job. Today, it was not that you know typing, but how fast you can type, how accurately you can type. Today, nobody even asks. There is not even an institution which speaks about the typewriting. But has typing gone away? No, absolutely. Typing is still there. The job is still there, but it's on a computer. But today you don't even have to type. You get to just speak. So as long as you're able to pronounce the word syllabi easily, then you're good with typing. You don't need a typing as a skill. So similarly, there are a lot of like AI has been evolving, the human capabilities have also been evolving. Just 2022, we did a skills outlook report. That was the first series that we launched. There were 5 different human skills that we spoke about, starting from communication was the top priority one, then you had collaboration, then you had customer service, and so on and so forth. But come 2026, and it was identified at that time also, collaboration is going to take the first seat. Then your customer service changed to customer focus. You spoke about it, right? We don't need any more. I ask a question and then you solve it for me. Today, you should have a focus on what your customer needs. What is that's happened? With AI being there already, and then the most important one that came out, and you again spoke about, is the lifelong learning. Learning and mastering is one of the key priority today as a human capability. You should be able to learn. You should be able to unlearn, relearn, skill, reskill, whatever you would want to put. But that is the human capability we are talking about. With AI, I think, and we did a AI readiness report, okay? And the weightage today, 97% of the HR leaders went back and said, they give much priority to the soft skills. Technical skills are understood, education institutions are giving degrees. We believe that technical skills are there, but soft skills are something that they're looking at. Questioning, the most important, at least the human capabilities today, again, you spoke about it, is the judgment. And I like the word, you had 2 on the CS Chief Risk Officer's slide, you spoke about judgment as traditional role, but a human judgment on the other side, which is with the AI. It's a very important topic, right? So everybody can make judgment, but putting yourself into that shoes and making a judgment, and especially when there is ambiguity, asking a right question is a human capability that we need to build. We need to be able to identify, and I spoke about it in the morning, is that there will be an output that is given by AI, but you should be using the judgment to see whether that accurate answer, is it a right one or not. I think those are some of the human capabilities that we need to build today. And with AI evolving on a regular basis and as fast as it can, the human capabilities also have to keep changing, and it'll continue to change. That's a couple of my views.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. In a sense, like, while we can crystal ball gaze as much as possible, the only answer could be continuously you need to assess what are all the human skills that are changing, what are relevant and according to each other. But you mentioned some of them which are very interesting, which I think we believe maybe hopefully another 10 years from now FICCI will invite us and we'll be here discussing how much of it happened. But at the moment it looks like asking the right questions, soft skills, judgments are something that are so important that cannot be taught as technical skills, and that could be something that we need to nurture more.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. Now we heard industry. Let's move on to academia. Ma'am, thank you so much, Dr. Arushi Jain, for joining us.
Thank you.
So we've heard a lot, and everybody says the education institution has not changed, and you represent one of the most forward-looking, futuristic institutions. What, in your view, should happen for educational institutions to transform and change?
Yeah, this is a big question. Thank you so much for having me here and to be a part of this panel. I think a very imperative question of looking at educational institutions and how they need to transform themselves. I think, the basic question first is to understand where we are right now and what the future of work demands from educational institutions. I think until and unless this basic question is not answered by an educational institution, things will not transform in the way they are required to transform. So, thinking about the broad ambit of future of work, the educational institutions then need to rethink of where they are at this time and what is the transformation required. But I would like to divide it into multiple aspects. Let's begin with the very first aspect of curriculum. And, we do hear very frequently that, our entire curriculum is getting obsolete in 2 years, 5 years, depending on so on and so forth. But actually, we have to understand what is changing and what is not changing. So the foundational aspects, so suppose the understanding of economics or statistics, or it could be the sciences, the fundamentals of sciences, they will remain there. So that is something that's not changing for a little longer time. It may, of course, get newer aspects, we'll come up with newer theories and so on. The second is the domain, the application of knowledge. I think that is something that is changing on frequency and depends from domain to domain, sector to sector, on whether that is a 2-year or a 5-year kind of a churn. The third is the technology and the application side, which is something that we have to think about, and that's changing very rapidly. So educational institutions have to then think about the focus of where they are, what kind of education are they delivering, what kind of skill sets are required, and then plan accordingly. So the first thing is, the most important thing is curriculum, wherein it's not just going to be a vertical kind of integration, which generally every academic institution thinks about. So when I say vertical integration, it means adding on AI-related and data-related courses to the curriculum. It has to be a horizontal integration, wherein whatever they are teaching, AI has to be a part of it. Because in work tomorrow, in jobs tomorrow, wherever your students are going, they are going to use AI in different ways, whether it will be for augmentation of roles, Automation is a completely different aspect, but then there is a very important aspect of recomposition of roles. So if you think about this recomposition where you have to prioritize some kind of roles to the others, your tasks as such, I think the educational institutions have to start thinking about that. So the first is curriculum, and as you rightly said in your presentation, that teachers need to be upskilled here. If you have to integrate it horizontally, every educational person needs to understand how AI can be integrated into that curriculum. So that is the first. The second is pedagogy. So in our country, we just kind of follow the fad. So if suppose case studies is something that everyone is doing, we'll also start doing it. But we don't understand how do you make that more useful. And the traditional way of case studies with a 20-page case and a teaching note is no longer useful. So how do you think about revamped pedagogy with technology being inbuilt into it? So simulations, industry orientation, and that's where industry academia partnership is going to be very useful, wherein industry gives you the problem statement and then you help your students understand the whole nuance with that practical aspect. So that is the second part of it, where pedagogy has to be very differently oriented in the AI age. The third is how do we, assess. So I'm talking of assignments, exams, and so on and so forth, which is still taking the traditional route as of today. And if you're asking direct questions from your students and you are expecting them not to use AI, I don't think so that's going to work any further. Academia has been very apprehensive of use of AI in this way. So even today, if you see most of the institutions, higher education, they will say, this is the assignment, but don't use AI. Do you think that's actually practically going to happen? How do we prepare our children to start using AI with more critical thinking, more judgment, as we were just hearing about it, decision-making ability, because when you go to the real world, this whole scenario is going to be, you'll be there with a lot of dilemma questions at every stage. How do you solve those questions, and what is the right answer when it's, say, an ethical dilemma? So we have to prepare our students to that, and the assignments should be in that regard. And the fourth is the institution going to transform itself completely. And as you were rightly pointing out to it, the lifelong learning aspect. We do not have to think of our students as students just coming in for a course and going back and that's it. It has to be a relationship with that student, probably for the next 30, 40 years of the lifetime, where the student keeps coming back to you. You are kind of re-looking at the entire perspective and upskilling that student where it's required, how it's required, and you use technology, AI, async courses, hybrid courses, short-term modules to look at that entire lifelong learning cycle. So I would like to kind of put it that way.
Lovely. Thank you, Dr. Jain. Thank you. And my important takeaway in what you said is I like the way you said horizontal transformation. So we seem to have a lot of point interventions, like we go and say this needs to be changed, add this to the curriculum, or include this lab, put in some, an internship and other things. But what you are recommending is something that is more fundamental. What in the consultant language we call zero-based review, right? So that we make sure that nothing gets missed out. So I think what she is recommending is a zero-based transformation. The other curious thing at least it occurred in my mind is, in our assessment, time immemorially we believe the teacher should know everything. And unless they know everything, they can't question. Right? That perhaps was questioned a little bit when internet came in, where answers were seen outside the classroom. But now with AI, it is even more pronounced. So how does the teacher ask questions where he or she doesn't know the answer? Is a big question, and those are all the changes that we need to bring in. But
and the teacher has to now act more like a mentor and a facilitator rather than the person who's just delivering everything there. I think that role change and that mindset change, even for the teachers or the education system, is something that's required.
And it's not easy, but we are saying that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And now let's turn to somebody we've been very eager to hear, Ms. Vera. So I'm going to ask you a fundamental question. We all talk about this, AI is going to impact job roles, AI is going to take away something. Let me ask this. You come from an industry which is something that is in the thick of transformation, engineering and related areas, design, engineering, manufacturing. In your view, where do you think AI is actually impacting jobs?
Okay. Yes, so dear academic representatives and fellow corporate leaders, it's an honor for me to present here in India, a nation that embodies the very spirit of digital acceleration. So before answering the question, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm responsible for academic and marketing programs at ESCON. ESCON is one of the leading companies in Russia in the field of design and manufacturing processes automation. So for 37 years, we've been developing computer-aided design systems, the software for 3D modeling. And with 100,000 downloads per year, we can say that roughly every 5 minutes, someone downloads our software. And more than 3,300 academic institutions teach the students on how to use our software. So let's move on to our subject of how AI reshapes skills, jobs, and learning. Thank you so much. So according to the recent research by McKinsey, the demand for AI-related skills has increased 3 times in job listings since 2023. In many industries, AI is automating processes, like, for example, in finance, HR, and operations. AI already automates scheduling, documents checking, and even initial decision-making. So Ernst & Young described this process as the rise of AI-augmented front offices and highly automated back offices. And as you may have heard, 90% of the companies nowadays claim that they plan to use AI in their business processes. For example, in our experience, our engineers use AI in the code development process. For example, they can search for an error in the code, or they can port the code from one programming language to another, or just explore the programming code using AI assistants. And there are also plans to increase the usage of AI in the future to increase the efficiency of software development process. And as I'm referring to computer-aided design and engineering, let me elaborate on what skills are now needed to master AI in these fields. So AI shapes traditional 3D modeling from manual model creation to the intent-driven specifications. So the developer skill set is changing accordingly, from the software operation to the system orchestration. So the first thing is AI systems evolve so that they can already generate 3D models from text requests. So engineers now need to ensure they can translate their requirements into machine-readable parameters, defining exact conditions, material properties, rules, and compliance standards. This is important because AI systems usually do not understand physics or manufacturing limitations. So the engineer here must act as a precise order of input to generate valid output. The second is design to manufacturability. So AI systems naturally gravitate towards complex organic shapes that can be good for 3D printing, but real-world manufacturing often implies multi-axis CNC milling, casting, and sheet metal bending, for example. So engineers must ensure that 3D model generated by AI can be actually manufactured within the budget and tooling constraints. The next point is about product lifecycle management. As we all know, AI is good at parsing large amounts of data. For example, with bill of materials, it can parse material selections and compare it against global supply chain availability, carbon footprint databases, and compliance standards. So engineering teams now also need people who can work with databases, who can do data generation and data segmentation. And the last point is that AI can definitely optimize systems for weight and cost, but legal liability, physical safety, and ethical accountability remain human responsibilities. So engineers need to make sure AI-generated model complies with international standards and safety margins. So these are the new reshaped skills engineers need to have to master AI efficiently.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just out of curiosity, how many of you here are engineers?
Yeah, actually, I have the same question.
Quite a few of them. So she just said you need to learn a lot more. So that's very interesting. I like the 2 words that you said towards the end: physical safety and ethical accountability. How does AI? And also I like the way you said does AI really understand the boundaries of sciences and how much to push and how much to not? And the practical aspects, you mentioned budget, but there could be other things, how 3D models cannot be implemented, but they will give you the most optimum model, whereas that's not something that is practical.
Yeah, but it's still engineer's role to ensure, to assess it.
Wonderful. So, yes, so what we conclude, AI definitely changes the job role. AI will definitely bring in a lot of changes. But we can't imagine a world without humans, without the human values there, and hence it's very important that we cultivate both of them together. Interesting, wonderful. So, I mean, we had a lot of thoughts that went by. I also want to at least have some time for questions from the audience, but before that, I have some questions that I wanted to ask the panel. We talked a lot about lifelong learning, and this seems to be a favorite topic for everybody. I just wanted to understand, what is lifelong learning? What do we mean by that? Is it like every day somebody needs to read something up, or they should join some courses, or is there any prescribed model of like the qualification framework that somebody knows how they have graduated or went forward every day? How does one know what is to be learned, and how does one measure themselves whether they are really learning something? Any thoughts? Ma'am, let me start with the professor.
I've already spoken about lifelong learning, and in fact, it's not about a formal system of education. I would say that's of course a very important part of it, and you need to keep upskilling, learning, unlearning, relearning, all of that. And you need to be a part of academic institutions in some ways, which could be, as I said, short-term, long-term programs. But that is not what what upskilling is all about. I think there is a lot of content everywhere. You have to be smart enough to know what is required for you and how do you do that. I'll give you a very interesting example here. Something that I've not seen, at least in our country. I was at Harvard for a fellowship 2 years ago. And in my classroom, this was a year-long program. And in my classroom, the very first day of introductions, there was one of our friends now, a 75-year-old gentleman who was in the class, ready to do a master's in public administration at the age of 75. And his introduction said that he had been an investment banker throughout his life. And now he's looking at the next 15 years of his life and wants to pivot to policy and development. And this is Harvard Kennedy School. So just think about the perspective of lifelong learning. It's not about what you want or what is going to probably enhance your current job, but probably what is it that you are looking at and something that you don't know and you want to learn. And it can be at any age, right? So that is something that was an eye-opener for us. When we went, we were feeling as if we are old enough to do a mid-career program. But after seeing all of these guys from across the globe, we were like, no, we are pretty young and we need to do many of these programs over a lifetime. So, yeah.
In fact, statistics says that, anybody born after 2007 has a 90% chance of living more than 100 years. So whether we like or not, maybe we are going to live long. And I don't know whether, whatever we have,
or a curse.
I really don't know. But in the event that you actually live, we need to do something for our livelihoods. And is it enough? Is it enough that I think that I have learned everything? Because imagine, I see that in a lot of my clients who are at the fag end of their career, they're actually scared. Because what they think is the wisdom that they can give out to others. Now AI says, I've captured everything. Whatever you have said in the past, I have captured everything. I don't need you. All the wisdom, I'll give you. So, I mean, I don't know whether it is true. Actually, somebody can manage without those wisdom. But lifelong learning or learning for later years is something that has become imperative. So I don't know whether I should skip the line. And
So let me share the industry perspective on lifelong learning. Essentially, it's like we used to say that it's a two-stage process. First and foremost for any industry or organization was that, it's across 3 dimensions. It's a two-stage process, but happens across 3 dimensions. First and foremost is learning from your client and customer interaction. Right? For our employees, we made it mandatory that, everybody needs to, be it in finance, be it in SCM, be it in sales, or be it, sales of course will do it. you need to actually go through interactions, 5 interactions live, or capture it. So learning from customer and client interaction, because that benefits understanding. Second was learning from your own job role, process failures. If there are chains which are breaking, why are they breaking and why are they repetitive? So that's the second dimension which throws up what we need to learn, because that's very important. And then third piece was learning from your daily situation and incident, and also both from personal and professional. So the evolved organizations today, they have a knowledge management system where you can have a, we were talking about, like nowadays we talk about AI sandbox, where organization should create AI sandbox and where everybody can just play around that. And similarly, so once you capture through these 3 experiences, that tells you very clearly the what piece, what all needs to be fixed. And then second is the mode of learning, of course, varies. The organization captures if there is something that affects more than, we used to say, 20-25% employees, that learning as an organization, as HR teams used to take care of. And if there are individual learnings, there were enormous opportunities nowadays, whether LinkedIn, Coursera, and they're all integrated with digital, blended, and things like that. So that is the process that large organizations are following, if that helps.
Lovely. That gives a kind of a framework for us. Swami, any?
So, precursor to what Sanjay spoke about, right? So, if you take a learning as a journey, and if you build a pyramid out of it, only 10% of the learning happens in the structured way, right? It can be in the classroom, graduation, other things. But the remaining 90% is divided into 2 buckets. 20% of it happens in the social learning. When I say social learning, it's a peer-to-peer learning. You are working with your colleagues, with your family members. You are looking at them, learning something new. But the 70% of it, what Sanjay spoke about, is the on-the-job learning. That's what happens. And again, even in there, if you see many of the reports that we have also brought out, many of the organizations are ready to fund it, ready to invest in people in terms of skilling and reskilling on a regular basis. Employees themselves are also very much inclined to be learning for 2 reasons, right? So they want either a career advancement. Many of us, we have seen a lot of people who are working in a same organization for 2-3 decades, but at the same level.
Yeah.
They are self-satisfied, or they just don't want to move up in the career. But today's generation, today's new workforce, loyalty is not that 20 years of this one. How have you grown within the organization?
Right.
And to do that, you need to be, like ma'am said, Arishi madam said, is that you need to be aware of what is changing in your organization, what is changing in the society, what is changing in the ecosystem, and be prepared for it. Not necessary that I'm a chartered accountant, I need to continue to be a financial consultant throughout my life. I can learn something new. If the world is pivoting to something new skills, I need to be prepared. Otherwise, I'll get redundant in a very short time. So I think those are the few things will contribute to the lifelong learning.
Interesting. In the interest of time, Vera, like I'm going to ask you, do we see the same across the world, or is it something that we are all so much enamored here in India? And maybe back home in Russia, you also see the same restlessness that AI has come in and taking away jobs?
Yeah, there is a fear, of course. But according to the recent research, have you heard about the concept that all the occupations now are going to be divided into 7 groups, depending on the combination of how humans, AIs, and robots will contribute to the results? So they say 42% of the occupations in the future are expected to be AI-centric, while 31% of the occupations still remain human-centric. So these are the occupations that require human judgment, like ethical judgment, trust, and interpersonal interactions. So these are definitely the areas where humans will remain essential.
Thank you so much. So are we going to close, and we'll have some questions, but let me close by asking you a question. What are some long-term 2 values that in your view are something that's going to be long-term, human values that you think all of us should imbibe and we should
Empathy
remember?
is the first that comes to the mind, right? just what we need from interpersonal interaction. It's empathy.
Okay.
And I would also say ethical judgment. So you can teach AI. You can
Ethical judgment.
Ethical judgment.
Okay.
So you can give AI as much information as possible. You can teach it on various rules and laws and compliance standards, but still.
This is going to be long term. It's going to be ever like. I mean,
True.
hopefully, I don't know where is Rajesh. If he's inviting us 10 years from now, that will still be valid. Excellent. Fantastic. So, Sanjay, what, according to you, are some too overrated AI skills? We think too much of it.
So that's it can replace human beings. So that's the topmost one, and very live examples. Let me give you 2 examples where actually, like Anthropic US office, about when they started the journey almost 2 years ago, they said we will prove to the world that the AI bot can run the business without any employees. So they put up a vending machine in the office, and which was called Claudius. And they said employees were talking to that machine on Slack, and they were just giving all the instructions, I need this. And for about 3 months it ran, and they also showed the P&L that, look, this machine, this Claudius itself, generated revenue worth $100 million with 60% profitability. So human beings being creative, and I'm sure there were many Indians in that office. So one of them said, okay, I need tungsten cubes. Now, that's something that Claudius had never heard about or talked about. So suddenly he says, oh, I mean, there's so many, population workforce. So let me order 100 tungsten cubes. So, and it was very expensive. So ordered at a particular value, then nobody will buy. So the entire P&L, came down in within 6 months of that vending machine. So, just leaving everything to AI, it will not happen. There's another classic example of McDonald's. They deployed IBM last year only in US. And it started delivering, I mean, rather than any human beings, it started delivering, so one customer got some bacon with ice cream. Another customer got some McNuggets for $200 million bill. Now, so it's very important that, I mean, that is, I think, the single most, overrated capability of AI standalone.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you, we've been saying that everything should change in educational institutions. I think that is one extreme. What, according to you, are 2 things that should not change, that we are doing very well and should not change in our institutions?
Okay, that's
curriculum.
No, so I think there are a lot of things that we are doing right, at least in our country, and should not change. The very first focus is on the basic literacy and numeracy. I think the focus is going right now, whether it's the school education, very foundational years, we are doing all of that right and have started that movement which was required, moving from quantity to quality in education. I think that is something
that's something should not stop.
Should continue.
Anything else?
And I think the critical thinking aspect. A lot of reforms that have happened in our education system have focused on rote learning to critical thinking. And this critical thinking is something that is going to be a very big question in this age of AI. Because, now children do not want to kind of, answer anything themselves. ChatGPT is available or ABC is available, and they'll just ask the question. So how do you ensure that this is something that stays and you're using your mind to some of these questions?
If we have started, don't stop is what you're saying.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Finally, you too, Mr. Swami, something all of us want to know. As a learner, what are some 2 things that you recommend that we start doing?
Okay, so the first and foremost is, I think, I spoke about 10%, 20%, and 70% of learning. Keep the spirit of learning throughout your life. Keep your eyes and ears open in terms of what's changing.
Be curious.
Be curious about what is changing. How do I be part of that curiousness? The second and most fundamental one, being ethical, having ethical judgment. But there's a lot of technology that's going to come. Today it's Claude, tomorrow it might be something else. Yesterday was ChatGPT. But do we, having a right sense of presence of mind, having a cultural touch to what you're doing, I think that's the fundamental thing that learners should keep in mind always.
Thank you so much. I know it was an interesting panel, and we almost, we did again stretch beyond the time that was given to us. But still, we have some time for any questions that you have from the audience. If at all anybody has any questions for any of us, we are happy to take that.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am Sandesh and I am from United Way, Mumbai. I have questions that, so how can we integrate communication skill and language, as we have know the lot of opportunity out of country for the labor, for example, turner fitter, but they cannot get the opportunity because of the language barrier. So how can we integrate this skill into academic education, so that after the 10-12 they can get the job out of country?
Should I
Yeah.
talk about? Okay. So fortunately, we are in a day and age when technology is playing a very important role. Today, you do not need to go to a formal institution to learn Spanish, French, or Mandarin for that matter. I think there are a lot of applications that are available with children, with kids. Everyone is doing it. Whether you can start with as simple an application like Duolingo, to anything that's more professional and there. And there are certified courses which are online where children are learning and upskilling and learning new languages as they want to go abroad. A lot of this constraint of language was there at one point of time, but we also have to understand that until and unless, and it's not about, you are just apprehensive many times of a language. So for example, going to China, you always feel that you need to know the language because they don't know English. But technology has made our life so easy that the translate works very well. You can actually use non-verbal communication for a lot of things that you're trying to do. So doing businesses with these countries, exploring these countries for whatever kind of work you're doing has become very easy. So it depends on what kind of role you are wanting to take up in an international space. It is not tough now. I think it's just about the mindset and the confidence that is required for you to take these next steps.
Here at least machines can help. AI is helping in a, not AI, technology is helping in a very big way. And in fact, Bhashini is one example for Indian languages. Today you can converse in any Indian language and Bhashini genuinely helps you in that. And I want to share with you something that I shared with Vera. I was in Kazakhstan, and the only two languages that they understood there was Russian and Kazakh.
Correct.
I had free-flowing conversations with people there because they used a translator. After a few hiccups, even I got used to it, and we were conversing very well. So I would think the idea is not to learn all languages, which is not possible, but invest in using these tools in a manner that we know how to use these when a situation demands. But I think most important is the human value of not getting bogged down just because you don't know language.
My concern is that in a rural part, the teacher also, they don't know, they're not aware about all these features and all these AI tools. So it should be integrated in their education system, academic syllabus. That will be enable them to understand all this platform, and they can pass on this platform to the students.
Yeah, these are the things that should be included. In fact, why language? I don't know, it's not there in this session, but earlier we heard an organization called GUI, which is actually teaching coding in regional languages. You need not learn English for coding. Supposed to be a job that you'll get only when you understand the syntax of English and other things. They have come up with a solution wherein whichever language you know, you can start coding. Anyway, coding itself is being questioned.
Yeah, correct.
Any other thought? Any other question?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes,
yeah, the question is to Sanjay. Arun mentioned that adoption of AI in India may be a little sluggish because of the low wages in India. It's probably more competitive than AI. But the question is, are we seeing the real prices of AI, or is it still in that stage where to acquire customers, people are pricing AI? Are they AI companies really making money? How is it? At what prices will AI settle finally, AI services?
So in what context? For a learner or for a business? For a business
No,
or
we
a
are
learner?
saying that jobs could get dislocated and all of that, but currently the AI pricing for an enterprise, is it heavily discounted at this point? Are the companies, AI
enterprises.
companies recovering their costs? Where are we at this stage?
So enterprises, if you look at that context, for an enterprise, it can be for two purposes. One is which is building capability for their workforce, and second is for running their business. So AI can be deployed across both. The good part is that as far as learning for their people is concerned, it's already at a very, I would say, a relatively low and a very practical this thing, because also a lot of information available, and all it needs is a more like a facilitation or like a blended mode where you convert that whatever is the learning modules available to their context. So as far as building capability is concerned, it is at a fairly reasonably priced for enterprise, if the context is enterprise. When it comes to when we talk about running a business, whether it's a bank, whether it's an insurance company, now that's a bit of challenging, that is still evolving. So as you rightly said, evolving in the sense today, if you look at some of the leading banks, they've developed some 70, 80 AI chatbots, right? The point is today they're developing, there are a lot of LLMs, they're buying tokens, and if heavy data starts flowing through that, obviously, while we are talking about cost productivity for an organization, that's only a temporary phenomena, and which is seen more by saying that, okay, if 20 people were doing this repetitive job, now 3 people will do it. But that is only temporary. That is still evolving. The enterprise, what they're moving is to have their own mini customized LLM. So it is already, there are some open sources available through which they are doing. And also the second complexity comes is the data security. So looking at that, to coming to your specific question, for learning and upskilling capability building, it's very reasonably priced. But for running the enterprise business more efficiently or creating faster growth with AI, that is still evolving, and that may take some time to stabilize the cost, if that answers the question.
Thank you so much. I know we are over time again and we need to stop here. Thank you so much. It was a great panel and I enjoyed it a lot, and I guess there is a lot of learning. I hope all of you had something to take back. The key point that emerged is, whether it is AI, whether it is human values, unless we are constantly at it when it comes to learning, when it comes to understanding where we are moving and calibrate ourselves as to what is required, we are not moving forward. So thank you so much. Thanks for all your time. Thank you. A big round of applause.
Thank you for the audience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Without any further ado, we move on to the next panel discussion, which is on the Global Capability Centers. So I may now invite Dr. Amarpal Singh, former IAS, Chairman, Punjab School Education Board, to deliver a special address, please. Thank you.
अभी ये एक है, फिर उसके बाद 4 है.
So, listening to the panel before, very interesting questions came up. So, the first question is, what question came was, what AI cannot replace? They took everybody some time to think, but the main answer never came. Only one thing which a human being is born with, and he cannot learn or cannot be put into him. Anybody? What is that? A hint. It happens in the womb. The education of love. It cannot happen once you are out of the womb. The feeling of the mother flows to the womb, to the fetus, in the form of love only. So love is the only commodity which will be left with the human being. If you are sleeping on that your main core thing, then AI is going to rule you, AI is going to control you, and AI is going to use you. So what to do? So anybody going to the mall first time where escalator was installed? Anybody first experience when using an escalator in a mall or a movie hall? You must have seen so many videos on social media, people very afraid. So AI is that escalator. You can't avoid it. And if you don't ride it, you are left standing there. So AI is that escalator journey. If you don't master it, you will be left behind. So then what to do? So first and foremost, the stairs should never be removed even if there is an escalator. And it should be switched off periodically to make you feel that you have the skill to climb the stairs. Or the second option is that when you ride the escalator, you also climb the stairs. So when you use AI, your scientific temperament should not be thrown into the dustbin. Otherwise, our ancient societal systems will come into play immediately. So what were those systems? Superstition, blind following, which rode on faith and religion. So AI will control all those things and make you follow it blindly if you don't use scientific temperament while interacting with AI, while using AI. Another example which I like everybody to correlate, how many of you can still ride the bicycle? Okay. So what happened was 90% of the Indian population rode a bicycle. And many of now us in the new generation who haven't taken it as a sport cannot ride a bicycle. So that is what AI will do to you if you remove yourself from the basic concepts of life. Okay, how many of you, according to me, all of you are expert bankers? Am I correct or wrong? Wrong. But all of you are using HDFC SBI apps. So I should call you bankers, expert bankers. Then how can a person be labeled as an AI expert while using apps and platforms which are using AI in the backend? This is the biggest mistake the society is doing. Using the platforms and tools which are driven by AI, you don't become an AI expert. You are a consumer of AI-based platform. As if you are not, when you are using a banking app, you don't become an expert banker. So these platforms will teach you yourself. The moment you start interacting, as the banking app has taught you how to withdraw money, how to transfer money, you never took that training anywhere. So what is the meaning of AI? So when going through this thought process, we in Punjab decided to explore further that what will happen if we join the rat race of introducing AI as it is known as AI. So we will become consumers. We will be the targeted consumers who will be consuming a product which is being made outside this country. So what will happen? Slowly, like we are dependent for our fossil fuels, this thing will also happen. So what we thought was that let's have a curricula which creates a knowledge base among school children that what is AI. The curiosity level should come down about AI. They should feel it's nothing new. It's a normal thing. So once the curiosity level comes down, responsibility creeps in. So you will use your discretion, parents will use discretion when it's a normal thing. Anything which is new, even adults, fully capable of critical thinking, will try it once. Even if they know on visual impact that is going to harm them, still they will try. So it needs to be introduced at an early age. What is the concept of AI? How AI works? Basic knowledge. So we designed a curricula which from 1st to 5th will give the total overall sensitivity towards AI, that how it is helping the society, how it is going to help the student in the future for his normal pathway in the school. After primary, we are introducing him to the science behind AI. We are not introducing the students to platforms and tools of AI. From 5th to 10th, we will be introducing them to the science of AI. How these platforms are made, which are being advertised. What is the science behind it? So that we sow the seed of future AI scientists and technologists in this country. And at a higher level, 10th, 11th, 12th, we start introducing the tools so that they can become employable, they can be entrepreneurs, use those skills to generate money for them, to help the society, to help their family business, to help the local communities. So the purpose of the whole program was not to create users, but to create future scientists and future entrepreneurs and future creators of AI-based platforms and tools. Now, once that is done, what happens next? So we have completed this spectrum on the academic side, on the theory side, that this is how it will be done. Now, how to deliver? We don't have AI-enabled teachers. We don't have teachers who are expert in handling those platforms. So who will teach? So we devised a new hybrid system, which we will be introducing in the month of September from class 8th to 12th, that live classrooms digitally will be beamed into the classroom with the computer teacher present. The computer teacher will be shared one day in advance the lesson plan for that day, for the coming day, and the teacher will be free to raise questions when he gets the lesson plan and get answers from the expert team. And then in the classroom, the experts who have been trained how to teach this typical technology-driven AI subject will be delivering the lecture live. There will be no recorded videos because the human content goes away. The most important thing which we want to teach by having live classrooms through digitally is to make them feel that if human content is not there, the same thing will happen if you start using AI blindly. So the very purpose of this whole exercise is to, in 3 years, give the capability to our computer teachers to be certified and having the complete knowledge how to teach AI responsibly, ethically, and how to create that mindset amongst the students that this is not a thing to be used carelessly and for fun. It's a thing to be used responsibly and for greater good of the humans. It is not a toy like a AK-47 which can be used by anybody. If you have it, then there's immense responsibility attached with it. So our main purpose is responsible AI driven through the mechanism of understanding, attachment, and feeling for the humans. Now I conclude my introduction that what we are doing in Punjab, and I think in 6 months' time, we will be able to handhold a lot of other institutions once we stabilize our system. And this is a unique project which is being done for the first time in the country. I think globally also, this kind of effort has not been made at such a scale that we will be teaching 1.5 million students in this session, training around 9,000 teachers. And by next year, this will swell up to 3.25 million students across all schools in Punjab. Now, concluding this here, on the human side, I would like to add, the way things are moving, it is going to be very soon when we will have conferences where it will be written Introduction to Humanity, Responsible Humanity. So, my request to all, when you talk about AI, first please sensitize others that using an AI-based platform does not make you an AI expert. To be an AI expert and a user, you need to know the science behind artificial intelligence. And the criticality of data which you give that platform, which you give that is very, very important. As in the similar way as nuclear science, in the hands of a scientist, is pure green energy. In the hands of somebody else, is a destructive energy. Same formula holds true for artificial intelligence. And we also foresee that whatever skills we are imparting to our students in colleges, in 2 years they will be of no use. So it has to start early in the school. Otherwise, it will be learnt by students through an irresponsible way. Because even today, a toddler is handling AI. Whenever he is weeping or crying, the mother immediately shows the mobile to him. So the amount of information being fed into the brain at the time of development of the brain at the first 4 years of your life is being cluttered now. How will the brain decipher it? The more the child grows, the more bombardment of information, uncontrolled information is there. So that's where child psychologists need to be brought into the picture. If any nation wants to save its future generations being carried away by this tsunami of AI which is hitting us, and we are just trying to be very, very gaga about it. So thank you very much, and I hope with these words I may have ignited some kind of thought process in your minds so that you question wherever you go for a AI summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a really insightful, the initiative that you've been doing in the Punjab government. May I now call upon my fellow panelists to come upon the stage, please. Mr. Rajesh Ojha, partner and GIC and GCC market segment leader at PwC India. Mr. Narendra Kumar Mohapatra, Group CEO, AVPL International. Mr. Amit Pradhan, Chief Information Officer and Vice President, Information Technology, Dixon Group, Mr. Ganesh Kashyap, CEO, Landis India and Global Development Center. No, it will be there. We have a place we can use to make it. And sit and present, or I will rather stand. Yeah, I'll just introduce that you'll take over. Yeah. As FICCI had made a knowledge report on GCCs, so I may invite Mr. Rajesh Ojha to start with the findings of the report before we move on to the panel discussion. So.
Very good evening, everyone. Can you hear me loudly? Perfect. Why did I ask this question is a lot of time, when you are the last one in the queue, especially in the evenings, it's important that we grab the attention as much as possible, right? So first of all, thank you so much. And the session just before this, I was just sitting for the last one. And good part is AI is still chasing us here as well, right? And when we were doing this study, right, from PwC along with FICCI, what we realized was that we were also chasing AI. What was Apna intelligence, then artificial intelligence. So quickly, what I would do, and yeah, slides are up, right? So I think 10 minutes is what I've been told that first you need to just start with, and 10 minutes normally is not sufficient for somebody who has to talk about GCC as a student. But let me just give you a little context about GCC for maybe a couple of minutes, and then directly get into the report, I would say the findings of the report. And I'm not going to dwell on that because the report is with you. Please read through it, because otherwise you will just hear from me and just stop reading that, because that report is far, really a lot of time has been spent on that. We spoke to almost more than 200 executives from GCCs to get to that point. So I think it's worth read, right? Let me just give you a little context in terms of, sorry. So when we look at the slides, right, what you see on the slide is basically a data point. And I'll not drag you through the slide from data point perspective, but more importantly, I'll just give you the highlights of it. Now, GCC as a terminology is a common noun. Global Capability Center, please treat it as common noun. For simple reason is because there is a GBS, there is a shared service center, there is a center of excellence, there is a global in-house company, you name it, you will find a name for it. But NASSCOM decided to bring in this term GCC, so please accept it, whether you are a 5 people center, 50 people, 500 people, 5,000 people, 50,000 people. So everybody who operates in this space, now earlier the premise was always a global company setting up the center in India was called GCC, but a lot of Indian conglomerates also are setting up GCC. Now from the count perspective, which NASSCOM does is largely the global companies. They don't count the Indian company GCC, unfortunately. So we will have to put a request to NASSCOM that start counting the Indian companies as well, because they're also setting up their GCC, fortunately. But this count that you see on the chart, 2,117 is a number as of last year. But that's not what is important. What is important is to look at two figures on the right side, $98 billion and what you see 2.4 million people doing it. Now this number was $64 billion last year and it was $1.9 million, 1.9 million people. So technically, if you look at the growth in terms of the size of the revenue generated versus the number of people added, is basically saying that the high-end value work has significantly increased, which is basically moving from a throughput of, let's say, a $33,000 per person per year has moved to almost $40,000. What does this mean? Is the type of work has significantly increased. So now here that in between you can read the word AI, right? But that's not the truth always. There is a lot of hard work is going, because I have a lot of engineering leaders sitting next to me. They're also putting a lot of work in doing the high-end work from an engineering perspective. And this is one thing very important to understand, that like a child grows, right? When you are 2-year-old versus 22-year-old, similar thing happens for people who have when joined as a fresher versus 20 years experienced people. There is an elevation of experience happens. So this is what has happened to GCCs also, and that's where the elevation of work or the type of work, the ambition of the work has significantly increased. What do you see other two data points there, 504, 506, 583. What does this mean? Basically, these are the numbers where you're talking about mid-market business, that companies of the size of less than 100 million revenue, sorry, 100 million revenue to 1 billion revenue, which was really not looking forward to India setting up GCCs have come in India, and this is only going to increase, right? Second important factor is private equities. Now, private equities don't come and spend money where they don't make money. So today, when you talk about more than 500 companies which are led by private equity, means India is really the destination. So please clap for yourself that this is where you are really investing the money, because you're going to make money. So GCCs led by private equity is another big area. Now, some of the data points at the bottom is for you to read. I will not spend time there, but I would go to the next chart, right? Which is more important in terms of understanding what's happening. Now, always we talk about GCC on the left side, what you see on the chart, but what is important is to look at the right side, extreme right side, where you see a lot of Indian domestic companies also setting up GCC. And what you see in the middle is basically global companies which are actually almost operating like a domestic company. So what does this basically tells you is there's a significant convergence happening, right? And this convergence is where the GCC is going beyond the definition of ITES company, which very few people talk about. It is actually about engineering and manufacturing, which is going to get enabled by the word GCC. So this is where the shift is happening. So this is very important for all of us to understand that because of this, right, there's a significant pull and push going to happen. We will talk about it a little later, when we hear some of the views from the panelists here. But this is very important to understand that this convergence is what is going to drive this number that you saw in the previous slide, 2,117, might become 20,000 or 30,000, because many global companies are not just coming to set up their center for ITES. Actually, they are going to do it for manufacturing, R&D, right? So this is important to look at it. Some of the trends that you see in terms of your macro and micro trends, I will just focus on talent and AI again in this case, because this is important while it is pretty dense slide. That 2-3 things on this slide to measure on. One is about the emergence of tier 2, tier 3 city, that this is no more a story only of the cities or main cities where GCCs are emerging. 2 is there's a significant amount of focus on talent upskilling. And talent upskilling here would mean is in both ways, which is one is towards knowing the domain and not being just the player on the ITES. And second is about the new emerging skills that you're talking about. And what you are seeing in this, I will just focus on 2-3 points which you should look at it. One is called zero-basing capabilities. Now what does this mean is there's a new way to look at it, hiring. So today when leaders which are sitting next to me want to hire somebody, they are just going to say that, do I really need this? Or is this be going to be delivered by an AI? Or is this going to be delivered by somebody can mix 2 or 3 skills together? Because that's the way tools are emerging. So this is where the new wave is coming. So this is also important to understand that what's changing, right? Another thing that you see is, earlier every time when we talking about GCCs, it was all about big size. Now size doesn't matter. Whether it's a 5 people, as far as you're adding value, it's important that you can call yourself GCC and you can perform like a global capability center. Now, some of these data points, normally people, don't talk, but it's very important to understand that there is a significant wave which is happening in terms of India as a market. Now, when you look at population of India, India is what, 1.5 billion people now. We can take pride in saying that our consumer base, if you take 5 to 10% as the buying population, which can buy everything, you're talking about 150 million people. Now that's equal to population of multiple countries put together, and you are suddenly seeing that almost every other global, whether it is US, whether it is America, Europe or Japan or other areas, their growth rate is 2.5%, 3%, 4%. But where their next growth will come from? The next growth is going to come from India, which is where they are going to set it up. But it's not for India. Look at the population which is not developed yet or underdeveloped or developing. If you take out the 2 billion population of the developed countries, which is around 2 billion people, and take India out of 1.5, you're talking about under 3-4 billion people. Now that is unattended because all our ITES world so far has been only solving for 2 billion people. That's the reality. So once you solve it for India, you're going to solve it for North Africa, you're going to solve it for LATAM, you're going to solve it for the developing country, which is where East for East is going to also become East for West, right? And here West is not about the West, West is about the companies which are developing or the countries which are developing, which is very, very important. I know it's showing 2 minutes to me, so I'll just jump into some of the important points here from the report now. So when you look at the report, right, what is important, what you see that how you're looking at the future anchored in strategic capabilities and higher value mandates. Now this chart is actually an outcome of the study that what we did. What you see on this chart is 50% of them have really started thinking about global hub of AI, digital innovation capabilities. Now we will hear again from the the panelists here. But what's really the key takeaway in this slide? You see 17% of them really talking about expanding incrementally. 4% talking that will remain as it is. Now these are the data points for you to read through. But what is important is this data is just giving you the highlight. There is a transformation happening. There is a significant transformation happening, and it is just not about capability or not about capacity. It's also about the way you are looking at your growth agenda, right? And this is where you are actually changing the upskilling equation. This is where you are relooking. Amar sir just mentioned about that, what you study in the WOM and how it is changing. One thing that I was told recently that, and this is not my quote by the way, कि AI को अपना सारथी बनाइए स्वामी नहीं, right? So this is where it was coming out that please use AI, right, more as a sarthi, not your swami. And this is where it is being driven, that everybody is focusing on it. But what's changing, right? When you look at the report deeply, the domain expertise has suddenly come up. There's a significant democratization happening, right? And I will take you through that slide. Sorry, there's a screen there I can't see. That's why I'm looking at my slide, just so that the screen matches. So when you look at the areas where you are looking at growth, right? There is always that we think about that everything is all about frontier skills, right? But what is important about our fundamental skills or our foundational skills? That gap is significant. And that is where the focus of this study was, that, to break that myth that it's just about, if you are great at your, frontier skills, you are really going to do well. Because today the talent gap in terms of your foundational gap is significantly higher. And this is where the focus is also coming in terms of what we are calling that the need of domain knowledge. So somebody who is domain expert, for you to code, you need to learn AI and you can be the master. But for somebody who is coder master, now for example, they are now good at coding, but where AI is really taken over, can you be taught the domain? Is it possible? Now that is very, very important, where the democratization of skills are happening significantly, and this is what is going to shape the way we are moving forward, right? So I'm just, leaving you with this slide, right, where you should take a photo for especially those who are students and, looking forward, depending on where you are in your career, graph, that if you're a student, basically you're learning skills. If you're a professional, you're basically going from execution to augmentation. If you're middle management, you're moving from supervision to orchestration. And if you're a leader, you're going from control to enterprise reinvention. And if you are GCC, obviously that's what we're talking about. You're going from capability center to intelligence center. Now with this as a cue, I will now come over there and ask some very specific question to my able panelist. And with time is up, I assume, Amit, we have at least 30 to 45 minutes before we get there. And we will also take up the questions. So I hope that I will try to see and do justice with the questions so that you also get to ask some questions to our panelist. Perfect. So maybe I can just get started with you, Narendra sir, especially, so Narendra sir, Group CEO and AVP of AVPL. So question to you is basically, as GCCs move beyond traditional delivery mandates, how can they collaborate more effectively with startups, academia, and broader innovation ecosystem, largely to create the future-ready talent at scale?
Yeah, it's a good question. First, we have to understand today GCCs are basically doing everything good in terms of statistics, report we have generated, whatever he has said is everything is good. But try to understand, we don't have much ownership of what we are doing. Our talent is getting a good opportunity to earn better salary, better job, high quality of experience, everything great. Except I don't own that business myself. That business is owned by a foreign company or a MNC. Now this question has an answer towards how can I be part of the development. Now the development happens in a foreign country, the planning happens in a foreign country, the execution happens in India. So it's not that I have planned something, I am executing it. Now he's saying it's going towards excellence. It is just the beginning. Very few GCCs in India are actually towards the complete design cycle, starting from concept to realization. We do not do the concept level designs here. We do the concept level design conceived by somebody sitting in the US or some other country. Their GCCs are using our talent and our best of the talents to fulfill their design verification or testing or build a system and validate a system or do a pilot or do a testing. These kind of tech services are our best talents are being used. The best talents are best used in design, core design, which we are unfortunately not doing. But if I feel in a startup environment, people are actually doing everything end to end. We start with a problem statement and we work on a problem. So obviously we are starting with a design concept, core design, everything we are doing. So if this GCC community can have a confidence on our startup community and we are able to project our startup community as capable of doing core designs, then there is a possibility my value system will increase beyond my tech capabilities which I am offering it to GCC at a fairly high price, which is good. It can still be better if they can conceive me as a designer having design capabilities. But unfortunately today all the designs are coming from their core office, sitting in US or some other countries. So this is where I feel startups can add a lot of value, and we have to see generally a startup scenario is such that most of the startups are technically very, very good. They never fail in my opinion. Our engineers are very good. You ask them a problem, they will solve it. But they fail somewhere else. They fail in financing, they fail in scaling, they fail in marketing, they fail somewhere else. They do not fail in making a product work. So this is a capability which India should present to the rest of the world and try to bring the design capability to India. The startups will grow big, and every startup doesn't have to be successful with a product, but he becomes successful with the capability of building a product. That product might not have been successful in the world in some other way, but in a GCC community it can be successful. That's the way I want it.
Phenomenal, Narendra sir. So I'll just give an example to what he's saying, right? So if you look at, we all know about the Airbus now doing its C295, right, from development from India. But you know, A380 when it was called A3XX, and they came to India in 1999 to find a partner, right? It was all about 2D to 3D drawing. That people who know CATIA version 4, please join us, right? And same thing happened with G Analysis Center of Excellence. And now when you look at 99 and 2026, journey has been 27 years, but also the guy who was a drafter then actually is potentially a DER today who can approve a design. That means they are actually the subject matter expert of that respective component. So with this, maybe Amit sir, I'll just come to you, right? And being leading the Dixon Technology, one of the, you know, I was a premium manufacturing and engineering organization in many ways. As India's GCC ecosystem evolves towards AI, engineering and product ownership, what skills and capabilities should India focus on developing to remain globally competitive over the next decade?
Yeah, so I think this is a very you know, everybody is talking about the AI nowadays, and talking and linking with the GCC, and the questions is like, you know, how it is framing up in GCC kind of a prospects. So you know, we have as Mr. The other panel member was talking about, we have a lot of capabilities, but the capabilities in terms of the scaling, in terms of the productization, and in terms of the marketing, that's where we are lacking up. In fact, you know, over this weekend, I was having a conversation. I was actually similar kind of a panel things I was speaking on, and one of the B school student asked me, like, you know, after 5 years down the line, what kind of technology, what kind of skills I should get into to prepare for you know, next wave. So the answer here is, you know, nobody can predict the future, how it is going to work in terms of the capability building. 25 years ago, we all were actually bringing internet technology for the enterprises, then after mobile, then after cloud operation, and now everybody is talking about the AI and all. So how it is going to be frame up, you know, how it is going to be take it up. So the thing is not about the technology and the digital toolkits and all. It's about, and in fact in your presentation also, but you are mentioning it about the problem solving skills. You know, the problem solving skills in terms of you know, how we are actually, how with the precision we are solving the problem, how intelligence capabilities we are solving the problem. So it comes with the three key criteria, three major skills. One is, of course, is your domain expertise. That is going to be a very, very important one in any of the areas. The second is your digital skills to complement and competent with that particular domain one. And the third is the people skills. So how you're managing your stakeholder, how you're managing and communicating and collaborating with the multiple different CFT team and coming up with the very precise, and the faster response in terms of this problem solving things. So that's a one things has to be looked at. Another thing is that, if I talk about, many of the organization you might be hearing talking about any of the service companies, TCS, Infosys, they are coming up in the news, like because of the AI, they are slashing their manpower and all those things. So there are SDLC, there is AI driven SDLCs coming up in which agent is coding, agent is testing, agent is delivering. But what actually the thing is coming up and it's propelling is like how better we are architecting and framing the requirement, how we are validating, how we are ensuring the cyber security, how you're ensuring the outcomes. So that's kind of a things is important. Third aspect is which we always look for, the IT services and all, but we never talk about the outcome based skills and the capabilities. So, it's like, we this problem came and we delivered, but what kind of outcome what we are bringing on? So, it's not just like, I'm just in a GCC kind of a concept. Also, some ticket has come and I'm just resolving it. What value I'm delivering, what outcome I'm giving. So that outcome has to be owned. So that's the third element what has to be looked at. So it has to be like not just a the employability perspective, it's a continuous innovations and reimagination that has to be looked at.
Perfect, Amit. I think very clearly articulated, that it's all about continuous learning, if I have to use the word, in terms of and how you are really becoming the I would say domain expert than just be a skills or excel on that particular perspective.
Absolutely.
So maybe,
And in fact, to add on into it, I'll take a manufacturing context. If my quality, let's say my production line, my quality percentage is decreasing, let's say 7% and 8% today, and what was to be happen, we have to look at 4 different systems. So we have to look at my MES system, we have to look at or my data system, we have to look at my ERP system, and has to be collect the data and then has to identify. All these things is being done by the AI nowadays. AI can fetch all the data, can correlate it and give us these are the reason, these are the probable 3 reasons, because of that your quality has been decreased. Now, how to, so the profession, the role is going to shift. So you do not need to search multiple data points now. That's being done by the AI. What we have to do is like we have to do a correct judgment and make a decisions and the correlations further. So that's where.
Perfect. So I will come to you, Ganesh, as an engineering head and the India head for the Landis and Gear, right? If I look at it from the business of where we are today, and fortunately I'm sitting with all the 3 panelists who are engineering, I would say giants in a way. So and it is an area of interest to me. So when you look at it, we all talked about the execution right? But getting the execution right, trying to learn. And the journey from execution to innovation is where it's coming, which is the biggest need. Now, what capabilities will basically distinguish, a GCC like yours, which will successfully make this transition, where you're moving from execution to actually innovation?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So I want to first, I would probably like, do a, rewind of where we started from to where we are today.
Yeah.
We are one of the early GCCs that started in 2007, 2008. I moved from US to with a PowerPoint presentation to build something in this area, because we were like a deep tech company building something in a niche area, and we weren't sure how successful it's going to be. So it's more like started as an experimentation. So we wanted to bring people. So for us, looking for that particular talent, again the skill base, in terms of people who can have deep, because we work on both the edge side and also enterprise side, people who can have the deeper domain knowledge, in deeper problem solving knowledge,
skills and capabilities and all that stuff. So the journey started with that. Like, we started with one, and by 2014 we got like about 300 plus people. In our peak we went to 1100 people. Now all through this journey, what stayed was like, our ability to look for somebody who has that skill, and then also the capability to understand the domain, because we are a very niche domain, and also bring it back. So we have three components in play. Like, one is the domain component, the second one is the technology component, the third one is like, how do you marry the domain and technology to bring, that outcome or into a product there. So fast forward now, I have 55% of global R&D workforce in our GDC. Last 2 years, we generated 22 patents from this center. We own several areas like design and all that stuff. This was all happening. While this was all happening, the world got dark with the introduction of AI, and then now we are suddenly like trying to scramble to see that like what AI really means to us in this era. But at the end of the day, still we are a slow adapter, because for us we work on a very tiny footprint on the device level, because the cost competitive at a meter level is like they don't pay like an iPhone, like utilities, like it's very, very stringent in terms of cost. So you have to pack a whole lot of store, compute, think, and all the capabilities in a small footprint. And with that also we need to bring a AI, tiny ML engine and all that stuff. So the amount of thinking that the engineer has to do to bring all of this is immense. AI cannot do this. AI will bloat the code. So at the edge level, we still depend on the people skills who basically can understand. And again, like you have really said, like it should be a Sarathi, and then they use that as a tool to like get to a point. Now, so that's one skill and capability like we are not compromising on, which is basically like your ability to think deeply, like trying to put things together. The second skill, again, I wrote an article in ET also, like I call this the 5 traits, and one of the five traits is the deep thinking. The second trait is around the ownership. Again, you are also talking about like in your reports, like how do you make a person who won't think, because a lot of times when people come in there, they look at a problem context, they solve their area, but they don't look at the adjacencies and then like look at that. But if you have a ownership mindset, then you would also look at the adjacencies and then try to go deep and solve those problems also. So that ownership mindset is also very, very important. And in a company like us, where we work on, there are so many moving parts. A small change, a small parametric change happening at the edge level has a different like reporting out, and completely targets the whole business process workflow at an enterprise level. So people need to have that systems thinking, understand the big picture, and understand like what happens. Sometimes you send a lot more traffic, your network gets choked, which means your system is performing, your SLAs are down. So you need to like it's a fine balance between what you can do and what you cannot do. So a lot of that needs like higher level of like looking at this at a, not into your area, but also like system wide, to say that like how I can distribute this intelligence across like my various product lines and all that stuff. So we need people with those type of thinking skills. The other thing that I have seen is like when people came in and evolved, I think call it like cultural nuances. We as Indians try to like be humble. And then when somebody is presenting an idea like from outside, from parent company or whatever it is, we don't challenge it. We sometimes accept it, and behind the back we say that like it could have done differently. So what we try to coach people is like ability to challenge. Like you need to be a courageous challenger. If you have a good idea, just put it forward. Doesn't matter. Like don't get overwhelmed, because sometimes it will be very overwhelming when we are there, like because of the boundaries, the way they come in there, it will be overpowering for the people. But we need to come across, because a lot of people, as he has said, like Narendra has said, the people here are good engineers, they are good problem solvers, they have good thought process, but sometimes we shy away from putting that thought across the board. And that is something which is very, very important, like from a GCC capability perspective. That's what will make a GCC go from doing to defining, because then you can project yourself as a definer. And then the last but not least is basically like the ability for us to be a multiplier. What I mean by that is like, we learn, but then often we keep and hold on to our knowledge. Now, until unless like we spread this knowledge across to everybody in a seamlessly, in an unselfish way, the GCCs will not grow. People who hold on to the knowledge, they become like, bottlenecks in a GCC, and then they also stop the growth of GCC. So what we are trying to coach is like, just be in an unselfish way, coach and be a multiplier, because by being a multiplier, you are enabling your growth also in the organization. So I would say these are all the 5 traits. At least there will be a lot more, but I would say fundamentally for a growth of GCC and in the new era where AI is coming in there, I would say these are all non-compromisable.
I think everybody would have noted the 5 traits. If not, please, rewind. I'm sure this is getting recorded somewhere, so you should, look at that. And I'll just take a cue from there. And before I go to my next question to Narendra sir, is, somebody asked me, and this was a student who was yet to go into engineering, because he came to ask me that which engineering I should do. And I was like, I said, I did mechanical engineering in 1992. So I don't know what I should tell you today. Then he said, what is that I should own? I said, the only thing that I can sense today is, I think we all are become solver by hook or crook, but very few are inquisitive about understanding what is the problem statement. And that, when I asked him, when I was telling this, I was thinking parallelly that the more we will be able to create the problem, and when I say problem, not necessarily problem on the street, but problem statement in terms of our livelihood, I think that is where the inquisitive part lies. And somebody, I think I recall somebody said, be inquisitive throughout your life. I think be inquisitive in terms of identifying the new problem. And that's where the next part comes in picture in terms of startups, right? So we have students and we have startups. So I'll come to you, Narendra sir, when you look at deep tech startups, right? How do you see in that context, right? In terms of them enabling an organization like yours, right? And helping you to transform.
So we are doing one program right now. We are giving 8 to 10 problem statement to the open students, colleges, universities, state governments, and we are saying anybody can solve this problem statement, can be part of our product development plan. Like as an Indian company, if you are doing it, if the foreign companies or the MNCs start doing it, it will be more recognition of our talent. We are trying to experiment this, and we are sure we'll succeed. And we don't restrict for one problem statement. If 4 people want to solve the problem, it is actually pretty cheap to use Indian talent. That the world has understood what we have not understood. It is dirt cheap. We undercoat like anything. Our Indian talents are very, very cheap. If you ask them to solve a problem, they will tell, I'll solve it in few lakhs. But in international people, they will say they want $200,000. So it's actually, there is a price disparity of 1:10. So Indians can solve the problem at a very cheaper rate. So we have to increase their confidence, give them more chances, because cost is a big advantage for us. But I don't want cost to be advantage only in doing low-end work, only in doing volume-based work, only in doing answering call kind of things, but they can be replaced by Sri Lankans or Bangladeshis sometimes. But if it's creative, engineering, tech resource related work, and we are smart, we are less expensive, we are more correct, as the world accepts, we start to gain. That's the way it is.
Perfect. So maybe just leading to what you just said, Nansen, I'll just go up to you, Amit, right? And when you look at the organization, the new way of organization structure, right? And this is very common these days. When we talk about next gen GBS, next gen GCC, they say earlier we were talking about only human, now we're talking about human plus agent. Earlier there were 200 people, now it is 50 people plus 150 agents, right? So coming to you in that context, and why I'm laughing, because this is something that as consultant we keep selling honestly, right? But when we are selling this, we are also understanding it in context of that. I think I just hear Amar sir when he told about it, that how we are losing our core, right? In the process of learning the tool, we are losing the skill, right? So Amit, I think the question here is to you is that while you see AI transforming the talent landscape, right? If you really look at the talent engine for next gen GCCs, where you would see the investment happening, and where you see from an organization as a leader, the key changes that you would want to do.
Yeah, so especially in a Indian context, if I talk about, almost all the Indian enterprises are somewhere and somehow is investing into the AI. AI has become a board hot topic.
every chairman, the CEOs ask the CIOs, what exactly you're doing in an AI front side of it. But again, we would have to look at what kind of challenges. See, the AI, the backbone is the data quality. And the most important perspectives, what we have to understand is, are we really ready for the AI results? There are several studies from the Gartner, or in fact, Forrester, and these studies shows that there are around 70 to 80% is AI POC gets failed. And that's not because of the technology side of it, but because of the most of the things, because of the data pipelines. So we all talk about the AI, but the behind the AI, there are multiple things what we would have to work upon, and talent around that has to be built upon. So for example, what kind of a data we have, what kind of a data quality we have, what kind of a data pipeline we have, what are the data ingestion, ingress and egress, what we can things what we're doing on. Basis on that only we can come up with the accurate and more precise and the more accurate result from the AI model perspectives. So that's the one side of the things. Second is, of course, since this is something very disruptive technology which is coming up, so in that everyone wanted to be have we do not want it to be lag behind. We something more wanted to do to move to do a competitive in the industries, and for that the organization are investing in terms of the AI literacies. There are many of the big four, including PwC and all, is coming up with their own agendas to how to increase AI literacy at each level. So again, we would have to look at an operational level, a middle level, and the top level. What kind of AI uses what we are doing it up. Some of the time it is just not only prompting and getting a reverts and drafting a mail kind of a things. There is much more beyond that. How we are leveraging multiple different tools. There's different tools coming up. It's like an OpenAI, Perplexity, Zoom, Claude, multiple things what you're doing it up. Each platform is having their own USPs, identifying those, amalgamating with the business use case, and then coming up with the appropriate results. And to do all these things, we needed again a kind of a literacy and understanding where and how and what things to be used. Third aspect is coming up as terms of the AI responsibilities. We are all talking about the AI sovereign and these perspectives, where the data is falling up. It should not be something like we are pushing our data to train the model, and that model is getting in cash and the leverage in terms of the commercial in a different way to us again. So how we are doing and what kind of a strategy we are building around it, whether we are doing our own local LLMs, or are we leveraging some the public LLM available on top of that. So what kind of capabilities has to be built around it, that has to be looked at. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Amit sir. So I will just relate to what you just said, right? And it is important to understand that how this whole journey is coming in, especially in context of GCCs. And this is not something I would say started yesterday. Yesterday I would say we started talking about AI more deeply, but this AI thing has been there in our works maybe for more than 10 years, actually speaking. Actually more than 15 years, if I have to put it that way. But since agentic AI came in, suddenly people started talking about AI very differently, right? Till it was Gen AI and it was okay, right? But agentic AI coming in picture, then suddenly said, oh my God, things are going to change now, right? So there is a journey, what we call AI awareness to AI enabled to AI native, right? And that is where I'm going to come in to you, Ganesh, now, right? That how can basically, and especially in your organization that you did mention 55% of the global R&D being here. How can GCCs and engineering services organization collaborate, right, to basically accelerate the product innovation? Now here is where we are talking about, while yes, a lot of people I'm sure in your organization also have been upskilled, but now you are thinking about the newer technology. And I was other day visiting one of the very known, I would say, platform, which does the digital platforms, and they talked about generative CAD. And some of the designs that I was making when I was used to do CATIA, it used to take a day. They were just telling to the machine, prompt engineering to the word, that they just prompted, just add one more top on this and then cut here and put a tolerance, and it was all doing then. So coming to you again, just how this, while creating meaningful career pathways. So how are you actually going to do this?
There are Good question. Like, I want to decouple two things from your this thing. First is innovation. The second one is the AI and how AI can accelerate the innovation there. From an innovation perspective itself is it's more of a mindset. I want people, the more you are aware of the problem context, the industry context, the situation context, you would be able to innovate more. Now, the interesting part is from our center, even before AI became too I would say mainstream within the last 4-5 years, we used to use machine learning. So basically machine learning is again the earlier form of how you build models and all that stuff. So we use that for test automation, and then we used to bring the human machine interfaces. We built a robotic arm that will go, because we work both on the edge side and also on the enterprise side. But on the edge side, it has to be a lot of manual actions to do touch and execute certain things in there. So all that was automated through a robotic arm, which was later on we had a controls coming in from the arm back to the the GPUs, and then so we built a form of GPUs on these arms, which basically immensely sped up the overall test cycle, extremely, so that we used to get a lot more benefit. Whatever used to take probably weeks and weeks of testing now was happening in hours. So that's a big benefit. I would call it more like an augmented AI journey there. But this happened even before when AI became mainstream.
Correct.
Now, when AI became mainstream, one of the biggest challenge that we are facing now is again, you talked about the data quality for AI. For us, we cannot use a lot of the public domain AI is there. So we need to ensure that whatever we use, the data sovereignty is internal, because we work in a utility space where there is a lot of restrictions around how we can use data, how we can manage things, because of a lot of security reasons. So we cannot depend on a lot of the publicly available models and publicly available things in there. So we need to go for a lot of our homegrown GPUs. We have a partnership with Google where we use Google workspaces for some of these things, but also in a very restrictive way. So for us, I would say probably we are not more advanced from a mainstream AI perspective, but still we are AI aware and AI ready in some of those core areas there. Now, when I decouple that, a lot of this, the innovation still continues on, AI or no AI, because today the one of the major thing that is required and that comes out from this center is cost innovation. Now I'll give you an example. We use for meters what is called as a load blocks, which is about $3,000 a unit, and it can only manage one configuration. The team here in India did a load box at a $150, which supports 20 different configurations. Now we have been reverse selling that, even though it's a smaller quantity. I'm saying we are not a manufacturing, we are an R&D base, but then we are reverse selling that back to our parent organization to say that you don't need to spend $2,000 to $3,000 per load box. Here is a cheaper version that you can go do box build, and that is saving a lot of money for us, because we build forms of this test setups, which basically is leveraging on all the, what I'm saying. So India is a hotbed for some of this, call it jugaad, but we come up with very nifty things if it is packaged in a proper way. Can be taken up as one of the top edge innovations there. Now, bring AI, use AI as a Sarati, come up with mechanisms that you can accelerate in this area. Now I think that will put you into a different league altogether.
Perfect. So I know we will, I wanted to open questions from audience, but I'll just give you one little context, and then I really want to ask some questions to the panelists here. So when you look at this whole AI and everybody's talking about it, right? If I have to ask you to guess, right, which is who is the beneficiary of AI in terms of industry? Any guesses? Or if I have to put you into 3 brackets, right? Disrupted, disruptor, and beneficiary. Who you will put in disrupted, disruptor, and beneficiary? it's easy to say disruptors are these OpenAI and the Anthropics of the world, right? Any guesses, or I should just try to give you the answer, ask the question and answer? So when you look at what has happened, actually, this is the best part to happen in this AI is the beneficiary is manufacturing. Anything which is brick and mortar industry, which is driven on core engineering. I'm using this word core engineering very cautiously, which has manufacturing involved, is the biggest beneficiary of AI. And this is where your circular economy will continue to grow. And what will be the driver for that? The driver for that is the greed of the human being, right? Because when you got the wheel, you wanted cycle, then you got the cycle, then you wanted a motorcycle, then you wanted a car. Now you may want a flying car if you're in Bangalore, right? So this is the greed, and today that's possible because engineering is getting that enablement where throughput in terms of R&D life cycle, which was at times taking 18 months, 24 months to get one thing proven, with this coming in can be done far shorter. Does that mean is this less? Actually, because it is less, the imagination of engineers are going far higher. And that is why you are going to see far more versions. If you look at earlier, we were saying mobile comes every 6 months. But since this EV has come, what has happened in cars? You see every day there's a new car almost coming with a new shape and size. So this is the reality of what AI is going to do to us. And so don't be at all negative about it, that is going to take the job away. Trust me, it is going to generate humongous amount of job. And I'll give you some statistics, but after listening questions from you, because otherwise it look like monologue. So any questions from the audience for the panelist here? Yep. Somebody with a mic, or please go ahead.
No, I just wanted to quote from a Yuval Noah Harari book, Israel author and historian. I don't remember which 21st lessons from 21st century, I think that book, or Homo Deus. He clearly mentioned that by 2040, AI will take, it will take by leaps and bounds, and human beings will almost become irrelevant. There will be only limited people required who are really quite very intelligent, and they will do the work for everyone. So all human beings will have sufficient to eat, and they will have everything, but they will lose the purpose of life. Why I am living, what I have to do, because AI will do everything. I am not believing him, but I am quoting him. That's all.
Fair, I think. So I will ask the leaders here to respond, because I have opinion, but please.
I have a take on that. Again, see, every technology, when it is evolving, there is going to be a bit of a hype cycle. Again, what I see here is AI is solving a lot of things. I'm not disagreeing to it, but at the same time, the cost of doing AI is also phenomenally increasing. There are immediately the challenges that everybody is foreseeing, which they never thought earlier, will be the power. Okay, they need humongous amount of energy and power. That's the first thing. And a lot of states, especially state of New York, has said that next 1 year, 18 months or so, no more data centers and no more this thing, because these are consuming a lot of energy, which is basically depriving people of the power that they otherwise should be having in there. And we don't have the generating capability yet. So a lot of people are going now for small medium reactor, behind the meter, power generation and all the stuff they're talking about it. But it needs humongous amount of power. At some point of time, we will hit a plateau, because the power cannot be brought into the mix at the same speed. The second roadblock for that is the water. Humongous amount of water. To do one compute of 1 teraflop of compute, you need hundreds of swimming pools of water for that to done. So this is again in countries like India, when we are talking about it, where we are even having struggling for basic water needs. If you are trying to come up with data centers that's going to be giga centers there, then it's going to be a big challenge. And it's not just India. Every part of the world, this challenge is going to be there. The third challenge that I see where we are going to hit a plateau is the compute capability. The way the traditional silicon, the way it works, it is going to hit a limitation. While quantum is emerging, it will take a while, get there. So I'm sure some point of time we will cross over, but we'll hit the road bumps. Now, coming back to the question, will it solve all the problems? It will solve a lot of problems, but think of it like every innovation, starting from like, the era of like, where we were like, Stone Age to now, human have always like, mastered some way to kind of overcome the technological advancement. They have been able to harness it. While AI comes in there, at some point of time, human will realize like, this is how we have to harness the potential of what is AI is doing, so that it is a better Sarathi, not like a Swami.
So well said. Any questions, other questions? Yeah, please.
Value can be added both to industry as well as for skilling students, and also to increase the output of research, and then build more startups in academic ecosystem, and also help in extension activities. So if you can elaborate more, question is more specific to you because I've gone through your report.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be it's more relevant to you.
So I think when you look at it, from the academia type, right, and then this is already happening, right? There are two types of demand which is coming in the market. One which we call the lateral demand. Lateral demand doesn't look for a fresher, right? But there's a significant amount of startups which are coming in. There's a significant amount of what you call the new gen, right, technologies. Now you have to always relate it to this, that today almost every engineering college, unlike before, has a tie-up with somebody, because that's the way to go forward. And everybody is driving on a particular curriculum, right? And I will just relate to the points so that you can start thinking in this line. So today when you look at our throughput in terms of whether it is engineers, and I just don't want to put engineering in context, because a lot of time we just look at STEM technologies or STEM as one of the key demand. But today with, as I said, the democratization of, the AI has democratized that. So you can be a chartered accountant, you can be a BSc graduate, you can be a BCom graduate and still do a coding and still get to that where somebody was doing earlier, which was engineer only. So what is happening is everybody is now looking at a segment of business. So earlier there was specific segments. Today you are talking about almost every type of organizations operating in India, especially because of GCCs. Otherwise earlier India was very dependent on public sector, defense public sector, and very limited, I would say, areas where we say either you're a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer. Otherwise there's no other profession today. And every industry that you're talking about has an element of, what you just said, that skilling is needed. And what if you look at the report, which is we are talking about that how each area is focusing on growing in segments. Today when you talk about, and this is where we look at the art of possible. Earlier we were just talking about engineering or IT or technology. Today we talk about finance and accounting. Today we talk about legal. Today we talk about taxation. Today we talk about the whole contract management. Today you talk about various elements of pharma cycle, life, when you look at pharmaceutical company or a healthcare company. Now, every element requires an element of a specific knowledge. Now, this is where the startups as well as the respective GCCs are going and investing and saying, create a curriculum, right? I was talking to an EdTech leader, educational tech, leader. Now, EdTech leader goes and creates a different curriculum with the college, right? Somebody who is in the pharma life cycle is doing a very different curriculum. Earlier, when I was into engineering, I went to IIT Kanpur and IIT Chennai to create an MTech program for aerospace and defense, right? Which was basically just on structural design. So like this, the world is significantly evolved now, right? Now, the second part comes in picture is from I think today morning when Dr. Kiran Bedi was referring to about employable talent versus ready talent, right? Now that is the gap which is significant in Indian context today. That is a significant gap. Now we should be basically looking at that, but whichever is trainable, in terms of it today, you can safely assume there is enough and more opportunities, which is there. Only thing, it is not regulated opportunities. These are irregulated. These are private. These are to be driven through various measures. And I'll give you some statistics so that it relates to. Today, when you look at Japan as a country, and we all know Japan is, one of the, I think, fourth largest economy, because India and Japan, we just went down a little bit. What is the current count in terms of the gap that they have? The current gap they have is approximately 200,000 plus engineers or technologists, let's put it this way, just to meet their current demand. And if you add another 4 years, this number is going to get to 800,000, right? Now, today, when you look at the way who is going to fulfill that demand or who is going to really meet that demand if they have to meet it, And that's I'm talking about one country. If you go to Germany, right, you will find very similar numbers because your aging population, your number of engineers coming throughput, number of technologies coming throughput year on year is significantly reducing. So look at each country by country and you will suddenly realize that these numbers are in few millions. And today India is the ready location, right, in that context. So it is about left to right and right to left, right? So one is right to left when the industry needs to come to the colleges or academia or startups. Left to right is also these academia and startups need to look beyond the regular, usual suspects, which is saying that I will go to this particular, company or college, because there are a lot of companies. And data point that you saw earlier, we talked about the mid market. Now there are 500 plus companies which has come in between 100 million and 1 billion. But the number of companies which are going to come between 0 and 100 million, right, is going to be in thousands. Today in Indian context, we have 700 families, which are so-called the big family businesses running upwards of 1,000 crores. 700 families. Now to look at the number in Japan, number in Germany, number in, most of the Europe location. I'm not talking about US. US is significantly higher. This number is far higher. Who is going to support them? So this is where your globalization is coming in picture, where your talent is actually going to solve that, provided you're looking at that as a problem statement. And this is where your journey is, where the colleges, where the academia, where the startups has to open up the agenda. Today the discussion is not about opportunities available. Opportunities available, are you seeing it with the right eye? Hope that answers your question. Yep.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your time, everyone. Yashika Badula this side. While you were actually talking about this, I was just wondering that I don't know if it's just me, but when I talk to my friends, I have seen, everyone, most of the people from my generation, what I'm seeing right now, they are too much into, entrepreneurship right now. Everyone wants to have their own business now. And to be honest, everyone's idea is somewhat similar because everyone is using AI. So you did say something about, you need to identify the correct problem. But I'm just trying to understand that, what maybe, some safeguard critical thinking training or something we need to have in place to actually, make them think about this before taking any step further, because this could lead to something.
Any thoughts before?
I have one thought on that, because see, a lot of times, there is one thing, I would say probably that not just your generation, we are also getting used to, is like instant gratification.
Yes.
The pace of how things are happening is making us impatient. Now, if you want to solve a problem, one of the most important aspect that we have to understand is being patient and observe. And that is one of the things, a lot of times, even the people in our organization who have come up with ideas are able to spend a lot of time in looking into things rather than not jumping into things. This is more like, think twice, act once, right? It is more of that ability, building that muscle memory around, not to react, not to get to kind of do things, that resisting that itch, and then looking into the problem and understanding and digesting that, so that you come up with a holistic solution. That's where it is, because most of the time people solve only when they completely understand the problem. If you want to understand the problem, you need to observe and you need to completely spend time, be patient around with that. There is no instant solution. There is no AI cannot solve it. AI can help you, but you have to go look at that context and see that is that a real problem? Is there a winnability in that solution? And all that stuff is basically takes time.
So I think to add on into Ganesh sir what mentioned, you mentioned many of their friends are searching and they're finding the similar kind of ideas. So there are two things coming up. One is prompt engineering. So through AI you can get answers, many of the different answers. But the questions here now is how to ask, or how to questions. That's more important. And there where the prompt engineering is evolving and evolving very, very high. We needed to be understand how and what to and ask, right? So that's the one aspect. Second aspect is coming as a AI hallucinations. That's also a very big problems. Like in terms of it's always a disclaimer. Like you cannot trust 100% to the AI. So you would have to come up with your own. It's not like it's going to complete all your task and everything. It's basically has to be amplified. So has to be looked at that way.
So I'll just try to answer you in two ways, right? And especially since you mentioned about, so I will pick up all the three keywords, right? You said entrepreneurs, right? I think that's the best thing to happen, because today, unlike our parents, they wanted that immediately after engineering get on the job, right? Whatever it takes, because I can't afford your cost anymore. I think that today's parents don't tell to their children, but they say whatever beta you want to do, please do. I'm going to support you, but they don't tell you I'll support you for life, right? So please be entrepreneur. If you want to be, this is the best time to be entrepreneur. Fail fast. There's nothing wrong in fail fast, because this is the time when you are going to do it differently, which will actually take the leap and bound. What we're talking about, Viksit Bharat, is not going to happen because of the just organizations coming from outside. It is about the Indian organization going out of India and bringing bigger, doing bigger things. So this is very, very good thing to happen. I think for that part from the entrepreneurship, it is very important that if these people don't have mentors, fortunately there are enough mentors today in the market, right? Every leader that you would meet who is running a business or has run a business, spent 20, 30, 40 years, technically they can be the mentors. There's nothing wrong. Just have mentors. Not necessarily mentors means you're going to get procedures, you're going to get guidelines. You may follow, you may not follow. So it is very important to understand that this is very basic thing. And to the context of ideas being similar, which is very normal. This has been all the time, right? There is always a winner for an idea. And if you learn sometimes the product development strategies and different things, a lot of companies come with the same product at same time. Few succeed, few fail. But everybody then creates a newer product, right? Sometimes you're too early in the market, sometimes you're too late. But every product emerges at right time and creates its value. Palantir is a very good example. So with that, I think if you're all okay, we can close the session today. I know it's already 6:30. And thank you so much for the patience and time, because this was the last session. So we hopefully could really add value in some form and shape for you. Thank you so much. And thanks panelists for really adding the value.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. And thank you to all the delegates as well for sitting patiently through all the sessions. Post the picture, we'll formally break for the day, and we'll start the conference and the rest of the sessions tomorrow. May I kindly request to all the delegates and the partners to join us for the networking dinner, please. Thank you.